The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The Game of Kings takes center stage at the 2026 Super Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest. Mistakes were few and far between across the boards, with every game ending in a fighting draw. Anish Giri had winning chances, but not enough confidence in his advantage, letting his opponent off the hook. The standings are all tied up and the field looks sharp. Day 2 of exciting chess coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to day 2 of the Super Chess Classic held here in beautiful Bucharest, Romania. It's a sunny day here as we are waiting for the players to arrive and do battle over the chessboard. We've had an amazing start to this event, but we cannot wait to see what they will bring to the tables for today's round. Let's go to the studio and start the action.
As we watch these pictures of beautiful sunny Bucharest with spring in full bloom, we return with a coverage of the second leg of the 2026 Grand Chess Tour with the Super Chess Classic from Bucharest, Romania. After a relatively quiet day yesterday, the players are eager to get back to the boards and break the deadlock. With no games decided today, Today there will be decisive games. I'm betting my life on it now that this cold open is completely ruined by me yet again. Welcome to our coverage of the Super Chess Classic from Bucharest, from the St. Louis studio.
Hello everyone and welcome to our show. I'm your host Nazi Paikidze and I'm here with my incredible co-host Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Nazi and Peter, you guys are nailing it today. Boy,
it's contagious.
I know it's going to be a great show. This is it. We're done. Hello everyone and welcome to day 2's coverage. Day 1, I must say, the staging in Bucharest is one of the most beautiful playing halls I've ever seen, and it's just gorgeous with these marble columns. Makes a great presentation for show. Nazi, do the honors. Tell us the standings after round 1.
Let's take a look. Yesterday we had all draws, so everybody's either sharing first or last, depending on how you want to look at it. We hope for some decisive games today.
My pick is in first. That's the way I like to look at it.
Our pick.
Our pick. Tell us the format for this Super Chess Classic.
It's a 10-player round-robin event. Players are not allowed to offer any draws. Regular scoring system, only 1 point for a win, and classical time control, 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, 30 minutes for the rest of the game, with 30-second increments starting from move 1.
And tell us about the schedule.
Players are back today for round 2. We'll have a total of 9 games, 1 game per day. After round 5, the players will have 1 rest day, and then at the end, if there is no clear winner, we'll see some fun playoffs.
Yeah, we had playoffs last year. And Peter, one of the wonderful things about chess is the rating system allows us to look into the players' successes.
Absolutely, and there is a very nice graphic for us to take a look at, and this graphic is the rating performance of all the 10 players in our field over the last 50 classical games, which spans a reasonably long period. They don't play classical in every single event. And there are 2 stories here on your screen. One is the incredible consistency of pretty much everybody in the field, with Bogdan-Daniel, Deac there, the wildcard being slightly below everybody else. And of course Sindarov with his fantastic performance in the candidates. Above 2,800 for the last 50 classical games, which is a fantastic result. And the second storyline perhaps is this illustration there in the light blue towards the right side of the graph. Prague has not had a good second half a year of 2025, and he's had a fairly disastrous candidates. The only player in the field outside of the wildcard who is below 2,700 performance over the chosen period. So let's see if Prague can, who is of course a reigning champion in this event, let's see if he can bounce back and get back to winning ways. And Absolutely. We should welcome our Romanian crew and very warm welcome to Grandmasters Cristian Chirila and Anastasiya Karlovich.
Thank you, Peter, and welcome back, chess fans, to day 2 here in Bucharest, Romania. Yesterday, unfortunately, we didn't see any decisive results, but I have to highlight a couple of games that really could have went in a different direction. So let's take a look at the pairings from yesterday and the results from yesterday. As you can see, every single one of them was a draw. But Praggnanandhaa was in big trouble with the white pieces against Alireza Firouzja, and Alireza could have drawn first blood in that one. Also with the black pieces, it felt like it was a day where the black pieces got the advantage. Anish Giri with black pieces against MVL in a battle between players that know each other very well. He did get the advantage. He showcased the fact that he has great preparation coming from the candidates and he's in great shape. Unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to convert that one. But yesterday, despite the fact that we had 5 equal results, 5 draws, it was a very battling day. In round 2, what do we have, Anastasia? What is the game that you're looking at?
I will keep my eyes on the game between Javokhir, Sindarov and Praggnanandhaa, and I really recommend everyone to follow this game because it's not just a game, Cristian, it's a rivalry which lasts already for a long time. They know each other so well, they're from the same generation, they were born the same year, and they played in many World Youth tournaments. And Prague was usually had an upper hand in their matches, and only during the candidates tournament, Javokhir Sindarov managed to win him 2-0. Defeat him 2-0, and after that got this important confidence boost, which helped him also to win the candidates tournament. He mentioned it in our interviews. So Javokhir Sindarov now, he won like 4 games, you can see the head-to-head, and lost 5, and they have also plenty of draws between each other. So it's going to be the first game in the Grand Chess Tour where they meet each other. And I think it's going to be a really interesting rivalry to follow over next years.
I had no idea that these players knew each other so well. They played so many times. 2 more players that know each other quite well are Alireza Firouzja and MVL, the 2 Frenchmen. They've played so many times, but so many interesting pairings in today's round. Let's take a look at those. Back to you in St. Louis.
Thank you, Anastasia, and thank you, Cristian. Indeed, Nasi, let's have a look at round 2 pairings.
Absolutely, I'm very excited to see what we have in store today. Fabiano Caruana on board 1 against Anish Giri. Then 2 youngsters, Javokhir Sindarov against Praggnanandhaa. Vincent Keymer against Bogdan-Daniel. Jorden van Foreest playing Wesley, and 2 Frenchmen, Alireza Firouzja against MVL.
Great. Exciting
games.
Yes, indeed, and big prize money. Nasi, in this event?
Yes, Yasser total prize fund is $350,000 with a bonus of $125,000. As you can see, first place winner takes home $100,000, second place $65,000. Big prize for everybody. And Yasser, tell us more about the bonus.
Exactly. That's in addition to the $350,000, $475,000 in total. So the $125,000 will be divided by the total number of wins at the end of the tournament to determine the bonus amount per win for each player. So I can just imagine a scenario
Great
where
incentive,
only one
only one game wins and takes home $125,000.
That would be nice. That would be nice for the winner.
It's a fantastic incentive for decisive games.
Exactly. And here is this beautiful Central Bank of Romania. The interior is just fantastic with these marble arches and beautiful pillars, and you see that incredible chandelier, and I was making jokes during round 1.
It's making you nervous.
Exactly. That looked like a 1-ton chandelier.
You can see the live audience. Wow, it's pretty packed. A lot of people showed up.
Exactly, a wonderful Friday.
It's not even a weekend yet.
Yeah, exactly. Wonderful Friday in Bucharest. Let's see.
I was going to say, which game do we start with? Let's go with the leader, but everybody's a leader.
Well, for me, one of the reasons I actually chose Prague, somehow I think I influenced you, is because he won the tournament last year and, in fact, won it in a playoff as well.
I think he is also due to have a great tournament, right?
Yeah, just as Peter was showing, his last 50 games has not been great. He's underperformed. It's time for a breakout.
Absolutely, we can't wait to see.
I think we're hearing some pre-tournament conditions there, but my Romanian.
I think probably the arbiters announcing, making a few announcements before the round begins.
Exactly.
Here we see Pragg waiting. Who is he playing? He's playing Sindarov, who's not yet at the board, and here he is arriving.
And Peter, you were mentioning also that these two players, Sindarov and Pragg, may have first played.
They played 2 games in as very small children. I think their first game was either under 10 or under 8 World Championship.
I think that's just wonderful.
And the interesting dynamic there is that Pragg began by beating Sindarov in, I think, their first 4 encounters.
Whoa.
And Sindarov, he was in our studio during the candidates, and he made a reference to that himself. He was very aware of how poor his score against Pragg was prior to the candidates. But in the candidates, he won both games. And arguably, his win with the black pieces against Pragg in round 3 was the one that put everybody on notice, because they were both on the 1.5 out of 2, and they both clearly wanted to play that game sharply and for a win. And Sindarov played a very nice game, and that basically ended Pragg's tournament. He never really recovered from that loss with the white pieces.
We're getting ready for, thank you, Peter, for that insight.
That's Lupulescu, right, making the ceremonial first move for Vincent.
Exactly, former champion of Romania, and Romania is #1 before Daniel. Whoa, F5? Wait a minute.
I think
That's
that's
even G5, I think.
Wait, whoa.
Definitely not a chess player.
Very aggressive.
I don't know, it exists in some positions like 3G5. Maybe it's a new fusion opening we are not aware of yet.
Right. I'm sure that one got quickly taken back. Because again, we're getting ready for round 2. But this idea that Pragg may have peaked too early as a kindergartner,
That's a bit harsh.
I'm getting worried.
That's a bit harsh.
Yeah. So if a 4-0 start for Pragg occurred, and we had that graphic at the start of the show, Sindarov now has won 5?
No, I think he is still on -1, but he did win the last 2 very important ones.
Both at the candidates?
The
In Cyprus,
candidates, yeah. All right. As we see Pragg.
There you go, handshake, and they're off.
Yeah.
You have E4.
In Cyprus, he played D4, and they played this very sharp Ragozin, which is supposed to be a theoretical draw, but in the end wasn't a draw, although it was still very heavily theoretical.
Right. I'm trying to think. We literally in my day the ratings came out annually, just annually. That was it. And then it was a big break when alongside the Informer or within the Informer, they improved by two lists a year. So we never had this TPR performance, and you didn't know how you were doing over the last 30 games or 50 games, as we just saw. And that would have been very insightful to know, when you're on a good streak or not.
Even when I was growing up, it was, I think, every 3 months, and now it's every month, yeah.
Now it's almost in
Every
real
day,
time.
it's live ratings,
Yeah,
yes.
the live ratings. The Joko piano, bishop c4, was Sindarov's choice. And Nasi, as I see, you got the big screen of all of the games. You got a bird's eye view.
We only have few moves on each board, but let's go to Alireza and MVL. At least there we have about 8 moves. And it's an exciting Najdorf with h5.
And
MVL, of course, is very well known for playing Najdorf for many years.
Right.
Peter, how about yourself? Have you tried Najdorf?
I played a lot of Najdorf in my youth, and with both colors even, and these systems as well. But they've progressed very far from the moment I kind of stopped doing this actively. But yeah, I was a pretty active Najdorf player until maybe the 2010s.
Correct me if I'm wrong, was h5 first played on top level by Topalov?
He was definitely one of the early adopters, but I think it sort of entered the public consciousness somewhere around maybe the late 90s, and already in those years, I myself played this, I think, in one of the Linares tournaments in the late 90s. So by that point, it was kind of well understood that this is at least playable and maybe actually is the way to play. And I think its reputation has only been strengthened since. It's really remarkable just how much these days people play h5 and all kinds of Sicilians, not even in this structure. Sometimes with a pawn on e6, which really feels very strange. But the idea of stopping g4, g5 is so valuable for black that there's really no position in which it these days considered completely unplayable.
Right, even though black's on a castle short.
The pawn is on h5, and you think. I remember Gary complaining to me for his match with Nigel Short in 1993 that this English attack with f2, f3. You know, Yasser, you know, Nigel only has one idea to play g2, g4, and g5. Problem is, it's a good idea.
Very good one, yes.
I don't think he was radical enough to play h5 just to put an absolute kibosh on it for the reason you just mentioned, Nasi. If you're going to castle kingside as black, you probably don't want your pawn on h5. But as far as I know, Peter, it's gotten to the point where it's completely acceptable.
I think he has a very healthy reputation in this particular move order. And white has a very different approaches to it. I think at some point Alexander Grishuk, who I remember I had this conversation with him somewhere in the mid-90s where he thought basically if somebody plays a Najdorf against him, it's just a full point and it doesn't really matter. From that moment on, the game is decided. And then I think I once made a draw against him with black in a Najdorf, and he was just heartbroken because I think I was the first person to do it in like 5 years.
Wow.
I mean, he was backing it up with results. It wasn't just his understanding of chess. He was winning every single game in bishop b3 Najdorfs at some stretch. And he was very much in favor of castling short. He would actually go queen d2 and then bishop b2 and castle short and claim that h5 is such a drawback that you can switch to playing positionally. But these days, I think it has become a bit unfashionable yet again to castle short, and people mostly castle long.
And if white tries to transpose into some kind of a Sveshnikov structure with knight d5, leaving it undeclared where you're castling your king, any chances for advantages in those systems?
This is absolutely one of the ideas. The question is in which move order you're going to do it, whether you're including queen g2. You can absolutely do it straight away, but maybe it makes some sense to wait for black to play. Although, yeah, as you can see, Alireza very much in agreement with you, I think. That looked like a 95 move on my screen there.
Yes, that's what he just played.
And so we're still in the throes of theory here. I see that in the game between Vincent and Daniel, we have a very early queenside fianchetto, which I think Hikaru and quite a number of other top players have been playing.
We see it a lot in Rapid and Blitz. In Classical, maybe not so much.
Let's just jump to the game.
What's your opinion, Peter?
It's playable. I think the idea here, and in particular, when playing white against Bogdan-Daniel Deac, who is a very strong theoretician and has a very solid repertoire as well. Not just knows his stuff, but also I think plays very solid, very kind of classical stuff. You want to make him play somewhat non-standard positions, and ideally also you would like him to start thinking very early on. I don't know if knight f3, g3, b3 does that anymore because of exactly of what you pointed out. Hikaru has been doing this for years, and he has been joined by very strong players as well. So it has become very much part of everyday life for black players these days to face this. So I don't know if Daniel is particularly surprised by this, but I think Vincent just doesn't want to play a theoretical game today. He wants to play a game of chess.
Yeah, I remember from a World Junior Championship game that I played back in my day, I was on the black side and I liked playing the London system. And my opponent, I believe he was from Denmark, Nielsen, bishop a3.
Bishop a3, it looks so strange.
And this was somehow very annoying because I basically was ready to pre-move knight f6, h6, and e6. And, well, you can't play e6 so comfortably anymore after bishop a3. And if you give the position some, and I did, and I tanked for like 15 minutes, like on move d3 whenever I got to this position.
Just the shock of it.
Well, and I had to rethink, my development. Strangely enough, I ended up playing knight d7 and e6. So I still could castle. I very much wanted to castle. None of this happened because Vincent did follow the fianchettoing schemes of the double fianchetto. Personally, I've always felt very comfortable as black. I'm not fearful of the setup as white, and my opponents would have to go fish somewhere else. I never had any problems with this, Peter. Did you have
It feels to me like this should be completely okay for black, frankly.
Yeah.
But strong players keep on doing this with white and occasionally even get something. So clearly it's not as empty as all that. But I think what you end up getting very often is, let me locate this.
I think you made a very good point, Peter, that to make Bogdan start thinking early is a good strategy. As we know, he's, in this field, the one player who is always in time trouble.
Yeah, kind of not the greatest clock management, as Peter mentioned yesterday. And I see you've got yesterday's game.
I'm kind of... something happened on my screen, which I will try to resolve in a moment. Hang on a second.
There you go. Nicely done.
Not yet.
I'll get there. I'll get there. Yeah. So my point was, very often this will start looking like a King's Indian attack, right? White will play g3 and then try to play knight bd2, e2, e4. Eventually, let's put some moves on the board. Black develops like this. Eventually, the bishop goes back to h7. And white starts pushing in the center.
Right.
And this bishop on h7, it looks strange, but it actually, I think, is a very useful defensive piece in those ideas. Because if white is ever to try to get some kind of a mating attack going on the king side, which is very often the idea of the King's Indian attack, this is what you play these types of setups for, there's an additional defensive piece on the king side, which normally stands on c8 and doesn't really participate in play on the king side at all, which makes the attack much, much harder to organize. And also it creates some additional pressure against, well, obviously not bishop takes e4, but it does put additional pressure on the white center. And despite looking kind of passive, locked out, and out of play, it's, I think, arguably maybe the most important light piece black has in these types of structures. And this is why I genuinely just like it for black. But once again, to reiterate, this is playable, and strong players are playing it consistently these days. So this is not really a valid criticism.
Absolutely. We're going to keep an eye on this one. And Nasi, where would you like to guide us?
Let's check in the game Jorden against Wesley.
And again,
it's not a very exciting opening.
This looks like one of those Berlin.
But it's
yes.
To me, it looks a little bit different than we're used to, right?
Absolutely. The bishop on d3 is curiouser and curiouser. Bishop f1, everybody is playing so they can go d4, d5 as quickly as they possibly can. Bishop on d3 is a kind of an indication like we're running out of ideas here with white. We've got to do something a little bit unusual. Peter, help me out.
I don't know what that unusual thing is, but I will say that it's about a 90-10% split in the position after knight e5, bishop e7. There is almost 3,000 games with bishop f1 and about 250 games with bishop d3. So it is very, very rare.
Right.
Figuring out what it's doing there is, I think, harder than pointing out the statistical probabilities here. I'm not quite sure what white is intending to do. Let's say I make some kind of a normal move here. c6, rook e1 already played. If black gets to play knight e8 and let's say if I get to play knight e8 and d6, d5, I will immediately be completely fine, of course. Arguably, maybe even slightly better with black, because what are those light pieces doing? But knight e8, of course, will immediately be met by queen e2, making black do something about that bishop on e7, and then probably chasing it around with the knight on c3. So
just to show your idea, in case of knight e8 and tending, just as you said, d5 with instant equality, it's the move queen e2 that is a little bit off-putting. Give me the bishop, but the bishop moves
Bishop
c5,
goes somewhere, we attack it.
f6.
Yep.
We get a tempo, maybe even another tempo, just kind of chasing that bishop to goodness knows where.
Yes, sir. Let's take a look at this beautiful hole the players are competing in.
And
Look at
there you
that.
see these
Historic
marvelous
landmark.
archways and the columns, and this is the chandelier that I'm talking
It's the
about.
audience that's more in danger than the players.
Okay, that's fair.
so
that's
beautiful.
fair. As we get
And a full audience
we get a chance.
showing up for a classical game, because we know classical games go on for a long time.
Exactly. And my goodness, I've always had this feeling that when you're playing in such a nice staging area of great pride in the sport, in the organization that they could put together.
Absolutely, yes. You don't even want to finish your game
I know, you're kind of
quickly
like,
and leave. You want to stay on stage.
and enjoy the moment. And that was that video was put together by Kevin Duggan, and you can see Kevin, the cameraman there, just walking on the stage. Well, he's just a little bit off the stage. He has really been with us over the last dozen years that I've been working with Kevin, and he is really a man who knows his craft. He gets those video clips,
Oh, yes,
brings them
absolutely.
together.
Love his
So-
cinematic shots he does of the players.
Exactly. There he's captured Vincent, Keymer. And again, I'm going to just stay with the Jorden
Wesley?
and Wesley game, because we do have rook e1 on the board. If I did, tell me what white is supposed to be doing after, for example, g6.
This is a very clever move, actually. I'm very happy you mentioned it, because if we know knight e8 is going to be met by queen e2,
Right.
we are preparing bishop f6, bishop g7.
Precisely so.
I think it's one of the best moves in the position, maybe arguably the best move in the position. It seems to equalize. I don't know, if you've never seen this position before, I don't know if it's immediately obvious, but Wesley is definitely good enough to find it if he spends some time on it.
By the way, Wesley, in these Berlin middle game positions, he's really, I've seen him defending these positions very, very well. Wealth of experience in these games. And I do remember Alireza coming up with some incredibly creative attacking ideas as white. Right now, I'm still curious as to how
Like
bishop
a 4
d3.
f5, or how can you even attack here?
Yeah, exactly. You're going to have to come up with something creative, because black is going to be super solid after this. And Peter, what has caught your attention?
Well, there's a bunch of storylines there, but let's maybe go back to our one Najdorf in the round, the game between Alireza and MVL, because it's also progressing incredibly quickly. They seem
sure
to be aiming
has.
for the same position, because you normally don't get to a position on move 17 within the first 15 moves of the round, 15 minutes of the round. And after knight d5, as Yasser mentioned, I think you can make an argument for taking with either piece here for black, but MVL takes with the bishop, which is very normal in these structures. e5, knight bd7, queen d2, g6 long castles. People, I think, used to play knight b6 here, attacking the pawn on d5, and queen a5, seemingly protecting everything, not runs into it, doesn't lose to anything, but black gets to trade the bishops here with bishop h6 using the pin on the h6 c1 diagonal. I think you mentioned Veselin. I think this is still the game between Veselin and Radoslav Wojtaszek from some years back. But instead, MVL goes bishop g7, white goes king b1, and somewhat surprisingly, MVL goes b7, b5, because I thought in the structures, it feels normal for black to try and quote-unquote attack on the queen side, but with the bishop pair for white, more often than not, I think you're creating weaknesses for yourself more than you're creating an attacking chance. And Alireza replies very logically with knight a5, because the square on c6 is very beautiful for this knight. Black goes knight b6. One thing to mention here before we proceed with what Alireza played is that very often you don't really need to defend this pawn. You can very much give it up and then play alongside the g file. But Alireza is playing very concretely. He goes knight c6, queen c7, bishop takes b6, queen takes b6. And now c2, c4 is apparently a novelty, but both of them must be familiar with this position. They are pretty much on their starting time still, with the increment adding to their clocks. So I guess they just disagree with the assessment. I'm sure Alireza thinks he has chances to get somewhere, and MVL thinks this is completely fine. And before we proceed with further analysis, let's take a look at how they shape up in their lifetime scores.
Absolutely, these two know each other very well.
Wow.
10 draws, 1 win for each, very evenly matched. And if we count Rapid and Blitz, they must have played hundreds of games.
Yeah, two great rivals and friends off the board, but I'm somehow, I have the wrong impression. I think it's colored by their Blitz and their Rapid scores against each other. They usually smash and mash one another, but that one win, one loss in Classical tells me they really have a hard time overcoming one another.
Yes, sir. We haven't checked Fabi's game yet.
Let's do it.
He's playing Anish, and I believe we have Rui Lopez.
In the graphic that Peter showed as we came on show, this TPR, Tournament Performance Rating, over the last 50 games, Fabi and Anish were just essentially trailing Sindarov. Sindarov having the great Classical event pips them both, but Anish is having, well, don't want to put it like a second wind, but he's certainly having a great success.
He's gained a lot of rating recently, yes.
In his career. And this looks like a Rui Lopez, but an early D3, as opposed to the standard anti-martial stuff. Peter, talk to the opening.
Yeah, let's discuss this for a bit. This is a classical Spanish, and these days you very rarely actually allow the proper martial. And what Fabi is doing today is one way of not allowing it. And there's a direct comparison between what he is doing and the line 6d to d3, which is extremely playable these days, and arguably maybe is the main move against players who are threatening to play the martial against you. And I'm bringing this up because in d3, maybe arguably the main line goes b5, bishop b3, d6. a to a3 here is the main move. Black castles, knight c3, knight c3, knight a5, bishop a2, and c5. And in this position, white normally goes b2, b4 exists, bishop g5 exists, knight d5 exists. And if we go to the game, it's basically as if in this position Fabi played rook e1, which is definitely not the main move in this position at all. But they got there via a different move order. Fabi begins with rook e1, b5, bishop b3 castles. Now c3, d7, d5 is of course the main line of the martial gambit. So Fabi says no, goes d3, d6, a3. And we get the same position with the rook on e1 instead of all of those moves, which I think he would have preferred to make. And Anish goes bishop e6. I played this a bunch, I think, with both colors, but mainly with black. And my understanding has always been that this is completely fine for black. I'm very curious what Fabi has today, because this is a structure which I, unusually for me these days, have a strong opinion about. I really do believe this is completely fine for black and should not be any trouble at all to hold. But Fabi never comes empty. If he's doing this, he clearly has an idea of some sort, and I'm very curious to find out what that idea is.
Me, myself included, especially with the inclusion of rook e1, and as you were pointing out, white has tries, b4, knight d5, but with rook e1 included, knight d5 is certainly not worrisome.
I think you're pretty much supposed now to go bishop g5, knight c6, take on f6, and play knight d5. It's just that I don't believe this is better for white at all. I personally very much like including a6, a5 here, just to make sure that the queen side stays closed. And then black wants to play g7, g6, bishop f6, g7, and start actually counterplay on the king side. Somewhat similarly to, let's say, you could occasionally get positions which are very close in spirit to some Sveshnikov positions, I think. And yeah, I've had this on the board a bunch of times, including against very strong players. I think I beat Vachier once in this structure with black, which is very rare for me, and I have fond memories of it with black.
And I think Fabi's in deep think, so maybe he was not expecting exactly this line. And he's not sure how
You
to
do
get
have
an
to say that
advantage.
Anish, in the candidates, Anish was kind of consistently playing e4, c5. So maybe people have kind of assumed he's going to continue venturing the Najdorf, and no Najdorf today.
It's always annoying when your opponent's a moving target as opposed to a stationary one where you can really prep. I'm just looking at the line that you were suggesting, bishop g5, knight c6, captures, and knight d5. And yeah, just trying to figure out
Where's the advantage?
Yeah, I'm just, light square d5, it can't be that black is upset about just you're having a d5 square for a moment.
I think black is quite happy.
I would be
with this
playing
outcome.
g6, bishop g7, and just settling in and saying, okay, show me what you've got. Tell me what you've got on your screen in front of us. What can we, these white boxes that popped up, what's going on
It keeps
there?
the audience up to date on the standings. Of course, right now everyone has half a point and sharing first,
Which
and
you
also
see on the
shows the
left.
last moves and how long the players spent on each move.
And that's an indication of whether they're still in their prep, right? If they're
Right.
just snapping out those moves like it's no
Yeah,
issue.
This is the first time Fabi's taking a long think. I mean, by long think, it's just 12 minutes, but in the opening, that
That's
counts.
kind of a long thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and again, bishop e6, kind of throwing down a challenge. What are you going to do?
Sir, I want to draw your attention back to
Please.
Sindarov and Prague's game because it can be quite a sharp one. I just saw a long castle that I did not see coming.
Sindarov and Prague. Whoa.
Look at that.
Yeah.
And Sindarov has only spent like a minute on his clock. He's still in his prep.
And this was from the Joko piano that it started. And it was bishop c5 and d4. Okay, now we're in the dusty part of our libraries. We can go back a few hundred years. And knight d2. Okay.
Yeah, this is how they're treating in these days.
And
This
there-
was not in the Lucena manuscript, I don't think.
No,
People used to play knight c3 there, and
kind of religiously, right? And knight takes d2. So, boy, I must say, I did some very aggressive things as white.
But you can't think
but
of one
none,
like
none as aggressive as this.
No, I mean, there wasn't a time I was castling queenside.
Believe it or not, it's not a novelty. There's
This
about
is
5
all-
games in the database.
Wow, well, do tell. How does the main lines go? How do they
Mainly
fare?
black plays castle or d6,
Okay, d6
which
looks
makes
like
sense.
a good start, right? Because I've got to be able to develop my
He's just
bishop.
played it as well. And then White's next move out of a couple of games, h4.
I was about to
What did-
say rook h1 to
Javokhir
e1
made a
doesn't
move.
scare me.
He played h4.
He played
yeah.
h4, yeah.
Played h4. And the point of h4 here is you kind of want the knight on e7 to stay on e7. Apart from we're expecting the king to be on g8, so h4, h5, h6 is always useful. But it also restricts the knight on e7 quite well, which I think is also a plus for white.
Right, the knight doesn't really want to come to g6. And how did these two match up? I know Cristian spoke about it.
In the intro, yes, as you can see, 4 wins for Javokhir, 5 wins for Prague, 6 draws. And Peter told us that they started playing each other when they were only 8 years old.
Yeah, the under 8 world championship. Something about that I just find so cute. Under 8.
And I believe they're exactly the same age or born in the same year. And who knows, they might be playing World Championship match someday.
Could be. We know that Sindarov, at least, is definitely in the World Championship, as he is officially the challenger, having won the candidates. And castles, get to it, says Prague. Come and checkmate me.
Javokhir played h5.
h5, h6
I will, I
already on the
will, I
board,
will.
yeah. Yeah. And rook d to g1, they're just blitzing all of this out. And what I want to say is that Sindarov obviously is in book. He is on 90 minutes still on the clock and blitzing everything out. But I think Pragg is also still in book, despite having spent some time, because he clearly did not expect this today. But he's playing quickly enough for me to be reasonably confident that he's seen this position before. He's just trying to remember what the file says.
Exactly.
Compared to where you actually have no idea and have to work it all out over the board.
Look, I mean, it's pretty clear Sindarov is saying, I am going after your king. I have a lead in development as compensation for the pawn, but I oftentimes take a look at these attacking positions and making sure all of my pieces are in the attack. And the bishop on C1, White's bishop on C4 does not impress. Again, they're playing all of this incredibly fast, like they're...
Were you advocating for bishop G4?
Yes, I was about to say that I like the move bishop G4 a lot.
Yes, sir. Look at this quick response by Javokhir. He played knight H4, which engine doesn't approve, but he played it quickly and got up and walked away, and Pragg looks surprised.
Yeah, I think bishop G4 is, maybe this is the point, so to speak, because the main line was something very natural. You could absolutely play something like rook H4, trying to shift that bishop away. Black can throw in queen D7, and the lines there appear to be kind of logical and ending in zeros, which I think is why Pragg was doing all of this pretty quickly. He figured it out. He remembered what he's supposed to do, and he knows it's on file. It's a try that exists. It doesn't win. We're not worried. But knight H4, which appears to be a bit of a bluff. We don't know how much of a bluff, but appears to be at least a little bit of a bluff, right? Because clearly the engine dislikes it quite severely. Is a way to get him out of book. It's a way to actually make him start thinking, because it's probably, considering just how much the engine dislikes it, it's probably not mentioned in the file.
Right.
And once again, you have to marvel at how kind of targeted Sindarov's opening prep is, because he has these very, very sharp ideas, which these days, he's not exempt from it. Your ideas, they tend to be for one game. Very few things you can repeat more than once.
Right. Once you show it, you can't use it again.
Yeah, people will look it up with engines, and you will never play it again.
Right.
And the trick is choosing what to play against whom, and what to play against whom when. And once again, he gets exactly what he wants. He gets a position where clearly the stakes will be very high, because if black does something wrong here, you absolutely can get mated here on the king side. It's very much in play, making a mistake and just getting overrun on the king side. And yeah, it was very much a feature of his play in the candidates. Not only being extremely well prepared, but also guessing correctly what the opponents will do against him, and having an idea against that, an idea that they were not expecting.
And that's a great skill. I mean, first of all, guessing correctly is already very, very, very good.
Skill, or it's a bit of luck?
Yeah, there's both. There's an art, and it's one of the worst. I actually had, if you don't mind a small boast, I actually had some pretty decent ideas in the opening, and very rarely I got a chance to show them, and usually somebody else got there first. So like it's like this weird feeling of being prepared and never getting a chance to show your stuff.
Yeah, so let's go over to Bucharest, check in with Cristian and Anastasiya.
Thank you, guys. Yes, indeed, that game is absolutely wild, and I think is captivating the audience here, as well as yourself, Anastasiya. You were in the playing hall. You predicted this. You predicted that Sindarov is going to bring something to the board today, and he did indeed. What exactly is this?
Actually, he was, I think, preparing until the very last moment, because he was running into the playing venue because he was late, and he jumped in at the very last seconds before the round was announced. And I could feel something is happening between them, and you can understand what kind of tension, pressure is on Pragg, because I don't expect that he was preparing these lines, and it feels like they're playing the game from the World Youth Championship.
Right.
Cristian, I mean, when I saw saw this opening Italian game, this C3 line, it felt like, yeah, I mean, something from the youth, from the past.
In the candidates, if you remember, Anastasiya, I believe Sindarov sacrificed a piece in both games. And he won in both games, some wild complications. And this is exactly the type of position, the type of game that he's looking for. And he's getting a very similar situation on the clock as well. He obviously outmaneuvered, outprepared Praggnanandhaa. And right now he's enjoying a very complex position. Perhaps objectively, Pragg is slightly better. But I do think that Javokhir Sindarov managed in his file to find equality somehow, at least equality.
Cristian, just think about it. When would you repeat this type of lines for the last time in your, let's say, in your chess career, like these moves, like 92?
Oh, I've seen this type of things recently. I've seen all sorts of weird stuff recently, just because chess has changed so much. And sure, back in the days, if you would see a game like this, it would probably mean that you had no idea what you were doing in the opening. Right now, when we're seeing a game like this, it means that somebody has just incredible preparation in his back pocket, and that's exactly what Sindarov has brought to the table today.
Yes, and I just want to mention that we are playing, the players are playing in the National Bank of Romania, and it's very strict security procedure. And
yes.
Literally the fact that Sindarov was on time, like he was very lucky, because 2 minutes before the round he was still at the hotel. So, I'm expecting him to prepare for a lot, especially for this type of position, sharp line, where every move can change the history.
Look, let's make a small prediction in this one. Do you think we're going to see 5 draw games today,
No,
or do you think we're going to see some
feel like
decisive
that.
results?
It doesn't feel. I also paid attention, of course, to H5 move on the board between Alireza and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and Alireza, it seemed like also not so happy at this moment when he faced this H5 move. And I think we have really nice, sharp, full of fight games today, and expecting some decisive results.
Well, let's hope they develop into those decisive results. Yesterday, we've had a lot of explosiveness on the board. Unfortunately, we didn't see those decisive results. Nevertheless, I do think that today is going to be different. Guys, for the moment, back to you in St. Louis.
Thank you, Anastasiya and Cristian. We really like the way round 2 is developing.
Let's not jinx it, but I also don't expect 5 draws.
Let's say that.
While listening to our Bucharest crew, I did some clicking, and if we could bring my board up, I don't want to even show you the lines. I want to show you some positions which the lines end in. So I made some moves for black after knight h4. This is one draw.
The king on f3. One draw.
This is one draw.
Nice.
Semi-forced, actually. Much of this is forced.
Wow.
And there is another position there which looks like this. We are now 2 pawns down with white, and we're also seemingly under some severe pressure on the king side, but we are close to giving mate on the king side. Also zeros. Everything is zeros, obviously. And I think the question mark to knight h4 that we saw on our screen is really at low depth. The more you progress down the lines there, the more you realize it's not even a bluff. It's just a strong move which the engine might be ignoring at first, which is where the value comes in, because if your opponent just doesn't know this exists, you're instantly in a pole position, because figuring it out with black from the get-go without any prior knowledge is going to be very, very difficult for Pragg. But I don't think it's even a bluff. I think it's just completely playable. Pragg already played queen d7, though, which is one of the main moves here, so maybe he knows.
Maybe he knows. If you don't mind, Peter, that final position where the king got to f3.
Yeah, but the king on f3 was fun, yeah.
You're going to have to share that later in the show for sure. Queen d7. And I've also been told that Wesley has actually gone into the tank and has not emerged after he did play the move knight e8.
We don't have any moves in that game.
And it was
Wesley
queen e2.
Is down 30 minutes on the clock.
Let me just change
Let's switch. They're still very early in the game.
This is the game between Jorden and Foreest on the white pieces. Jordy put his bishop on d3, kind of confusion. Knight went back to e8, and this was White's whole point. Give me the bishop, trying to wrong foot the bishop.
So what do you think he's considering? What are his options that he's taken such a long time Wesley.
For Wesley? Well, I think he's trying to understand why the move knight e4 is even strong, because in a sense, go ahead, put the knight on e4, right? Here you might play
Bishop
b4.
H7, right?
Bishop h7.
Or, Queen H. Which one's stronger? Queen H5, F5?
Both seem winning.
Both. Okay, so I can't even do that.
Actually, this is.
I can't even get my. Okay, so I guess the simplest is to say, okay, bishop to d6. Now, what I wanted to say is, I think Wesley is struggling to even understand, well, why is this position good for white in the sense that aren't I playing d5, and if I get in d5, aren't I equalizing? Again, with the bishop on c1 and the rook on a1.
I think maybe if it's bishop d6 specifically, I will not play knight e4 straight away, because I think b3, bishop b2 is how we're finishing development here. Maybe here we just do that. Because with the bishop on d6, you're not playing d7, d5 fast enough. And now bishop a3. Reminding you of your conversation about the...
Yes.
And if you have to play d6 instead of d5, we've achieved something.
We have, yeah. And
So some problems for Wesley.
exactly, that was why we kind of thought that the move knight e8 was maybe mistimed, and g7, g6 to prep bishop f6 to g7.
Yeah. The heartless engine goes queen e2, bishop f6.
Bishop f6, yes.
Yeah, bishop f6, knight e4, bishop d4. It says you can actually spend some time avoiding the trade. You really don't want to allow knight takes f6. You will be at least slightly worse if you do. But bishop d4, c3, bishop b6 appears to be quite healthy.
That's what I wanted. I wanted bishop c5, knight e4, bishop b6.
But this is a better version because we've
Much
stopped,
better.
we
First of all,
stopped those bishop takes h7 tactics.
Precisely
Comes
so.
with the tempo.
Yeah.
That looks
But
very,
it feels
very
a bit
reasonable.
uncomfortable, right, to make so many moves with that bishop.
Yes.
Which is why he is still thinking.
Hesitating.
I have a feeling he will land on it eventually, but you can understand the tank a little bit.
Yeah. And how do these two match up?
Let's have a look.
I thought you knew that.
By heart? I
There
haven't
you go.
memorized yet. They only have 2 draws, no decisive games, and I mean, they haven't played a lot of classical chess.
As Ben Underwood would say, we need more data.
Absolutely. I believe both games happened in Paikidze.
I'm sure that Wesley has enjoyed playing in Paikidze. I can't help but come back to
Let's go
the
to
game
our
between.
Sicilian, right?
Well, I wanted to say Sindarov and Prague, because this is like one of the sharpest openings I've seen in quite a while, and both Sindarov and Prague in a very sharp position seem to be playing relatively quickly. Sindarov much more so than Prague, by the way. But
Is it
wow,
time to finally go for g4, f3 and g4 right
Yeah,
now?
absolutely.
No more waiting?
no,
I do want to say 107 on the clock here, and queen d7 followed by rook e8. Prague actually remembered the file. You just don't do this fast otherwise.
and so if we throw down the gauntlet and
You
say,
don't think there's a possibility of confusing the lines?
It's one of the very top
Oh,
lines.
really?
Yeah. f3, we can't take on h5, but we can play bishop f5.
right, that's crucial.
Yeah.
Yes.
Knight takes, I guess. Knight takes, g2, g4.
Let's go.
Looks incredibly scary, but actually black seems to be fine after specifically knight f5, d4. Everything else does lose because g5 comes very quickly, but knight d4 introduces the idea of knight takes f3, which stops...
White has to spend a tempo.
Yeah, it forces white to get distracted from the process of delivering mate on the king's side. And this somehow holds, even though, honestly, even this is not obvious at all.
No, this was terrifying.
Yeah.
I mean, black has an extra pawn, yes, but white's play is so straightforward.
Boy,
And is there a real counterplay for black? The c file is closed.
yeah, all you need to do is just land the move g5 on the board, and it just feels like it's going to be
But I think
made.
black's next move is like queen e7 and trading queens, either queen e3 or something like that.
Queen e7 or rook e5, or... Black actually has some moves which interact both with the attack and also with the white setup in the center.
Okay.
Best appears to be queen f2.
Okay. Funny, I wanted to play queen f4, and I was looking at knight e2 check,
Yeah.
and I get to play g5. But queen f2, okay.
Queen f2, and now both queen a4 and c5 appear to be playable. Let's say c5, g5. But now that you're not taking on g5 with the queen, which is extremely relevant, I go h takes g5 and then rook e5. And
Even this looks scary.
appears to be holding. Once again, the depth, I would very much like some time with this position because maybe the engine will change its mind. But currently, this appears to be quote-unquote okay.
What?
But hanging by a thread here, right?
Yes.
Wow.
We
So-
very much are, yeah.
If I
Drops
just
back.
Yeah, rook g2, it goes rook a to e8.
and of course I want to checkmate you
rooks.
on g7. Oop, no, that was rook on 8. Sorry, I'm having a little trouble with my mouse.
You
and
can
it's
see if
really-
you don't make the only moves, it immediately goes to +5.
Yeah, no, you
Yeah,
are
It's a
walking,
very, very narrow path.
walking on
yeah.
very, very thin ice here. So rook e8, rook...
No,
Yeah.
it's my mouse.
not
Seriously,
listening
no,
to
I'm
you.
really, I'm struggling. Sorry, Peter, if you use your
Yeah,
board.
we can switch to
Yeah.
we can switch to mine. Yeah, rook g2, rook e8 appears to be maybe the only move, and now after rook g1,
yeah,
shockingly, rook takes g7 is not a winning threat. We can go something like king g8 f8, and after rook takes g7, I thought the idea was rook e1 check, which exists and probably draws, but black can even ignore the threats altogether with queen h3 and say the king will come out via e7, knight on d4 is very strong, and once again, I have to preface everything by saying this is not great depth, or maybe this is not entirely right, but black is a little bit better here, which is kind of strange, frankly, with the king on f8 under so much pressure, but it looks like it's very safe on e7. White has a bunch of pawns hanging. And yeah, this is manageable. And I want to once again say that knowing Prague, if Prague is genuinely out of book, he is absolutely capable of spending like 40 minutes on a move here. If he's doing it this quickly,
yeah.
I think he actually figured it out, figured out what the file says. And from my years of working with him, I'm reasonably confident in that assessment. And also, I have a feeling I have seen that file.
Even going so far as to
At some point.
a reveal, huh?
So I will say that I'm reasonably confident the file exists on knight bg2. Let's put it like this.
Nice.
I have no memory of what's in it, so I can't betray any secrets. But I'm reasonably confident the file does exist.
Wow. And from the current position, Peter, I see that Sindarov is actually, for the first time, really kind of stopped, which makes me think that he has alternatives to f3?
My screen says no. The computer says no as the
That's
thing.
it. You play f3. But
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of funny if you think about the position and say, now that he has to make a forced move, is the moment he stops to think. And previous to this,
But
he
it's
had
very
choices.
difficult to even name a replacement. You just don't have active moves for any of your pieces. Like your entire previous play was concentrated on playing f3 here.
Well,
Yeah, bishop c2, but you allow queen b5. You're not getting your queen d3.
exactly. I want to be able to play, with my pawn on h5. Sometimes setting up the incursion to h7 makes sense. But as you just rightly pointed out, queen b5 kind of puts the kibosh on queen d3. So without bishop c2, f3.
And you can see in the last moves that even though they have this crazy sharp position, they're playing really fast.
Yeah, it's like Prague stopped to remember what he was
just for
prepared.
one move.
Now I know
And
what it
started
is.
blitzing again.
Exactly, started blitzing again.
But now, you're so right, Yasser, pointing out that now that moves are forced,
When Sindarov stops.
starts thinking.
That is kind of funny. Peter, we haven't talked about it, but I am a pawn grabber, and it would. I'm sure this is not.
I think
desired.
this generally loses to g4 and knight f5. I've seen this idea in some other positions as well.
So
that position with the
G4?
king on f3 was from a similar line where g4 and knight f5 wasn't winning, but here I think it comes very close to...
You just go knight f5.
Knight
and,
f5, yeah.
and
Knight
that's
g7,
it.
knight h6 threats are
Knight g7
very,
threats.
very strong.
Knight h6 threats, and you don't want to open up the g file against your king. You're just going to get mated there.
Yeah.
It's a
Even
kasplat.
here, shockingly, it says knight takes d5 and maybe we survive, but we don't really want to do this to ourselves. It's very, very dangerous looking.
Yeah, I'm a pawn grabber, but no. I'll avoid
That
this.
one even you want.
No. Tell us statistically what's going to happen in the tournament.
Absolutely.
Nasi.
Let's have a look. So pre-tournament favorites, and then maybe we already have pie charts after round one. Pre-tournament, Sindarov was the favorite, but only by a small margin. Fabiano in second, Anish, Giri in third, then Alireza, Wesley, and it is surprising to see Prague, last year's winner, so below, behind 7%, but it is based on recent performances.
Well, I really think that TPR graphic that Peter had really is reflective in these percentages. And after yesterday?
After day one, not much has changed as everybody drew. Sindarov increased his chances a little bit, Fabi dropped his, and everyone still remains around the same.
Right, not much change.
I guess Fabi dropping means that he was white yesterday and Sindarov was black, right?
No, Fabi was black.
Oh no, yeah, Fabi. Yeah, of course, yeah. That's interesting then that he dropped a full 2% there.
Right.
So we're expecting F2, F3 in this one. Now let's ask, what about our night or our open?
All Frenchmen matchup, Alireza and MVL. Let's see what happened. We do have opposite side castles.
White has...
Black's king looks very safe.
Yeah, White, as you could very well understand with the light square bishop, has a grip on the light squares. But from Black's perspective, I very much want to play the move E4, E5, E4,
oh, yes.
so that I can open
bishop on G7.
I mean, any
sleeping dragon, yeah.
Exactly. Any dragon player worth their salt will say, "What's that pawn doing on E5? You know, let's get rid of it." You know.
And White is not even up a pawn, right?
No,
it's equal.
It's an equal position.
I can see Valbar says White's a little bit better, but I don't know. I like Black.
I don't know. I mean, Peter, you're a Sicilian kind of player. Would you feel comfortable here as Black?
Comfortable, no, but I would feel quietly excited because I think if 5e4 is unstoppable. The interesting point there, if we can switch to my board for a second, is that MVL has done this all reasonably quickly, even though there was definitely an option to play even sharper after that novelty of c2, c4. And he didn't stop, and he did something that the engines don't think is the main line, at least at low depth. Because after c4, you can absolutely start playing much faster. You can go e5, e4 immediately, or castles, and then e5, e4 in the next move. It leads to the same position. Let's say we go castles here. White goes cb5, ab5, queen b4, which is very logical. Black goes e5, e4. White can take on
cb5, ab5, yeah.
Yeah, queen b4, e4, leading to some very, very messy positions where, yes, our queen side, maybe, yeah, since I'm the one with the touch screen, maybe I should be.
Yeah, my mouse is not cooperating.
Your computer is misbehaving, yes.
So after c4, if we can switch to mine, you can play e4, and we get this position via some move order. Bishop takes b5, takes, and let's say queen f2 exists here. You get a very sharp position where we've given up the b5 pawn, but we have immediately opened up the bishop on g7, we opened up the center, and it's a mess. And what MVL has done, which is takes, and now include a6, a5 even, which is a move that maybe you could have waited on. At first, the engine doesn't really like this at all, but looking at it, the reason it doesn't like it is kind of mysterious to me, because bishop b5 appears to be best. Black doesn't really have very useful waiting moves, so you probably play e5, e4. White goes queen d4. The reason this maybe isn't as great for Black is that this setup on the queen side with the bishop on b5, the knight on c6 is extremely stable, and it will be difficult. The bishop on g7 is going to be a beautiful piece, but there's probably not going to be any kind of an attack on the king side because the b file is so closed that you're not going to be able to join the bishop on g7 with anything along the open files on the queen side. And you get some positions like this where my first reaction here, I think if I had this with Black, I would feel that I am definitely completely fine. And maybe even I can imagine some dream scenarios in which I get to play knight g4, knight e5, the knights come off. I have this beautiful bishop on e5 in the end. But probably every single endgame is worse because a5 is weak. And if somehow the pawn on a5 falls, the white a pawn is going to be a very dangerous passer. And move by move, it appears to be at least slightly worse for black. But I don't know, like if I showed you this and just asked your opinion, Nazi and Yasser, do you think this is worse for black?
No. Just no.
Not at all.
Yeah, I think it would be very difficult for me to convince myself I'm in any kind of trouble here with black, despite those beautiful light pieces on b5 and c6. Because you're so conditioned in these types of Najdorfs and just general Sicilians to think that if the bishop on g7 starts playing, you're never worse.
Right.
Exactly.
But you appear to be slightly worse here. I don't know how much, but you appear to be ever so slightly worse. I'm still kind of grappling with how to translate this into something I can believe in.
Right, and to understand exactly why.
Yeah.
Because again, as a player who has played both the Dragon as well as the King's Indian, and I'm feeling, as black, my king is actually pretty darn safe. And you know, the queen side, yeah, got the open bishop. So I'm kind of feeling pretty good about all things considered. I survived the opening.
You're not down any pawns.
And I'm not,
safe.
and my king is safe. So what's there to be troubled about? So I kind of
White
feel
will have to really prove where the
This is a
advantage is here.
very unusual Najdorf, though, in a sense, because
Yeah.
white is not even really playing on the king's side.
no.
The entirety of white's concept here is, I will eventually get to trade so many pieces, you will lose the pawn on a5,
Right.
and those endgames will be trouble.
Well, Alireza is certainly taking a great deal of time. I'd like to turn our attention to the game of the wildcard player. I think for a lot of the tour players, the wildcard player, obviously not playing for tour points, but you oftentimes feel like, okay, you're the lowest rated player, you're the wildcard player, I've got to beat you, and especially with the white pieces. Vincent has decided that he's going to play a very quiet opening and not test Daniel in mainline theory, and I see that
But Vincent
in the
achieved
Linden.
something already. That's a big time advantage on the clock.
Yes, and I think that's actually one of the primary reasons that he's played this particular way
Opening,
as
yeah.
white. Peter, for me, the bishop on c5, if you don't mind me saying, looks misplaced.
I was about to open my mouth and say bishop c5 is very unusual.
Yeah, what's it
it's
doing
not
there?
bad, and people do actually develop it to this diagonal occasionally, but I don't quite know why Daniel felt it was necessary. And
Right.
c7, c5 is not that important in this structure. I think generally black plays a5, a4 as much more than c5, c4 in these types of positions.
Yeah.
So putting it in front of the c-pawn is maybe not that relevant. I just don't understand what it's doing there.
Right.
Are we actually planning to put it on b6 later in the game? Like, why is it there? Is my question, more than
Its purpose,
why is it
Yeah.
in front of its own pawn?
Yeah, so what Peter and I are discussing for everybody is that whenever I had these positions myself as black, I was playing bishop e7, and the idea is, I'll demonstrate here, bishop g2, castles, and mainly my opponents were aiming for the move e2, e4, whether they used the queen or the rook, and I would play the move a5, and when my opponent played the move a3, I would often want to play the move c5 so that I could play the move a5, a4, and I more or less encourage my opponent to play a4 as well. Now with the bishop on c5, well, that's just, it just doesn't happen this way anymore.
So black has to spend a whole tempo moving that bishop back, it feels like.
Except that you did it for a reason. I'm just wondering.
So you think you should keep the bishop on c5 and make up a reason for it?
Yeah, you know, okay.
Instead of admitting that it's misplaced. and
Precisely.
back.
So what is the potential reason? Well, you may want to
D4,
play
well.
d5, d4, and, you know, I don't know, on a good day, jump with the knight to d5 and jump with the knight to c3. You know, Lev Gutman, grandmaster who's now living in Germany, liked to play these positions as white. He would put his pawn on e3, put his queen on e2, and I kid you not, king h1, Rook G1,
Oh,
G4, G4, G5.
It's like a hedgehog
Yes,
idea, right?
exactly. Like Bobby Fischer versus Ulf Anderson from their radio match.
I love that idea.
Yeah, exactly. And we had fun together back in the day. Bishop C5, again, a bit of a head scratcher for me, Peter. If you could give me a line where you think that the bishop could somehow be put to good use.
I honestly don't know. I think maybe sometimes white uses the d4 square as a kind of a, like knight d4 and then, I mean, maybe it could become useful if white decides to play this as a reti rather than as a King's Indian attack.
Yeah.
If you play c4 here and then rook c1, maybe in those positions. Because in those reti positions, the knight from f3 often does go to d4.
Yes.
And maybe then the bishop comes to b6 and is moderately useful. But yeah, I don't know why it's there. I'll be honest with you. I'm not going to make up some reason I don't believe in myself.
I was hoping for some wonderful bedtime story that would inspire me and inspire our viewers. But no, it's not there. We can't make this stuff up.
But maybe Bogdan will show us.
Maybe, yeah.
Exactly.
It's still very early on. We might see the reasoning for it.
I'm going to go to the battle between our veterans, Fabi versus Anish, for a moment,
harsh.
because we do have some developments, and I didn't expect what has been brought to us. Bishop to e6, bishop to g5, and c4.
c4 is a very playable move and a move that I think Anish, it's a kind of a blend of everything Anish likes in life, because the correct response to it, and I will be quite sharply critical of Fabi's response to c4 here, looks like the way to respond was actually just to take on f6 and take on c4. And then we get a kind of a Najdorf.
Yeah.
We were saying Anish, decided not to play the Najdorf today, but you would
Yes,
get
he
after
did.
c4, knight takes c4, we take on c4, black takes with the bishop, we go knight d5.
Right.
Very much looks like a bishop e3, knight f3, Najdorf, right?
Yes, it does.
And it's very playable for white. You could maybe even make an argument that white is ever so slightly better here. Maybe you get to play, I don't know, queen d2, rook a d1, and then eventually get the good structure. But it's also very playable for black, and Anish will have decent experience playing these positions as a player and an author of courses on Najdorf.
Exactly, exactly.
But instead, Fabi did something which I just don't like. Which really surprised me, because he went b2 before, after some thought even. Black took en passant, of course. You have no choices here. Fabi recaptured with the c-pawn. And now just play rook c8.
And I'm assuming rook c1?
Yeah, and let's say knight c6.
Knight c6.
And
at a certain moment, I have to play b4 just to bring my bishop back to life, yeah?
feels incredibly comfortable for black, honestly.
Comfortable.
I'm loving white's pawn structure. Or the bishop on a2.
Yeah, you have to play b3 before eventually. The question is whether you want to include bishop takes f6. But the problem is, well, I mean, problem maybe is strong, but I can take on a2 and play d6, d5, which I think equalizes very comfortably pretty much in every single case here.
Oops. Once again, I'm just having, don't know, sometimes I have a bad mouse day. People have bad hair
Maybe
days.
not immediately g5, but we can go h6 here. Maybe I was a little bit overcritical of this. White is not worse, but white shouldn't also have anything at all here. It feels like a very comfortable position. I will meet knight c3 with knight e7 and
knight e3 with knight e3. And we have a snapshot of Anish Giri.
Right, you called him a veteran for a good reason. He's been playing Grand Chess Tour for many, many years.
We're waiting for that beautiful graphic. It's been promised.
It's coming.
Or just not. But yes, he has been a veteran on the tour, and it's nice to see two Dutch players. Basically, Anish has been carrying the flag for Holland more or less singularly, and now he's got Jorden and Foreest to work alongside. But yes, he has been playing very, very well over the last 50 classical games, as we saw in the TPR.
Yasser, I think we've reached that point in the show where we take our first break.
Oh, lovely. What have we prepared for our audience?
We have a group interview about how the engines have changed our game of chess. So let's take a listen and we'll be right back.
I have very strong views on this matter.
Chess engines look clearly stronger than players, but players need to work with engines to improve their games.
I think better. I still think the stylistic differences between players, it's a part of your personality. So, you know, you can trust the engine, but your personality will come through at some point or another. But has definitely made players better in terms of our knowledge and our level of preparation at the start of the game.
I would say both, but I like first and foremost better because we learn from the engines and they've gotten so strong that we find it hard to keep pace, but we still learn new things from them, and especially in terms of defensive abilities. But of course, it does make every player a bit similar because now we know in which way to play that will be the most efficient. So, you know, especially in classical long-term control, we tend to play, I mean, maybe not as riskily. I mean, some players would take more risk, but overall our strategic objectives during the games are very similar.
I would say that, okay, definitely the level due to engines has been increasing a lot. Like, we just know so much more than we didn't know. But I don't know about people being more similar. I still feel like there's big differences in people's playing style, so I don't necessarily think so. I think some people use it a lot, other people don't use it as much. So it's really different for everyone. And if you look at player styles, they're quite different all over the like top. So yeah, of course the general level has been increasing, but I would say player styles have always been different and still are.
I mean, one way it has made worse because those days, if you don't have an engine, the grandmasters will look much cooler than they are right now. You can just turn on the engine and all the top players will, I mean, you can see that they're just making mistakes. So in that way, players who are playing at the top those days were much cooler.
I think better. If you compare the level of players, let's say 100 years ago to now, I still think we play better chess. And I also do believe it doesn't really kill the game. We still have a lot of things to discover.
I think both, yeah, better and similar, because everybody has access to the same tools and everybody gets better with working with engines. So I think both is the answer.
Yeah, I mean, engines changed a lot in chess, especially openings. They killed a lot of openings. But probably if you know to work with engines well, you can improve your chess, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think engines made players better, and I think as a consequence of that, they become similar because your weaknesses become less weak, right? So you sort of morph towards a universal player essentially. But still there are differences, and they are quite pronounced, but not as extreme as they used to be. So I think that indeed everybody is moving towards one universal entity, but there is a big gap between the top player and the engine. Like, the gap is so huge that we are never ever bridging it. So don't worry, not everybody will be the same.
More similar? Well, I guess both. You can say both. I mean, we're definitely better compared to the Karpov-Kasparov era, but at the same time now it's more level. So you're right, because now even a 1600 can play same openings as a super GM, so that wasn't doable before. And anyone can press spacebar, anyone can create opening files. So yeah, it's leveled the playing field in the opening for sure. And it's hard, makes it much tougher to win against weaker players.
Alireza Firouzja was born in Iran in 2003 and quickly emerged as one of the greatest young talents the chess world had ever seen. From an early age, his aggressive style, speed of calculation, and fearless creativity set him apart from other rising players. Firouzja became a grandmaster at just 14 years old and rapidly climbed through the international rankings. Competing against experienced elite grandmasters, he earned a reputation for dynamic, attacking chess and an uncompromising desire to win. Many observers saw him as the next player capable of challenging the dominance of world champion Magnus Carlsen. In 2021, Firouzja delivered a breakthrough performance on the global stage. With a series of victories against the world's best players, he crossed the 2800 rating mark, a milestone achieved by only a handful of players in chess history. At just 18, he became one of the youngest ever to reach that level. After transferring federations and beginning to represent France, Firouzja continued to compete at the highest level, qualifying for elite tournaments and candidates events while balancing interests outside chess, including fashion and design. What makes Alireza Firouzja unique is not only his talent, but the energy he brings to the board. His games are often unpredictable, tactical, and fiercely creative, capturing the imagination of chess fans around the world. Still early in his career, Firouzja is widely viewed as one of the leading figures of chess's next generation, a player with the potential to shape the future of the game for years to come. Fabiano Caruana was born in Miami in 1992 and raised in Brooklyn, where he discovered chess at an early age. What began as a childhood interest quickly became an extraordinary talent. By 14, Caruana had already earned the title of Grandmaster, becoming one of the youngest Americans ever to achieve it. Seeking stronger competition and training, he moved to Europe, where his disciplined approach and deep strategic understanding helped him rise through the international chess ranks. Calm under pressure and known for meticulous preparation, Caruana built a reputation as one of the most precise players in the world. His breakthrough came in 2014 at the Sinquefield Cup, one of the strongest tournaments in chess history. Caruana shocked the chess world by starting with 7 consecutive victories against elite grandmasters, including several of the world's top players. The performance instantly established him as a serious contender for the World Championship. In 2018, Caruana won the Candidates Tournament, earning the right to challenge Magnus Carlsen for the World Chess Championship. Their match became one of the closest in modern history, with all 12 classical games ending in draws before Carlsen won in rapid tiebreaks. Beyond trophies and rankings, Fabiano Caruana helped inspire a new generation of chess fans through his intelligence, consistency, and competitive spirit. His career stands as a testament to dedication, preparation, and the pursuit of excellence at the highest level of the game.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. We're in the middle of round 2 of classical chess and grand chess tour. Yasser, would you like to jump back to the exciting game between Sindarov and Pragg?
Yes, most definitely. And for me, the humorous moment that's taking place is Sindarov has played an extraordinarily sharp variation of the Joko piano. And he played a pawn sacrifice all very quickly, and he navigated himself to a position where he's actually got a force move. or he has to play a forced move rather.
We think it's a forced move.
That we think it's a forced move, and of course, exactly at that moment, he's gone into a 33-minute think tank, because prior to getting literally to this position, rook e8, he actually had more time than he started with. And now he's taken 33 minutes over a move that, Peter, we were thought f2, f3, bishop f5, knight takes f5, knight takes f5, g4 was all part of the blueprint of how you checkmate and open up the position on the king side.
He's about to make a move, Yasser. And look at that.
And he's gone bishop c2, which, seems to be losing.
Well, losing is strong.
Yeah. Once again, whenever I call something out as strongly as this, I have to say that I am armed with an engine, but the engine is at depth 19, which is these days equals not being armed with an engine, frankly. But queen b5, only move that doesn't lose. Also, really the only move you will make, because allowing queen d3 feels very, very bad.
Well, in fact, what I wanted to ask you, Peter, was that we thought f2, f3 was forced, and I was going to ask you, please give me another move besides f3. And we had actually discussed bishop c2 with the idea, just as you were mentioning, you get to play queen d3, it's over. Queen just immediately zooms into the h7 square, and that's it, game over. So you absolutely have to play queen b5. But sometimes forced moves or only moves can be very, very good. And the problem is that queen b5 is a very good answer to bishop c2. You're not only preventing queen d3, but you're hitting this pawn on a d5, and you're giving your bishop a chance to get away from f3, g4, g5 ideas. So after queen b5, what's the follow-up for Sindarov?
You would have to assume that he wants to play f3, bishop d7, g4 anyway.
Okay.
And go for this kind of a gamble. But after knight takes d5, g5, rook e2, it feels like black is faster. It feels like black is getting there a lot quicker than whatever it is that white is trying to achieve.
So that's pawn number 2, by the way. I like to keep its mental count.
G5.
And after g5, it
G5,
looks
rook e2,
like you're getting busted.
I think
but
I'm the one getting mated first.
But like Peter's telling us, who gets there fastest with the most? Rook e2.
I guess maybe you can hope for queen d4, but there is even more than one thing here which is very, very strong after queen d4. The simplest is just to take on g5, reminding white that with the queen on b5, additional advantage of having the queen on b5 is that hg5, rook g5, I can take on c2 and then go knight b4 check, queen takes g5.
Whoops.
This position is straight up lost for white.
Right.
There has to be something along the way which is maybe slightly more promising, but if we switch to, let's say f3, bishop d7, you can go rook d1 here, which does not lose. Because d5 pawn is important and you don't want to give black the open e-file, you can sort of understand why rook d1 is the correct move here. But if you have to play rook d1 here...
What have we done?
Why did we go rook d1
your previous concept has been, well, frankly, refuted.
Nullified, yeah.
Yeah, and black has a bunch of very strong options here. a5, rook a6, rook b6 is interesting, but even simply playing c6 here.
No,
c6, d6, knight c6, and just switching to counterattack.
I have to make an executive decision and say, just a second. I can't imagine Sindarov wants to play for rook g1. Back to d1 here. Dang, Nasi. I mean,
this
is anything that...
Honestly, very difficult to explain, because not only is this not good, queen d7 followed by rook e8, and once again, I have to say, this is not a proper engine, so I can't really claim confidently it's one of the top 3 lines. But it was one of the top 3 lines on my screen.
And it also looks like the most natural moves as well.
Yeah, those are very, very normal, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you're kind of supposed to be aware of it. And yeah, I'm a bit mystified as to what's going on here, because he is in trouble. He definitely is in trouble now after bishop c2. It doesn't seem like there is anything that we are missing, really. Queen b5,
Rook e2 looks just horrifying. I don't like the looks of rook e2. Can I do something along the lines?
By the way, is Javokhir still on undefeated streak of classical chess games? Of over
Well, some
50
streak,
games?
I'm sure, but how long is it? I would
It's
need
been
to
over 50 games, and since the candidates, he hasn't played the classical. Just yesterday was the first one, right?
Yeah.
So yeah.
His
Can that
streak is
change
alive.
today?
Yeah, I mean he blitz and rapid.
That's not the same.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm mystified. I don't get it. Queen b5 in the current position, stopping queen d3, threatening the d5 pawn, aggressing a potential rook e2. I mean, that move does it all for black. I mean, it's offense and defense combined.
I'm getting confirmation that last time Javokhir lost a classical game was in September 2025.
in the Grand Swiss, and I think it was to
won,
Prague.
by the way.
No?
It was what to Prague?
I think it was to Prague, yeah.
'Cause,
Or possibly to
he did win
Blue, but
the
I think it
event.
was to Prague, yeah.
But he lost a game or two, yeah. That's very
Okay.
impressive considering since then he's played very strong players.
Yeah. There was some irony like that. It was like, I believe it was Magnus. Magnus was on some amazing non-losing streak. And his previous loss had been to Shakhriyar.
Mm-hmm.
And then, 140 games later, guess who's playing one another?
No way.
I know, it's like super crazy, right? And
So are we seeing possibly a repeat of that?
Possible repeat. But yeah, unless Sindarov has messed things up and should have played f3 and then bishop c2, or but this move queen b5 that Prague is essaying it simply refutes bishop
Prague
c2.
just needs to play queen b5, which, as we already discussed, seems like the only move for black. Everything else looks bad for black's king.
Yes.
Right? Queen is coming to d3.
Yes. And in fact, queen b5 was such a good move. I was about to ask Peter, well, maybe I should be putting my bishop on b1, which is a little bit awkward for my king. So I'm threatening both queen d3 and queen c2. Aren't I clever?
Mm-hmm.
You can't stop me from getting onto the diagonal, I insist. And I was going to inquire about that
If there's
until
a big difference between those two moves?
until bishop c2 was played.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would so much like to get my
You still play queen b5 and you have queen c2, queen c5 there, right? So it doesn't
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And I want to correct myself. It wasn't to Prague. He lost to Ivan Cheparinov with the white pieces in
He
the
lost
Grand
to who?
Swiss.
Sorry?
Ivan Cheparinov, the grandmaster from Bulgaria.
Queen c5, and that's the problem. I mean, it looks so good. You're just about to give checkmate, and then, oops.
Oops, you don't want to trade
Oops,
queens.
indeed, yeah.
Do you think Prague's going to take a long time before he plays queen b5?
He really
Of course, as I asked that, he just made the move. Asked
it's
and
not-
answered.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is the critical moment. Because
now Sindarov in trouble.
Sindarov should now show what he means, because if he starts thinking here, then it really is panic stations. But he is reaching for the f-pawn, and for those of our viewers who have seen coverage of the candidates in particular, he has this habit of sort of declaring the move and then not making it for about 30 seconds, because he reaches for very clearly what the move will be. I don't think we've seen him deviate once from the move he reached for and then making a different one.
F3
But then
on the board?
he does this 30-second pause where you can already start preparing for the move that is coming.
So he's not doing the fake out.
No, there's no
Warning
fake
you,
outs.
I'm gonna play
It's
this.
pretty much always honestly what he is about to play.
Yeah.
Yeah, f3 bishop d7 seems extremely logical. Other moves, I mean, you can take on h5 even, which is like really heartbreaking for the white concept. If bishop takes h5 here is playable, you really aren't doing very well. But I would play bishop d7. I think why open files. g4, bishop g6, knight f5. White always has the one idea. But in this particular case, machine goes queen c4.
Queen c4.
Mm-hmm. Meaning the...
It's not a natural looking move.
No. Queen c4 or queen c5, but queen c4 is a bit stronger because I think provoking b3 is useful.
Mm-hmm.
I think taking on h5 is just
Yeah,
something
but
you don't do.
You just don't do this because
Yeah.
why give white additional hope?
And that's exactly what Sindarov wants right now.
For sure. He's a pawn down, and endgames are not looking promising whatsoever. Bishop takes h5 is kind of playing with fire, opening up more files against her king, something you shouldn't be doing. Bishop d7, on the other hand, really puts the onus on white to prove his concept. And
Right. And pawn on d5 is hanging. If you give me that pawn,
I
and
hate
rook e2 next.
I hated the move rook
D1.
D1.
That's just accepting that you did a lot of things wrong.
But I'm really not a big fan of bishop e4 either. It's sort of like the bishop went to c4, then it went to d3, then it went to c2, then it went to e4.
That's not how you attack.
That is not, in his book by Vukovic, The Art of Attack.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't, this isn't chapter and verse.
No.
Of The Art of Attack.
It really isn't.
So
We'll see. I'm sure Prag is considering to take on h5, just because it's an option. He seems excited. Peter, can you read his body language? Is he happy?
This, I think, is him reasonably happy. Yeah.
Right?
I
That's
think
what I
he
thought.
is. He feels that he's gotten a chance today, which maybe he shouldn't have gotten, because, I mean, I'm sure he knew that Queen d7 f3 was zeros, and he was happy with that because you're playing against a very strong player you've struggled against recently, and you actually remember your opening prep. You know you're fine, and you're completely fine with being fine. But now that he might be better, or even more than better, frankly, in this position, if you're doing well here with black, you're probably doing very well. It's one of those where there's going to be very little middle ground. So of course he's excited.
Along with our very, very beautiful playing hall, one of the things that our camera crew has done is taking a montage of the audience, and we see we're going to see views of the staging.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful and exciting. I did say earlier there's some children in the room as well. There you go.
Right.
They're watching their favorite players on stage. And Yasser, you know how important that is for
I love
aspiring
it.
chess
Seriously, there's nothing as thrilling after the game to be besieged by a whole group of gaggle of kids.
Yeah.
Peter.
Yeah,
Meeting your heroes.
I'm absolutely in agreement, but I just found something that I really want to show to our viewers before it disappears or before it appears on the board. Both would work for us very, very well. But yeah, let's take a look at this first.
This montage.
This is
very,
just
very
such
nice.
a gorgeous place to play chess in. I feel very envious, frankly.
Exactly. Exactly.
Oh, we have a very beautiful studio here too. Not that envious.
I mean, I was just thinking of some. Remember once at the Tata Steel, the roof leaked. And they had to move the games to the hotels, and it was sort of like, well, we didn't have the best playing hall like this one. Let's just put it that way. But a big shout out to our crew.
Back to you, Peter. Show us.
Yeah, no, there's a position. I thought this was a very quiet game, but let's switch to the game between Jorden and Wesley, which we left. We were kind of banking on Wesley finding bishop f6, bishop d4, and indeed he did find bishop f6, bishop d4. Jorden went c3, bishop c2. Black did get d6, d5, which is extremely comfortable. After knight g3, you could make an argument for playing d5, d4 just to stop white from playing d4, but instead Wesley played kind of conservatively with knight f6, rook e8. But this, I'm sure this looks like any other anti-Berlin that you've seen in your life. And black has normal moves here, like you can play bishop c7, you can play queen d6. Black is just generally fine. But Wesley went for something quite ambitious with knight g4, queen d3, and now queen h4. Really, after queen d3, had no choices anymore, and this obviously was the plan. And Jorden is thinking, and the fact that he's thinking is very, very good for him, I think. Because I think it's very easy to autopilot something like h2, h3 here, after which black's strategy immediately pays off, and black is doing quite well. But there is a move here which is very striking. White has the move bishop h6.
Bishop h6.
Bishop h6. Bishop g5 comes to mind, but the problem with bishop g5 is that after queen takes h2, king f1, h7 is not hanging. And black just plays bishop c8, d7.
Right.
And we're a pawn down and just lost because we lost the pawn on h2. The difference is bishop h6 attacks the rook on e8 and also attacks the bishop, the pawn on h7. And black is, well, regrettably, there is a bailout, which I just noticed. You can play, continuing the streak of really weird-looking moves. Black can play bishop f5, protecting the rook on e8 forcefully, and then g7, g6, and then recapture on h6 eventually with something, which appears to equalize.
But that's hard to find.
It is not easy to find. And if you don't see that, your other option is queen takes h2, king f1, and in this position, strictly the only move, rook e8, e4. And then you get this very strange position, knight takes e4, queen takes h6. Importantly for black, knight takes f6 doesn't really give mate because black can defend the e8 square by taking with the knight. So white will play something like, I guess knight c5 is playable, knight g5 is playable. And we get this really, really weird looking position where white is an exchange up, but there's no h-pawn on the board anymore. Black definitely has compensation for it. You can play g7, g6. You can play even something more quirky, like king g8 f8, stopping the threat of rook e8 mate, and hoping to launch some kind of a counterattack on the king side. So this used to be a very quiet game. It really isn't anymore if Jorden finds bishop h6.
Also, an hour difference on the clock. We rarely see Wesley being so behind.
That is true.
One time.
Yeah, he's very, very good time management by Wesley.
Jordan's been thinking for a while here, I feel, and the more he thinks, the more I think the likelihood of him finding bishop h6 increases.
Yeah, very, very.
Because
high.
if you don't see it, you just play h3 or knight f1, and you're fine, but you're never better.
Yeah, precisely. h3 kind of gives completely up any hopes for an advantage, and bishop h6 is definitely crafty. Ooh. Nice.
If I saw that move, it'd be very hard to not play it. Even if I see black's response, bishop f5 and g6. I mean, it's such a cool move. How often do you get to make moves like that?
Exactly. I remember a game between Walter Brown and Arthur Bisguier, where in the main line of the Petrov Russian defense, Walter at the board came up with like the novelty of the year and planked down bishop h6. Yeah, at the board. And it was just
impressive.
Yeah, it's a fantastic move, just an absolutely gorgeous gem.
And elsewhere in the tournament, I think we got our answer about the bishop c5 move in the game between Vincent and Bogdan.
Yeah.
And the answer is it was just standing there provoking d3, d4. And it did successfully provoke d3, d4.
Oh, no.
Which I think is a success, honestly.
Oh, it's a huge success if you can get your opponent.
That was the purpose behind it, and it worked.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he went knight c6 and then a5 as expected, and Vincent considered his options for a while and thought, okay, I have nothing smarter anymore than the move d3, d4, and now the bishop on h7 is glorious.
True that. Now you end up playing c2, c4, and kind of in ready style playing e3. I would have actually been more curious to see what Daniel intended against e3, queen e2, and then the slow king, slow expansion on the king side, because you're not breaking through on the queen side.
No.
And you're not breaking through in the center either. So it would have been an intriguing position. Nasi, what would you like to guide us?
Let's go to Fabi's game and see how that Spanish position is developing.
Wow, it's... I didn't expect this position. Yeah, two sets of double pawns. Thank you for helping me there out. When we left it in this position, and I think we were including moves rook c8 and rook c1, but essentially we were playing the move knight c6.
There was a very beautiful tactic there, which I missed, which looks like maybe Anish also missed, because he would have been attractive to him, I think.
What's that, Peter?
Let's take a look at rook c8, rook c1. I just want to show one position there.
Sure.
Rook c1, knight c6,
yep.
b3, b4.
Yes.
And in this position, we were playing bishop takes a2, which is just a mistake.
Okay.
Because actually, after b3, b4, knight takes e4 wins material.
Knight takes e4 wins material.
This works out.
So if we take on e7,
knight takes c3, and this works out.
And
this is very, very missable from afar.
Right, knight e4. You're just thinking knight takes e4. Ha ha ha.
But that really is the only reason rook c8, knight c6 is strong, because otherwise white is completely fine and maybe even pressing a little bit. I mean, it's zeros, but white is not unhappy.
Right.
But white would definitely be unhappy here if you allow knight takes e4 in this position.
Exactly. None of this happened because Anish actually played b5, b4 himself, anticipating that white was going to do that. So he said, okay, I'm going to stop you. And Fabi said, well, good for you. I'll take this, and I'll take the sender. Thank you for asking. And he played the move d3, d4, and anticipating that knight takes b4. He's got... Boy, that is so bad. Knight takes b4. He's got bishop b1, as well as d5, but I think bishop b1 was his intention. And Anish said, no, no, I don't need to do this. I will play instead bishop to g4, and maybe he wants to drop in on the d4 square in case of d5?
Yeah.
Of course.
And this is a very interesting position because the best move in this position, I think, is very, very difficult for a human player to make. The best move is just to completely ignore what black is doing and to play h2, h3.
No.
Just giving up the pawn on d4 in like 10 different ways.
No, I just can't imagine myself playing move h3.
But it is significantly stronger than everything else.
Wow.
Queen takes f3. If you take with the knight on d4, you're slightly worse after queen b1. Sorry, queen d3. Because I'm intending to just play bishop takes f6, knight d5, then bishop b1. We get a kind of a Chelyabin-Sveshnikov position, which is generally quite playable for white. A6 is weak, and
what's going on today? It's knight d5, and everybody's playing a Sicilian without playing a Sicilian.
Very much so.
I mean, no, I can't imagine myself playing h3. That didn't happen, by the way. Let me emphasize.
Fabi took on e5 with the pawn.
Yeah,
but that is a remarkable move, Peter. I just couldn't have guessed that.
Wanted to show it to you and to our viewers because I think it's one of the really weirdest, best moves in the position I've seen in some time. Yeah, just completely ignoring the entirety of what your opponent is doing.
So oftentimes at the board, you sit there and you say to yourself, okay, what am I going to do? And you construct this plan for yourself, which is what chess is all about. You think about your plans. And then when it's your opponent's time to think, you kind of ask yourself a question, what is my opponent trying to do? And when my opponent plays the move bishop g4, I spot it immediately. Say, aha, that bad man, he wants to play knight takes d4. So I don't think I move h3.
Ignore it completely.
I think, what can I do to stop this?
Even provoke him to do it.
Not only do I not stop him, I encourage knight takes d4. No, that would have been.
So we all agree d takes e makes more sense.
I'm still a little bit unsure about this move d5.
That was an option, yeah.
But DE. Now the interesting thing here right now is that Anish in turn is considering his recaptures. He can capture on f3, he can capture on e5 with the knight or the pawn, and
this is a bit of a throwback to yesterday, I want to say, actually, in a weird way, because Anish is completely fine regardless of how he takes on e5, but knight takes e5 is a legitimate attempt to play for a win, because the white pieces are so disjointed and the pin on the knight on f3 is so annoying that even though you're a pawn down here, the engine thinks white has to play carefully not to be worse. Maybe he's already slightly worse, actually.
I mean, the pawns
g takes e5, on the other hand, equalizes on the spot. So it is a bit of a kind of a tester for Anish. Does he think he's already maybe slightly better? And if he doesn't believe that, just as yesterday, he has a way to equalize very safely. But if he does take with the pawn, I think white is also going to be very safe.
Okay, give me the safe equality and why you're thinking...
g5, queen d8.
Do I take on d or take on f6?
Well, the engine goes queen takes d8 and then just knight d5 and says everything comes off.
Aha. And let's make a draw.
Yeah.
So to speak. Okay.
It says we are not going to be better with white, so let's just make sure we're not worse.
Okay.
I also want to point out that Anish is starting the tournament with 2 black pieces.
Yes,
and
he
in
is.
both of those games, he's the one
who's dictating
how the game's going to go.
Yeah.
That's quite impressive.
Truly. If you don't mind, bishop takes f6, bishop takes f6, knight d5. I'm assuming you want to play
Knight
knight
d4.
d4.
Yeah.
And you
this one is playable for white, but I think you generally take black, frankly, because you're going to have to take on f3 with the pawn eventually. There should be one bishop g5 or something. And
bishop g5.
Yeah, bishop g5, and then eventually I'll take on f3 and play.
I was trying to, I was trying desperately to put my bishop and bring it back to civilization. Let's pause our analysis, though.
Yes, let's go over to Bucharest to hear from Cristian and Anastasiya.
Well, things are moving very, very fast here in Bucharest. Anastasiya, you just came back from the playing hall, and you were saying that Sindarov and Pragg, who are playing just an incredible game so far, very, very complex, despite the fact that the engine is giving Praggnanandhaa black a winning advantage, is not as clear. But they're playing very fast.
Yes, so at the moment I came to the playing venue, I mean, you could feel the tension between them. They started to blitz out the moves, and also I must admit that we have so many spectators today, and everybody is focused, everybody is checking the screens, because we have plenty of screens at the venue, so people can follow every move live, by the way. And
is it Friday today? Because I'm losing track of time, but I guess
for me,
the weekend is coming.
Round 1, round 2. So today, yes, it's Friday, and it's clear that many spectators took the advantage of the evening, of Friday evening, and they came here visiting the games. It's really tense, and perhaps, Cristian, you can show the last moves, because I think many things.
Yes, right yes. Now. So I think after f3, bishop takes h5, this is more or less where you guys caught the last glance at this one. G4, bishop to G6, and of course Sindarov went for this move, knight to F5. And I was really shocked to see the engine's eval in the position. It says minus 2.16. That's a huge advantage, decisive advantage for Praggnanandhaa. But it's not that easy. I was going through the lines, is really not easy. For example, the very natural move, just take another pawn, right, on D5. Already after knight takes H6, this one is more or less close to equality. You cannot take because you get checkmated after queen takes h6.
Yes,
there's absolutely nothing to do against that. You have to go king to f8, and I have enough compensation. Now, we're getting word that queen to c5, the best move, by the way, in the position, has been played. So already a step in the right direction for Pragg. Now, we're expecting king to b1. You really don't want this bishop on c2 to be pinned like this.
So you want to leave?
Yes, and another idea is very often I'm getting my knight out, and then at some point queen to e3 with the king on c1 is coming, and if black exchanges the queens, it's pretty much game over, because I have so many pawns up, right? So many pawns advantage. What white is hoping is that the attack will be successful on this side. So king to b1 obviously makes a lot of sense.
Look, the evaluation is changing
It's
immediately.
dropping.
Yes,
exactly,
it's dropping.
exactly.
But, you know, Cristian, like, imagine you're playing with white, and do you think that your position is worse at this moment? Like, just from the normal human perspective, like now we see the evaluation, but if you have this game against Pragg, if you're sitting in the playing venue, how do you feel about it?
I would be hoping. I would be feeling like I'm playing hope chess at this point, because I understand that's most likely out of the opening after I blitzed out my moves. I probably did not make the best moves. He spent some time,
I'm pawn down, right, at this moment.
A couple of pawns down
now,
already. This one would be the third.
Yeah.
After knight takes d5.
Crazy.
But then I'm looking at the lines. Knight takes h6. Look at this. Okay, you take on h6. Now I take on g6. How safe would you be feeling in this position after queen takes h6?
You know, this is what I like about opposite castling. You always have these exciting games where
very
you
close
never
to checkmating
know. You never know, yes, what will happen. And look at the evaluation. Still, black seems like better, but good luck finding the only move like queen d4. Perhaps yes, defending h8 square, but
your king looks really in danger in this position. At the same time, look, Pragg is a calculating machine. Everybody is a calculating machine in this competition, but Pragg especially, he understands this type of dynamics, and I'm expecting him to find the right moves. Now, after taking on h6, perhaps I can take, and the rook, sorry, not f6, of course, take on g6, and rook to c1, again, to try to divert the queen from this square on d4. You have to keep contact with the knight on d5.
So queen b5.
So queen to b5, and now I take. How safe would you feel in this one? Now you really cannot go to
d4,
d4, so you have to give a check first. I go king to a1, and maybe you finally reach d4 once again, but it just looks so strange, right? And everything has to be calculated perfectly from afar. So both of these players are trying to understand right now. They're in the heat of the battle. And my question to you, Anastasiya, is how much do you think the last two results matter in their minds? Especially in Prague's mind, right? Because obviously he's a few pawns up, but his king is getting attacked. He knows that he lost 2 games in a row at the candidates under the brightest of lights. And in this type of very complex positions, how do you think his morale is right now, Prague's?
You know, he had time to recover. There were 3 weeks in between the events, and let's say he also noticed that Javokhir didn't have great event in Poland so far. So I think he also has experience playing in GCT, and he knows it's not an easy walk at all. So I think his morale is quite high, and he's just ready for fight as usual. You know, Prague is here not for jokes. He wants to win every game. This is his attitude.
And on the flip side of the coin, you know, if you're Sindarov, you win 2 games in crazy battles against Prague, maybe you get overconfident. And maybe you start taking unnecessary risks in the opening phase like he did in this one. Things could backfire, and we could be seeing a decisive result in this one. Anything can still happen, but again, there's plenty of time for both players on the clock, so we're not going to see those blunders made possible by time trouble situations. So we're expecting a precise game, and if that's the case, Prague most likely has the upper hand in this one. Guys, for the moment, back to you. We'll be here with some insights as the day goes on.
Thank you
so much.
Anastasiya and Cristian. Yeah, nice insights there to these games. And, well, we've been keeping our eye on this.
Yeah, like Cristian pointed out, Prague's position is technically winning, but it's really not that easy.
Yeah, and, well, the clock times, too. The players have definitely slowed down. Jump in on this one, Peter. I'm not a fan of the move bishop takes h5 myself, but you heard Cristian say that Prague is a great calculator. They're all great calculators.
Yeah, and I think perhaps he thought that he doesn't see any refutation, and indeed there is no refutation on bishop takes h5. So he is sort of trying to maximize. He's trying to collect everything, and if he doesn't get mated here, I mean, being 2 pawns up is better than being 1 pawn up, you know.
Correct.
From that respect, you can very much understand this decision. And it does appear to be working out, but he has to play quite precisely. If he doesn't take on d5 here, much of his advantage dissipates. You can go, like, there are kind of controlling routes he can choose, like king g8 f8, actually, is not stupid here, trying to keep things under control, perhaps trying to play knight g8 and put everything under lock and key. But white does get counterplay there. There is no immediate way to launch a mating attack, but you get to stabilize. And, you know, it's kind of weird to describe a position where white is 2 pawns down as stabilization, but you get to stabilize a little bit. Bishop c2, e4 here, for instance, is playable. And there's definitely some compensation for the 2 sacrifice pawns. Knight takes d5, the lines Cristian was just showing, they do appear to be winning, but you have to steel yourself for some sacrifices. And I think he played something, no, he did take on d5.
He took on d5.
Yeah, and it does look like he's come to play, and he's not afraid to challenge himself with potentially difficult calculations.
From Sindarov's point of view, he can see that this move knight e3 is coming. If you, as black, get to play knight e3 and just start trading off all the minor pieces and you don't get to play g5 and have some fun, it really comes down to this very forcing sequence, right? Knight takes h6 check, g takes h6.
Take on g6.
Take on g6.
I know it's not the same, but this piece sacrifice reminds me of Sindarov doing this against Hans. Was it? No, who was it again? Against Gukash, when he sacrificed the piece.
Yes. There you go. Yeah. And Gukash defended that tremendously well. Bishop takes g6, h takes g6. Now, Cristian was including the move rook c1, and that makes a lot of sense to me as well, because there might be positions where it's desirous to play rook takes h6, but you don't want to face the ugly consequence of queen takes g1. So you bring your rook to c1.
As you can see on our screen, most of the other games are quite balanced. It's just Prague who has an advantage right now.
Exactly, and this is where Cristian was saying Queen d3 and Queen d4. Peter, jump in. All of this whole sequence is forced up to this moment. Is that right? Have I got this right?
Well, almost. If we can go back to my screen for a second.
Sure, please do.
The reason knight takes h6 has not been played yet is you can try to play bishop e4 first. Stopping very importantly, as Yasser pointed out, knight d5 e3 would have ended the game on the spot. Bishop e4 does stop that from happening. And then perhaps try to sacrifice on h6 or g7. But the engine says c7, c6 is quite decent, but the move knight d5, b6 appears to be strongest. I don't know how easy it is to move pieces away from the king side, but it seems like there is just no attack. You can once again try for the same attack, which will get stopped by the same maneuver. The moment the queen appears on the long diagonal and starts being aimed at the g7 square, there's just the rook on g1 is just not in play. There is not enough attackers. The rook on h1 is good, the queen on h6 is very good, but the rook on g1 just cannot be included in the attack fast enough, and black covers everything sufficiently. And once you see this idea, you will see this in every single position, so you're not that scared with black. But still, going knight g5, b6 in this position, which is, for instance, much stronger than knight f6. Knight f6, knight takes h6, now this works out for white, because the queen doesn't get to g7 fast enough. It's actually in the way on f6, which is quite remarkable. So white has options. Knight h6 is not the only thing you can do. You can also play bishop e4. Both of them are bad, though. You really aren't doing well here, whatever you do. And yeah, we were kind of critical of bishop takes h5 by Pragg because we thought that it gives white a bit more hope. But
maybe
if you're calculating very cleanly,
yeah,
it's a good move. It's a good move, and so far Pragg has been calculating quite cleanly.
One of the things, Peter, I don't know about yourselves, one of the things I'm sitting there, in my mind, I've already sacrificed 2 pawns. My attack had better work. And when I see a move like bishop e4, you know, it goes through my mind that I don't like the move because I'm giving my opponent an opportunity of, you know, just throwing it out there, of, say, rook takes, pawn takes, and just go back. And now that I'm looking at this bishop on g6, and I'm saying, oh my God, I'm never going to break through against that beautiful defensive bishop. I mean,
you could take it now after 97, but then it still doesn't seem like
but my
king get to black's king.
Yeah, my king, black's king feels like it's kind of in a nice little cocoon over there, and I better, you know, reset my mind to this idea that I'm not having a checkmating, glorious attack going on. So that's why I would find myself reluctant to playing the move bishop e4. But we've been discussing, you know, how difficult it is already for Sindarov to break through. And that game you mentioned with Gukesh is really relevant.
I'm sure he's itching to take knight h6. It's so tempting.
Exactly. Rook takes h6 would be really, really a gem of a move as well if it wasn't for queen takes g1. And that's very hurtful.
Could he start with rook c1 here?
Pragg is properly bouncing in his chair.
I can see that. He seems quite happy, yes. What about rook c1 here?
Rook c1? Okay, let's put it on.
Since you mentioned the hanging rook on g1, why not
get
move
rid
it
of
to the
it?
tempo? But you're not really using it on g5 anyways at the moment.
Yeah, would have been a good move, but black can take on f5 now, and if bishop takes f5, queen b5, your attack is no longer in time.
It's not there. There's no there anymore.
Yeah. Very importantly, though, this hinges on the fact that queen b5, a4 runs into rook e2.
And Peter,
if black did not have this, maybe it would have been potentially a little bit playable for white, but rook e2 here is extremely strong.
Yeah, that hurts.
And now the queens come off, and white is still 3 pawns down. It's not even 2, it's 3.
That's a lot. That's really
that is a lot of pawns, yeah.
Too many.
Yeah.
I remember the first two. Where did it go? Where did it go wrong? Slowly at first.
And then all at once. Yeah.
Then all at
once, as the famous quote goes.
Exactly. How did you experience bankruptcy?
And by the way, I just this will disappear in a moment. So let's briefly switch to Keymer against Deac, because the last sequence is very funny. They got to that position after d4 bishop e7. Vincent played c2, c4, and now Deac said, okay, my position is extremely harmonious, but I have this really strange knight on c6. So he put it back on b8. And here, I think Deac's move is very understandable, but Vincent just decided, okay, anything you can do, I can do better, and go and let knight b1 himself. And this is now kind of a, I want to say, Queen's Indian. But the bishop is not on b7, it's on h7. I think it's better on h7, frankly.
Oh, much better.
I really like this for black, like some position like this, or c7, c6 first.
Like one of
it's around equal, but if anyone is going to be better long term, I feel like maybe it's black actually.
Yeah, it's
if you're not very accurate.
Those Dutch, Slav, Stonewall style positions.
Yeah, a mixture of just about everything.
Where
black
the
is
bishop
so
is
healthy
beautiful
here.
on h7, isn't it?
Mm.
Yeah, that's all started because of the move d3, d4. But that is crazy. Knight
b8, knight b1.
Knight b8, knight b1.
If there was a way to search for the sequence of people placing their pieces on the starting square in the sequence, would have been an interesting...
Well, there's that famous game by Dubov, right? So that comes to mind.
That is a very good spot by Nazi. Yeah.
Knight b1 here. Yeah, again, I think coaches, especially the Scholastics coaches, I mean, are kind of tearing their hair out when they see their young charges on developing their pieces. Why did you do that? Knight c6 to b8, knight b1.
I understand why black did that. For white, I'm a little bit more confused.
Me too, and I would have found myself drawn to the idea of playing for e2, e4, either by popping my knight on the e5 square, or indeed, playing more conventionally with h4, knight h2, e4. But I'm with Peter. I think that black is doing just fine here. Where would you like us to go, Nasi?
I did see that Anish chose to take on e5 with the pawn.
Okay, so let's jump on that one.
Peter was telling us if he was playing for a win, maybe he would have taken with the knight. Maybe now he's more looking forward to end the game in a draw.
This is now quite safe for pretty much everybody, I would say.
But is black still the one putting a little bit of pressure, or is it completely dead equal?
I think things just disappear off the board. You will eventually have to take on b4, and then I think it's very likely that the entire queen side disappears and the game fizzles.
Like knight.
You can take on b4 immediately. You can take on b4 after taking on f3, and maybe some slight precision is required from white so as not to have to grovel a little bit. It's interesting that in both of those cases, let's go knight takes b4 here.
Right.
The engine says rook a4. Which will cost you the e-pawn, but which will forcefully open your bishop on b1. Knight d5, e d5, bishop f3, g f3. And despite the structure now being completely ruined, the engine values the fact that the bishop on b1 is now participating in the game a lot higher than those purely aesthetic concerns, and says it's zeros. And yeah, it does look like zeros, frankly.
Right.
Wow.
So we expect this game to end in a draw. And how are the two Frenchmen doing in that?
Yeah, this one is very interesting. This one,
Sicilian.
if we could switch to mine, I wanted to show you some moments in that game.
Please.
We left it. We got a position very similar to what we were discussing via a slightly different move order. And in this position, Alireza made a very interesting choice. You could still play, like queen f2 transposes directly to the position we had on the screen earlier. In this position, you can even gain a tempo by playing h2, h3. And if you take on f3, it's the same one we had earlier, but with the pawn already on h3, meaning that the g2, g4 is coming a lot faster. But Alireza chose a very interesting strategic choice here, which is f3, f4, which for those of our viewers perhaps slightly unfamiliar with the structures, it might look very strange to give black this passer on the e4 square. But it's something that they do quite often. It keeps the e-file closed. If you don't play knight g4 straight away, white will play h3, and the knight on f6 will never get to g4, which is why MVL understandably played knight g4 straight away. Queen a3 is very strong in response, attacking the pawn on d6. MVL went with knight f2, knight d3. And this is arguably maybe the turning point of the game. I don't know how the game will end, but it definitely is a very, very important kind of a fork in the road where the knight is being aimed at the c5 square, and you can also just take it and win a pawn. And it was actually, I think, stronger to completely ignore it and play something like rook f1 here. With the intention, first of all, I think the engine prefers attacking the one on d6 to winning the one on d3. And secondly, maybe you want to play maybe you want to play a 4 f5 in some positions. And if you play knight c5, the engine calmly goes queen e3, blockades the passer, and then starts playing for h3, g4, and an attack on the king side, safe in the knowledge that the queen side is completely blocked off. Those light pieces on b5 and c6 still completely preclude any kind of an attack on the queen side. But very understandably, Alireza thought, okay, why shouldn't I be a pawn up? And took on d3, took on e8, and took on d3. And now after queen b6, black appears to be completely fine. Well, I don't know if I can use the word shockingly here, because this is the one that you want with black. You want your bishop on g7 to be dominant on a pretty much open board. Your rook is quite active. The queen will enter either g1 or f2 squares. You can't block off the entirety of the queen side. If you play something like king a2, queen g1, and h3, you're already in a lot of trouble after rook e1. You just cannot do that at all. This is very risky. You probably just straight up lose this with white if you're not an engine. So lines start looking like maybe you can go rook e2 straight away. Black will take, give this check, take on h2, and we get some kind of a race like this where, well, white already has a passer. So maybe it's tempting to think white is maybe slightly better because you already have a passer which might run quite quickly. But as is often the case in these types of positions, on a completely open board, the bishop is stronger than the knight. And the engine says it's equal, but honestly, I think in practical terms, I am maybe even picking black. Because because it's just easier to play. The king is safer. At some point, you'll start pushing your own passers down the board, and the bishop will come out via, let's say, the g4 square, covering the passer on the a file. Very sharp endgame, but very double-edged endgame, frankly.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. And I grew up in an environment where I was playing in Swiss tournaments, and I literally was required to score 5.5 out of 6, or 6.5 out of 7, and
to win events. Right?
To win events. So playing very risky with the black and white pieces, and this is the position I would happily take as black in a Swiss event. Like, hey, look, we're not making a draw. One of us is going to win, and I think it's going to be me. Now we play in these incredibly strong, round robin tournaments, and every square becomes a focus point. Every pawn.
Yeah, because we saw the history of this event. +2 wins the event outright.
Exactly.
Most of the time.
You don't have to go +9, +8, to win the tournament. And as we saw in the bonus pool, just a couple of victories will get you some serious cash bonus prize. But queen b6, and what Peter was saying is absolutely spot on. I mean, as white, you like to control the opponent's queen, most especially, but the queen is coming in and it's launching itself to go pawn hunting. And it's very hard to contain. And I'm thinking, in anticipation of the queen's entrance, king a2, and just seeing what we can do. But I see this as a 3-result game.
I think it very much is, yeah. I want to agree with that. And before we go to a different segment of the show, I just want to, there's nothing happening there, but I do want to point out that Jorden is still thinking in that position where he has bishop h6. And previously I said the longer he thinks, the likely it is that he plays bishop h6. But maybe he actually already sort of crested that moment, past which you start thinking, okay, maybe I should bail. Maybe I'm now too low on the clock and it's too unclear. And I mean, I'm 100% certain he sees it, because if he hadn't seen it, he would have played something else already. But I think there's definitely a point there where if you haven't played it in the first half an hour, you start doubting yourself to such a degree that you end up playing something conservative instead.
You talk yourself out of it.
You're absolutely right about that, yes. I'm not expecting bishop h6 anymore.
Right.
Yeah, it feels less likely now.
And by the way, after knight takes d5, sorry, I didn't see Sindarov.
No, I think Sindarov is still thinking we don't have a move on that board.
Exactly.
Yes.
So 3 pawns down is our challenger, Sindarov. He came in, gangbusters, and
Look at that. He's taken on h6. I knew he was tempted to
of course,
make that move.
Of course. And this has been our main line. Knight takes h6. G takes h6.
You can see they're both moving a lot at the board, but Sindarov seems nervous while Pragg seems happy.
Yes. And bishop takes g6 and rook c1. I think that this has been our main challenge, right? Queen b5, queen takes h6, and it looks really, really, really good. You know, you've got queen g6 and rook h8 on tap. You've got queen h7, until you see a crucial defensive mechanism of bringing the queen to the long diagonal.
Going right back to g7 and
covering
h8.
h8. Yeah. Queen takes g6, gets met by queen g7, and suddenly Pragg, with the material in hand, I don't believe the attack is real. And you mentioned
really.
Gukesh defending brilliantly against a piece sacrificed by Sindarov as well.
Absolutely, and we will come back to this game as we take a short break, Yasser.
Okay.
But the audience will have a chance to listen to Ben Underwood, who has some fun stuff prepared for you. So enjoy, and we'll be right back.
Hello everybody and welcome back to your continued break coverage of the 2026 Grand Chess Tour. My name is Ben Underwood, statistician at the St. Louis Chess Club. We're going to be hanging out talking about some of the projections on these players. We're looking at past tournaments in Romania, maybe looking into the future of what may happen into this one. So don't go anywhere. We're going to get it started right now. But before we do anything, we have to go to a puzzle, and this one comes directly from last year in the game between Firouzja and MVL, which is fitting because they're playing each other today. So go ahead and take 3 seconds to look at this. It is white to move and win here. And if you want to pause it and take a look at it, we're going to come right back at the end of the break. So let's get started into some of these projections. So a few of the factors that go into this model are the current ELOs, their head-to-heads versus the rest of the field, and their recent performance. So considering recent performance, it is no surprise to see Sindarov at the top of this graph. His recent performance in the candidates was monumental, and it is definitely carrying him in these pre-tournament projections. You look at Caruana, and he has an amazing record versus the rest of the field here. Now, if those head-to-heads were weighted a little bit less, he might be down towards like the 15 or 14%. However, he is right up there with Sindarov at 17.6. Looking at Giri, Firouzja, So, Keymer, these are all high ELO players who can win any tournament they step foot in, but they'll have to play aggressively if they want a chance here in Romania. But I want to take a look at these 2 players at the bottom. First, we have Pragg at only 6.8%. Now, this seems way too low for me. You look at Pragg, and he owns this tournament. Granted, he's only played in it twice. However, in both 2024 and 2025, he's at least tied for first in both of those tournaments. And of course, in 2025, he won the tiebreak to win that entire tournament. MVL as well. In the past 7 Grand Chess Tours, he's been in the top 3. He's a very dangerous player, and you don't get top 3 without some great tournament performances. So let's take a look at their performance rating over the last 50 classical games. Of course, Sindarov, no surprise here, at 28.06. He did an amazing job in the candidates, which has carried that number. Caruana at 27.87, a little bit lower than his current ELO, but possibly he can win some games here in Romania and get that back up. Giri, So, Keymer, no big surprises here. Van Foreest as well. But then looking at Firouzja, he has not played a lot of classical games recently. In fact, I had to go all the way back into 2024 to look for the last 50 recent classical games for him. Pragg, as well, as you know, we all know he's struggling a little bit in the classical games right now, but he's very dangerous at this Romania tournament. And who are they chasing? They are chasing these past winners in Romania. Looking at 2021, Mamedirov, 6 out of 9, best performance in Romania so far on the Grand Chess Tour, 28.65 TPR, and he was the only sole first to gain 13 GCT points. Excuse me, actually, Caruana in 2023 got it as well, but only Mamedirov the only to score 6 out of 9. Looking at 2022, MVL did win this tournament in the past, and it's possible he does it again. 5.5 out of 9, 28.43 with 10 GCT points earned. Caruana, 2023, 2024, won both of those. I want to look at 2024, though. 5 out of 9, only +1 was enough to win that tournament. 28.71, also funny because his tournament performance rating to win was less than his current ELO. He tied with 3 other people that year for the top spot to get only 9.25 GCT points there. And Prague, of course, won last year's tournament with 5.5 out of 9. So this is what you need, where you need to be to win in Romania, but where do you need to be all-time great on the Grand Chess Tour in a tournament? Here are the best tournament performance ratings of all time. Carlsen, here, 2019 Croatia, he scored 8 out of 11, 29.48 performance rating. Topalov, 2015 in Norway, 29.46. We have Ironian at the 2015 Sinquefield Cup, Nepo 2017 in London, and MVL in the 2017 Sinquefield Cup. But I want to take a look at some interesting numbers right here. Carlsen, in 2019, scored 8 out of 11. Now, that was enough for +5 that year, and then Topalov scored 6.5 out of 9 here at 2015 in Norway. These are the only 2 tournaments in Grand Chess Tour history in the classical section that scored +4 or more. So if a player wants to get on this graph in this Romania tournament, they're going to have to score 6.5 or better, given the tournament average rating. Let's take a look now into the blunders in Romania. We're going to be tracking these throughout the tournament. We're currently at 3 after day 1, but just as a little bit of a threshold, let's look at the total tournament blunders in 2025 and 2024. In 2025, we had 95 blunders, which is a lot for a classical tournament of 9 rounds. And then in 2024, a little bit more dull players were capitalizing on those opportunities that they had, but still a few blunders at 48. We had some significant ones as well. Deac, 2025, lost 50% of his expected score in a single move. So in 2024, also lost 50%. We're going to take a look at this Deac blunder, though, because it is quite an interesting idea. Deac in this played knight takes knight on G3. Can you take 3 seconds to try to figure out what the move is? It is F7. You can't stop that pawn. So after Deac saw this, immediately so plays F7 and Deac resigned. We have an awesome game going on right now between Sindarov and Prague, and it is our highlight matchup. Sindarov defeated Prague 2 times in the candidates tournament, and they are the 2 youngsters in this tournament playing a very fighting game right now. Sindarov, 5th world rank, Prague 17th right now, but Prague is no stranger to the top 5 rankings. Let's take a look at their rating progressions and how they got here. Well, 12-month rating progression, we have Prague here in the purple. You see in September of 2025, he was up there world ranked number 4 at 2785 rating, and he has been struggling quite a bit since then, slowly going down here into the 2730 range. And then Sindarov is the complete opposite, stayed around the 2720 range for quite a while, and now he is up all the way to 2776 after that candidate's performance. We have an exciting game going on right now, and it is going to be interesting to see where this one goes today. That brings us back to our puzzle. Can you take 5 seconds longer to find the move? If you said rook takes on G4, you would be correct. Now, what is the idea here? Well, you can't take this rook because after check on F6, that queen is left out to dry. So what is the other option here? Well, MVL decided to play queen to H8. However, what happens when you do that, queen to H8, you can threaten the queen again on H4. Queen moves right back to G7, and you take on F6. Now you have the F4 pin with the rook, and MVL saw this, and he decided to resign here. We'll have to see if this one between them in 2026 ends decisively, but this was quite an exciting tactic to see last year. Thank you all for hanging out. We are going to be back tomorrow with some more statistics. So if you have any questions on the statistics, want to know anything about the players, go ahead and throw those questions in chat. But for now, I'm going to throw it back to the studio where Yasser, Nazi, and Peter have continued coverage in Romania.
And we're back. Thank you everyone for watching. And thank you, Ben Underwood. That was a very fun puzzle.
It was. It was really, really nice. Take a look at the pairings as round 2 has been underway.
Yeah, still everyone playing. So let's remind everyone, it's Fabiano against Anish, Javokhir against Pragg, Vincent Keymer against Bogdan-Daniel, Jorden against Wesley, and the 2 Frenchmen, Alireza against MVL.
Great clashes across the board, but we have to get back to one of the marquee matchups. All of them are great, but most especially the one between Sindarov, the challenger, and Pragg, because, well, it's been a sacrificial show by the challenger. He's 3 pawns down. Then he just uncorked a piece sacrifice, and he is playing into the line that Cristian and Anastasiya had been analyzing right
We just saw him play rook c1, so
yep.
As we already know from previous analysis, Pragg has to play queen b5.
Yeah, a very narrow path, but if he finds all of these moves, that is, if Pragg finds all of the best defensive moves, including what we expect him to now play, queen b5, and after queen takes h6, yes, from afar, this idea of mating with queen h8 and rook h7 looks especially impressive for white until you see check. And you say, okay, great, but what are you going to do next? I mean, you defended your pawn with g6. No, it's not about the g6 pawn that I'm defending. Rather, it's about defending the h8 square, so you can't go queen h8 and rook h7. And your next turn after capturing is, of course, to draw back with the queen, and then, whoops, that's...
And then black is up a full piece, not even extra pawns, and he's about to make a move, queen b5 on the board. Of course, he's calculated all this.
Now, the crazy part is the engine is, I'm looking on your board, the engine is saying white's worst, but it's
not by a lot.
Yeah,
terrible.
No, it's really, I've been staring at it in absolute disbelief. Let's maybe switch to my screen for a second, because after queen b5, you do have to take on h6. There's nothing else at all. Queen d3, king a1, queen d4. And it's very, very important to begin with a check on h7 here.
Okay.
So after king f8, queen takes g6, if you play queen g7, now there is queen f5 check, which is massively important in this position. And this actually loses for black. So instead of queen g7, queen f6 is much stronger. Okay. And in this position, shockingly, I'm trying to interpret this into human language. I have a feeling even this endgame offers maybe decent chances of survival for white.
Really?
Because the rook is very, very active. There's also consistent threats of rook h8 check, g4, g5. It's not equal. I think black is still better. You have to play precisely, but you are, of course, better. You are a piece up in an endgame. But I think objectively, white saves at least some of these. And even more shockingly, the engine also goes queen g6, b1 in this position.
What?
And gives currently on my screen around -1 to this.
We're not going to see queen b1.
I'd like to make a protest.
Yeah, I think you lodge a protest if queen b1 appears on the board. And the point here is that now that we've protected the pawn on b2, we no longer have to worry about rook e2 coming in. And we want to play g4, g5, or perhaps f5, f3, f4, and then g4, g5. And we're saying, yes, we're actually a full piece down now. It's not even a single pawn for it that we have. But the king on f8 is very unsafe. there's all kinds of ideas of maybe rook h5, rook f5, and as I mentioned, f4, g5, all of this kind of stuff. And it's shockingly difficult to stabilize.
Wow.
In practical terms, I think it becomes kind of tricky to play for black, in particular because I think sort of emotionally, you get here with black, your opponent goes queen b1, it's your move, you're a full piece up, there's no immediate direct threats. And the more you think, the less you find anything that qualifies as a clear win. And you get more and more frustrated, and your clock ticks down, and you start perhaps making mistakes. It's shocking, really, that this isn't completely winning.
Wow.
So I would be considering resigning.
Yeah. I mean, queen b1, defending b2, just getting your queen out of the way and saying to your opponent, okay, do your worst.
Slightly different position.
Oh, yes.
With the queen on g7, this is completely lost. It has to be with the queen on f6 and the king on f8.
Ah, yes.
Which to humans, I mean, what's the big difference really between that?
Yeah.
So we have to include
we have to throw in
queen
queen
h7
check. Very, very important to throw in queen
to
h7
dislodge the king to a lesser square. It turns out that g8 is much better than f8. After the king has moved to f8, queen takes g6, we have rook h8, rook h7 in our pocket, and against the move queen f6, we come all the way back to b1. Stunning.
Even considering this with white, I think, is borderline impossible.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just, and then to have this realization that, you know what?
I'm actually doing okay.
If I could play g5 and f4, you know, I'm actually disturbing.
If we open all the files on the king's side, the king on f8 will really feel quite drafty.
You know, we want to play a move like rook e2. I think a lot of. And then we start to think, well, if we go g5, rook h8, you know, if we go
you start
queen,
noticing all the little details,
and you start to feel like, wait a minute, you know, the world's against you.
But from afar,
you're a piece up, and the guy's attacking you with the most ridiculous pawns.
It's like Hans Alireza game where he was up a full rook, but he was still equal. Do you remember?
Yes.
Last week. Yeah.
That was what?
Yeah, that was a spectacular game. I was watching that and thinking, wow.
Totally. Does it mean that Prague should play a move like rook to e5 just to stop g5 nonsenses?
Yeah. First line appears to be rook e5, f4, knight takes f4. Spectacularly, white continues throwing stuff away. So after giving up the f-pawn, you also go g5.
For good measure.
Yeah, for good measure. Just, well, why stop there? g5, rook takes g5, rook takes c7.
Just for fun.
Yeah.
And now we're cooking.
And now
with
rook
gas.
takes c7. And honestly, if you look at this position, you can sort of see why it's nowhere near easy.
Yeah. I would say in blitz, sure, white has good chances, but in classical, I would still think this is completely lost.
Me too. Geez.
I mean, rook e8. What's
rook e8, rook takes b7 for now.
So you're just picking up pawns.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, I'm definitely lodging.
I also would like to play a2, a3 somewhere to make sure I don't have back rank problems.
Maybe not, Peter, because actually a2, a3 might inspire me to play, you know, whoop, whoop, rook takes a3 and set up a mating.
Yeah, and the thing about this position is that there are no direct threats. But it's just that it's so awkward to play with the king on f8, which is not covered by anything, and white has pretty active pieces. In particular, both rooks are very, very decent.
I have a question. Right now, queen h6 is the only move.
Yeah, you have no choices.
Sindarov is thinking because...
I don't know.
Is he just looking to make blitz out next 3-4
I mean,
moves
rook
right
takes
away?
h6 maybe he is considering.
But then rook e2 and you can...
Queen d4.
It's not resignable?
Hold on.
Loses to a number of things.
Let me bring our viewers into your discussion. So rook takes h6 on its surface. Let's be frank. I mean, we're not looking at black's move. It's inspiring because all you need to do is play queen g5 and rook takes g6 and maybe there's a checkmate until you notice what Peter said. Oops, rook e2. But Peter said, well, don't stop. Play queen to d4. You still got rook g6 on tap. Yeah. And what were you guys doing next?
Well, the problem is rook h6 is just not a strong enough threat. The engine says rook f8.
Rook
Not a strong
f8.
enough threat. What?
Yeah.
Holy smoke! Rook f8.
Rook
Just-
f8 and then we run. Yeah, we
To the
getting
queen
one more.
side?
Yeah, f7 e8. Yeah.
Now, you know, it's funny, but this is actually more understandable. You know, as white, you know, you've got the pawns on f3 and g4.
Okay, I would
but-
go for this over the other line. Playing
Except this
queen
is
b1,
probably
people
far
completely lost.
worse
Of course.
than the alternative, which was to be, you know, several pawns down.
No, engines are crazy.
This is remarkable stuff. But in any case, it is humorous to me, and I'm not, you know, making fun of Sindarov at all, in the sense that his two big things have come at times when his moves have been forced. And then,
Well, forced
and
by engines.
well,
right?
we thought
That's
f3
true,
was
first
absolutely
moment,
necessary. He chose bishop c2, and that was a bad move.
Mhm.
Here we've been thinking queen h6 is absolutely forced, and he takes time over these moments of you know, forced moves, and that's strange for us. He is actually, since the candidates, and he left such a huge impression on our minds. I'm trying to think in a classical game when he was down on the clock last.
Oh, that's a very good point. He's
Right.
always ahead. Yeah, right now
Always ahead.
he has 20 minutes for next, I think, 16 moves. Let me double check. Yes. And hey, this game can be over in less than 16 moves. Such a sharp position.
Exactly. I think both players have spotted queen h6, queen d3, and
Oh,
queen
for sure.
d4.
That's why you play queen b5, right?
Of course. Of course.
And while we're waiting for him to make
Yes.
a decision, let's switch to the game between the two French players, because there's been a massive swing back and forth there.
Okay, when we left it at the parts of queen b6, king a2, anticipation, queen g1, knight takes a5, rook a8, queen b5, and pick it up, Peter, please.
I wanted to highlight the position specifically after knight takes a5. Let's maybe switch to mine for a second. And here you could absolutely, and you should have continued with rook e1, knight b3, and now having put the knight on this poor square on b3, you take on h2, and if, let's say, queen f3, protecting the pawn on f4, the queen gets aimed at better squares, like it wants to go to d8, e8, perhaps a4 is actually a vulnerability here for white. Black has very decent compensation for the pawn here. The engine does not believe white is better at all. Instead, MVL played rook a8, and this is a particular position that I wanted to bring up, because the solution here, and there is, I think, a straight up a solution here you can name, is to play b2, b4, which I think is a very difficult move to even consider, because we're allowing queen a1 check. But the point is, this king on b3 is going to be completely safe, because this setup with the rook on d2 and the queen on d3 covers all the checking squares. If the rook tries to get included in the mating net, we can also play knight c6 and then play a4, a5, and if the king needs to run, it will run towards a4 and b5 squares. And after b4, white is much, much better. White just stabilizes. You can play queen takes h2, and white even has a choice. You can, if you really value the pawn on f4, you can play f4, f5, but you can also just play king b3, queen takes f4, and knight c6. And once you get a4, a5, as I mentioned, the king will actually be extremely safe on b5. If it ever gets driven to b5, it's quite happy on b5. It's going to be very difficult to give checks to it. And white is making a lot of progress towards actually queening his king side. Instead, Alireza played queen b5, and now after queen takes f4, the counterplay against the white king side, queen takes h4, queen takes h2 hasn't been played yet, but it has now.
Mm-hmm.
And it's much more difficult to stabilize for white. Maybe Alireza thought he will play queen b4 here, but then after h5, h4, with ideas of h4, h3, I guess the point may be being that if knight c6, we have h3, g takes h3, and very importantly, rook takes a4, distracting the queen and taking the rook on d. I will eventually manage to take the rook on d2.
You
black
got
is
my mouse.
Black is actually better.
Wow.
And he has played queen b4, so I guess this is what he's aiming for, and it would have been very playable, but specifically h5, h4 here, which I think is findable.
Yeah, it's
from
actually very
MVL's side.
attractive. Yeah.
It's a very logical, very kind of a typical move you make in these types of positions where you want to introduce additional threats into into the mix. MVL is very much back in it. He would have been in desperate trouble if Alireza played before instead.
As much as I find the move h4, h3 attractive, another going through my mind is I really love to play g5 and things like that. So I also find the move queen h4 attractive to playing for g5, but I love h4 and h3.
He's reaching. I think he is.
Yeah, MVL's ready to make a move.
Yeah. Something's going to h4. Yeah.
Let's see.
And here
what
we
do you
go.
expect, Yasser pawn or the queen?
Well, I think Sindarov's an influencer. I mean, you see that.
Adapting his
MVL.
style?
Yeah, exactly. Now that's that kind of a pose. Whenever I see my opponent is really ready to make a move, I end up instinctively reaching for my pen. Like, okay, I've got to write down the move that you're going to play. And I always liked that when I made a move that was unexpected, my opponent's pen just stood in midair.
Just waiting.
Yeah, as he stares at the board.
This is a good outcome, yeah.
Yeah, this is a good outcome. But all right, h4.
The pawn goes to h4.
And Maxime picked up on your exact analysis there, Peter, as he's looking to meet knight c6 with h3 star move.
I want to draw your attention
Yes,
to Vincent Keymer's game against Bogdan-Daniel. That was a strange opening with knight b1, knight b8.
Right.
But now I'm starting to like white's position again.
Right. This is where, from what looks like a normal position, both players decided the maneuver knight b8 and knight b1 that was necessary. It's going into my new book, Strange Moves. And he's gotten an e4. Now, as a Catalan
I was going to say this
player,
looks like Catalan with 100 extra steps, though.
yeah, right. Well, an inclusion of quite a number, and we pick it up. And also a little bit of a Caro Kann.
Yes.
You know,
yes,
you
for
put
black
your,
especially, yeah.
Yeah, you put your rook on a8 to d8, and you say, I'm going to use the d4 pawn as a kind of a counterplay. Please do me some favors. And
I want to say that
f6.
Bogdan has been a bit obliging, frankly. He did not have to allow all of this. If we go back to the position after knight fd2, for instance, with the knight still back on b1, after knight fd2, black absolutely could and probably should have played knight f6, e4, takes, let's say knight c3, we play f5. We are very much okay with this change of structure because the bishop on g2 is quite locked out. We can play knight to f6, and then if our bishop needs to come out, it will probably come out via g6 and h5, and we're not worried about e3, f3 either. And in particular, I think you choose this in comparison to what Bogdan got, because what he got is a position which is very sturdy, it's very solid, but it's passive, and I think it's white to play. And in particular here, the engine very much likes the idea of taking on f6, and then it's a very typical positional idea in these types of structures. You play c4, c5, and then you put your knight on c4. And it's very difficult to break this grip, which means that white is quite free to try and organize something in the center and on the king side. It's not much. Black's position is still extremely solid, but it's sort of one-way traffic from here. Black has no breaks. There's just no way to organize b6. There's no way to organize e6, c5. So you are restricted to just waiting for white to decide on something.
Yeah, very Karpov-like approach. I like what you're suggesting for Vincent there. Makes a lot of sense. The space counts for something. Asi, where would you like to take us?
Well, Sindarov did make a move.
All right, we'll jump back to the game between Sindarov
on
and
the h6
Brug.
with the queen, and they're following our analysis.
Yes, so far so good. Queen d3 check, and for those of you joining us late, we are looking at king a1 in a very important move after queen d4 to include the move queen h7 check. Otherwise, there's absolutely no compensation. Pragg would just be winning the position if you didn't play queen h7 check, king f8, queen takes g6. Now, our as you can see, our chess engines, our chess thermometer on our border is saying black all day, but there's some pressure whenever your king is under pressure.
I'm still in disbelief that queen b1 and white is okay here.
Yeah, in strange moves, if I had this position and I put 16 exclamation marks for queen b1, I'd lose all my readers.
This goes into Stranger Moves Season 5.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to have to upgrade your Prime membership there, buddy. Queen b1 and still 3 results. What?
Let's look at their accuracy. Sindarov stands at 95.1.
Okay, explain the accuracy thing to me on the right. The
He
greens
had 2 question mark moves.
Okay.
While Pragg didn't get any question mark moves, so he has higher accuracy. No, actually, Pragg got 1 double question mark.
See?
What was that for?
That's what I wanted to ask. What was that?
Maybe, I don't know. I think these are probably sort of preliminary because I really don't think Pragg has committed any serious mistakes. Yeah, maybe bishop takes h5 is being criticized, but no, it says queen d7 is a mistake, but queen d7 isn't a mistake. I remember checking that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Straight after knight h4, queen d7 gets colored in red on my screen, but it's definitely one of the better 2 moves in the position.
Okay, so imagining that queen d7 is actually analyzed by a super engine and it's a really great move, you would almost have to say Pragg's accuracy thus far was 100%.
Pretty close, yeah.
Actually.
Pretty close.
So that's all wrong. Now, see, that graphic sucks.
It's AI.
It's AI. We're not arguing with the AI. Okay, but in any case, if we see queen b1, my goodness, tip of the hat to Sindarov for finding this. And we're expecting queen d4 in the clock times, or?
Sindarov's down to 15 minutes. Pragg still has over 35, so.
A 2-to-1, greater than 2-to-1 time advantage for Pragg.
Yeah. Pragg has one other playable option here. You can play knight e7. It throws away all of your advantage, though. And I think allowing rook takes e7 is just completely illogical. I don't think anybody really does that. If you realize queen d4 is playable, you pretty much always choose queen d4 over knight e7, I think.
Right.
It's funny. I'm the type of guy that likes to have the defenders around the king. Knight e7, rook c7, but I don't have a good follow-up there.
Yeah, that looks
black.
bad.
It just, well, again, if you don't mind, I'll just say knight e7, go ahead, you took my pawn, and yada, yada. I now play queen d4. You want to take another pawn? It's sort of like, yeah, but I got this great knight. But I got a bad rook on e8.
Yeah, this looks
This is just a forced draw,
Black.
apparently, after queen h7 check.
And queen h6
forced
back?
draw?
No,
What?
and rook we have to throw in rook e1 first.
Rook e1, queen f6, and then?
And then g5.
Okay, it's a lot of moves you're throwing between.
Just a forced draw, like a forced draw, oh dear. Rook e1, okay,
Yeah.
that makes sense. Queen
f6 also makes sense.
Queen g7 would allow the loss of a knight, so yep.
And now we throw in g4, g5.
Oh dear.
And if you take, now I have my perpetual on h7 and h8.
Gotcha. Queen takes g5, and there's the perpet. Is that a perpet? Yeah, it is, because e7
going to f6 seems sus, yeah?
He's played queen d4. He's not going for this line.
Yeah, the knight on e7 is actually not contributing
H7
as a defender.
Quickly responded by Sindarov.
And he played
And takes
queen
on
h7.
g6.
He found it wasn't intuitively obvious. You need to play queen h7.
No, absolutely not. But that's what he spent time on earlier when he was calculating before queen h6.
Exactly. Now,
Yeah, he likes to take a long thing and then make a couple of moves in 2 seconds. That's his style.
there you go. Queen takes g6 on the board. And what move number are they on, by the way?
What move we're on?
Yeah.
Getting closer to move 40, 28 right now.
28, 35 to 16. It's not time travel's not a factor yet, but it's something that you keep your eye on.
And Peter, I'm very curious. Did Jorden choose bishop h6? Can you catch us up on that game?
No, he didn't. We were correct about that.
The long thing.
Yeah, the longer, past a certain point,
yeah.
you just are not playing it. And he ended up playing h2, h3 as expected. He is after h2, h3, maybe ever so slightly worse, but not really very much. Rook takes e3, queen takes e3, queen f6, rook e1, bishop c7, and in this position, once again, Jorden being Jorden, he goes for the move g2, g4, which is, I mean, unless it does something by force, I wouldn't really be doing this against Wesley. Why are you giving Wesley targets to play against? I guess the point is if black plays g6, we have g4, g5, and if queen e6, I was trying to calculate this, but then the queen actually gets lost after queen e3, d2. But of course, g6 is not forced. And the engine very calmly goes king f8 in this position, preparing to play rook e8. If g5 now, then we can actually play queen e6, and if queen d2, there is a very cute tactic. Bishop c7, f4 actually wins on the spot. So
wow,
this is very missable, obviously. But
wow,
after king f8, I think you have to switch back to defending. You're still doing okay. I guess the correct move after king f8 is something like queen d2, re-establishing the threat of g4, g5. But it feels like maybe black, if you're not entirely precise here with white, maybe black gets a bit of a bite.
Because of the two bishops.
Because of the two bishops. And also you've weakened your kingside position here. Let's say I go rook e8, and if g5, queen d8. The engine equalizes after rook e8 in a very specific fashion. It takes on e8. Actually, g5 is a big mistake here. But it takes on e8 instead. And after bishop takes e8, goes c3, c4, introducing the idea of queen b4 check. And this holds. But by playing g4, you are putting yourself in a situation where maybe you can no longer play quietly. If you imagine black actually managing to play g7, g6, and driving your knight away from f5, you will be, I think, quite significantly worse with white. I think Wesley is becoming interested, frankly. I think Wesley at this point will start looking at this quite closely, because you can absolutely imagine this going sideways for white.
A couple of moves ago, Wesley had an hour less on the clock, and now they're basically equal. So that's a sign, of course, for Wesley that he's doing okay.
Right.
Maybe more than okay now. Yeah, the g4 seems like it's too much.
Yeah. I always say, you know, like when you play as white g3, quick question, who has the light square bishop? When you play g4, okay, who has the light square bishop, who has the dark square bishop?
And the light square bishop is not on g2 where it should be.
Exactly. Yeah. So king f8 looks like Wesley for choice in that one. Checking in on the two vets, I'm talking about Fabi and Anish.
Very even.
And boy, the players have reached the bishops of opposite color. Yeah, we're anticipating that bishop a2, bishop here.
You could play rook a2 also maybe and trade everything.
And you just have to be wary-some.
But he can maybe force both the rook trades. Start with rook a2.
Okay, rook to d2.
Take, bishop d3, and then rook e2 will be the next move.
Yeah, this is very solid.
And he's done that, I think. Yep.
Has Fabi.
Bishop d3, and we are going to see a handshake.
Rook e2. Well, from Anish's perspective, he started with the tournament with two blacks.
He had chances yesterday.
And he had chances yesterday, and today, as you can see, he's certainly not in the. He didn't suffer
have any problems
at all
whatsoever.
And in fact, you might say, well, he has the better of it. You know, it's funny when you get to one of these positions where you just think to yourself, why do I have?
Even this is fine.
I wouldn't think so. Why would I have?
Wait, white is winning after bishop d8?
Yeah, rook e2 was pretty strong.
Oh, I didn't see that. I was trying to set up a position where, like, literally this bishop on b1
now black is much
dominated.
better, yes.
Completely dominated. By the way, I mean,
Rook E2.
in my book,
A
Strange
stunner.
Moves, you ask the question, how would you properly defend F2 pawn? And the star students, you know.
Yeah, with an unstoppable threat, rook takes d8 and then rook
Exactly.
takes b2.
Good students would have found king g3. Bad students would have played
Rook
rook
F1.
F1. But
Brilliant.
brilliant ones would have played rook e2 with the idea of, as Peter's just said, rook takes d8, and that is remarkable. Strange moves.
I would have missed rook E2.
That is.
And then cried.
I know, exactly. Wow, wow. Okay, rook a2, and this one looks like it's heading to the
We do
dugout.
expect a quick draw in this game, yes.
And then let's go to the Alireza versus Maxime.
It's a three-result game, yeah.
Because things are happening. Both players seem to be throwing the pawns. Peter, jump in.
Yeah, after h5, h4, as expected, Alireza took some time and played f4, f5, which is one of the better moves in the position. But after g6, g5 now, this really is very double-edged. Because black is also hinting at some ideas of like queen g3 and then g5, g4, h4, h3.
Exactly.
And creating a passer. And the suggestion now is that actually you have to allow that tactic, which we had in the previous position. It's less problematic here for white because there is no pawn on f4 which would have been hanging, so you can play queen b5, and there is nobody to take on the f4 square. But black is still completely fine after something like queen c2, and the white king is actually not safer, definitely not safer than the one on g8, and probably even something slower like bishop f6 followed by king g7 is completely fine. Just stabilizing fully and then probably starting to aim at the pawns on h3 and f5. And Viel is still considering, yeah, and g takes f5, I was wondering what he was trying to choose from. And he goes g takes f5, which is also a very decent move, but I thought g5 was slightly more logical. But I think we're switching to Sindarov Prague because Prague did not play queen f6, and he is no longer better.
Breaking
he
news.
played rook e2.
Prague played rook e2, and now most of his advantage, if not all, have fizzled.
In a single move?
Mm-hmm.
That's just, chess is unfair. I mean, you can
And he
suffer
didn't even
for...
make a bad-looking move.
That looks like a great move. You're threatening mate in one, and you're telling me mate in one is like a terrible loss of advantage? Why? What happened?
Explain to us, Peter, why.
I'm not entirely sure. I mean, queen f5 check is a strong move.
Apparently, yeah.
If you play knight f6 here...
which you want to do,
there is an immediate draw, there's a very beautiful draw, by the way. You can go rook h8 check.
Wow.
King g7 and rook h7 check. And the only move is to move it back on f8, because if you take on h7, you actually do get mated after rook takes c7.
Wow.
So knight f6 is a draw offer. So you probably end up playing king e8. Now the best play is to play queen g6 check. You play, let's say, king g8. And now queen g8 check. If rook e8, you play queen g5. Honestly, I have no idea why this is equal. Because, like, look at this. Knight e7, and we can stop here and kind of marvel at this, because black is a full piece up.
Right.
We have successfully evacuated the king from f8 to d8, which appears to be a much safer square.
Absolutely.
And then white just goes rook c1, c1 to e1, and says, it's very difficult for you to unpin. Your rook on a8 is completely out of play. I want to play rook h7. I want to perhaps play f4, f5, f6 even. And please start making moves.
Wow.
And it's just basically zeros. It's not even borderline better for black.
Wow.
Peter, what do you think their evaluation of the position is?
I don't think they really bother with this anymore. I think they're trying to play this move by move, and yeah, I don't know. I feel like if you get here, if you manage to calculate up to rook c1, I think it's possible to understand the position is unclear just because of how useless the rook on a8 is.
Right.
Because it doesn't really feel like black is a piece up. White has every single piece in play, and for black, yes, like nominally you're a piece up, but your rook on a8 is so far away that, you know, I think it's possible to be slightly worried here with black. If you give me a couple of tempi, if I get to play, I don't know,
F6, yeah.
rook h7 or f4, f5, f6, And the lines I'm looking at on my screen are, like, the best play for black is to play queen d3 with the intention of immediately playing queen g6, which returns a piece. Basically, yes, maybe black is ever so slightly better in this rook ending because the rook will come to g8 and you still have to maybe show some precision, but unsurprisingly, this is just a draw with good play from white. It's a rook ending 4 against 4. We shouldn't be shocked it's not winning for black.
Wow.
So yeah, this is a very, very good recovery by Sindarov. We're still, I think, not entirely sure what happened in the opening because it was his novelty. And after showing a very interesting idea in the opening, which he clearly prepared,
right,
he was basically busted 3 moves later. So yeah, not entirely clear what happened there. But yeah, he is just very good at not despairing and continuing to work at the board and calculate and find best chances. And now he seems to be just completely fine.
I'm still stunned that rook e2, what looks like, you know, visually, the type of move you're absolutely aspiring to play could cost your entire advantage when it's one of the most natural looking.
Sometimes chess does not make sense.
One of the most natural looking moves you've ever played in your life.
Mm-hmm.
What did you do wrong today? I threatened mate in 1. Oh, that.
While giving my king runway to run towards safety.
Exactly.
And this immediately gave away all the winning chances.
Yeah. Right.
It's just so unfair.
Exactly.
It's just so unbelievably unfair, frankly.
Yeah. Excuse me.
Should we wait for Prag's move here?
King d7, I showed the line on the analysis board without really naming it, but king d7 is an immediate perpetual. If you play king d7 here, white goes rook h7 check, you have to go rook e7, everything else now loses. Unsurprisingly, you can't really give white an additional tempo like this. So you go rook e7, queen f5,
right,
and king d8, queen f8, rook e8, queen f7, and you have to play rook e7, because if you play knight e7 after rook e1, we have one more of those positions where, yes, you're a piece up, but like none of your pieces move.
And you're crying.
And
There's no way to play a5, rook a6, and get the...
You're just never in time somehow.
I mean, yeah, e7's already... Well, it's not hanging yet.
No, because
so let's try
Yeah,
a5
if you play a5 here after a3, you lost, apparently.
Oh, come on, a3.
Yeah, oh,
well, okay,
just the
e7 is hanging now.
Yeah.
Like, you're no longer in time to protect it, so maybe not shockingly, you just lose.
Winning with a3.
Yeah,
nice.
yeah.
Oh, that's the second.
A5, a3 resigns, yeah. Very, very nice sequence.
Wow.
So yeah, I think king g8 is the way to play on, but I think it is now sort of understandable why this isn't as good as it was before. White still has to find some only moves, though. Like king g8, queen g8 is strictly the best choice. Everything else probably loses. You have to force the rook back from e2. Once again, unsurprisingly, you would very much like for black to be as passive as possible. Immediate queen g5 check doesn't work, so you go queen g8 check, you wait. You wait for the rook to come back. If you play king d7 here, once again, the only thing that doesn't lose is rook h7, knight e7, rook takes e7, but it's findable.
Yes.
You lure the rook back from e2 so that your pawn on b2 is not hanging and you win material back.
Right.
And you're fine. I mean, we're not even down a pawn here, so why wouldn't we be fine? Yeah, variations appear to be just solvable from here on out. The difficult
part is over?
Part was, I guess, realizing this is playable, finding queen h7 check prior to taking on g6, realizing that this is still a game. But I want to figure out why Pragg didn't play queen f6.
Pardon me, Peter. In this absolute final position that you've just had, you won your rook back on a8. I'm looking at queen d2 with the idea of rook e1.
I just go a3.
Yeah, and I take the f3 pawn.
Yeah, you can win the pawn on f3,
take
but
on a7 probably.
Queen g8 is, I mean, queen a7 is probably a draw, but the simplest, I think, is just to switch to active play. I go queen g8 and I start pushing.
Pushing the g-pawn, yeah.
Yeah, and as usual.
Pushing the g-pawn, right?
Yes! I'm a pawn
it's an achievement, it's something.
King e7 and threatening
King
e7,
e7,
f7.
Queen g5 check, queen f6, queen c1 even.
Wow.
Shockingly. Yeah, I think you probably go for this, honestly. If
Right.
From the things we've shown, I think you probably go for this.
There's something here, maybe.
Yeah,
for
and I think it's possible to imagine how White loses this, but on my
with
screen,
a little help. With
on
a
my
little-
screen, every single line is zeros. Here.
I gotcha. I getcha. Nice. Wow. Wow. Okay. Sorry.
Let's go back to the all Frenchmen
Yes.
matchup. Very hard to find good moves there for both sides because it's such a complicated position. And I think Alireza just made a mistake.
Well, after f5, MVL grabbed the pawn. Thank you very much, and then knight b3. And I thought
knight c6 was stronger.
Yeah, I thought always that you were showing us one line where it was queen h1 check, Peter, and rook e1 in order to force the knight
Yes,
to
sir.
the passive
I will
square.
show you something that you will enjoy greatly.
Alrighty.
So if knight c6, let's switch to my screen for a second. If
Yes,
knight
please.
c6, I mean, rook e8 is very playable, but instead of rook e8, I'm still waiting for my screen to become active, so that
There
we're
it
not,
is.
we're not asking our audience to calculate this blindfolded.
Right.
H4, h3, and one of the reasons why we played a 4 f5 on the previous move is that now we have this move queen h4.
Sweet.
Yeah, and look at this. Yes, sir.
Oh.
Queen takes g2, and if you take and play queen g3,
You're
I have
lost.
rook a4, I have rook a4, rook g4.
And you're lost.
Yeah, and this is still a draw, and this is gorgeous. The reason this is a draw is White has knight e7 check, king f8, and now knight c8.
Spectacular.
Creating a threat of queen d8 mate.
And
If you
you
take
take-
on c8, I have queen g5, and you no longer have your lift. And if you go rook c2, you once again get mated on d8.
That's
But after knight
gorgeous.
c8, Black can just go back to g8 and offer a draw.
Yeah. Well played.
So all of this was quite spectacular, but none of this happened because instead Alireza played knight b3. And this would have been okay, not great, but okay. But there is a very specific reason why this is not good. And that reason is the move bishop h6.
Bishop h6.
And the problem for White is that d2 is really the only square on the second rank which is protected. And no matter where you put it otherwise, now h3.
h3 is coming.
And after queen h4, importantly, I have queen f4. And,
that's why we
and
played
this forces this endgame, which is very unpleasant. I mean, maybe savable, but it's very unpleasant. The bishop
And he's
against
just
knight.
done it. Bishop is on
And he
h6.
found bishop h6. Now, MVL is now definitely in the driver's seat.
Because this counterplay that is coming with this move, h4, h3, dragon players rejoice whenever they get these types of chances to use the majority, especially when White has played h5. And you've got g takes h5, and that pawn goes to h3. It's sort of like you're really punishing White. Bobby Fischer, very famously, 60 memorable games, h4, h5, sack, mate. And now Black is
Doing the same thing.
returning the favor with bishop h6 and h3. Sorry, Peter.
And as for White,
yes,
there is absolutely no choice anymore. You have to play rook e2, you have to play queen h4. Everything else is much worse, and maybe even you can just qualify as losing, just straight up losing if you don't do this. And after queen h4, queen f4 is by far the best, and I think that endgame is objectively a draw, but it's a kind of a draw you do not enjoy making with White.
Exactly. Wow. Quite the turnaround. And again, I'm just visualizing how nice it would have been to have the knight on c6 as compared to b3. At least you could even bring your king to b3 in certain variations, and the knight on c6 would be going to e7 check and maybe f5. Big turnaround occurring, and MBL having 11 minutes to Alireza's 29
They're
minutes.
not far away from the time control.
control
Only
at all.
6 more moves
Now
to
that
go.
he's found bishop h6, he'll get to move 40 very comfortably because
Yeah,
all of his
especially
moves
because
will be very natural.
Queens are going to come off, and then it's not that difficult to reach move 40.
Exactly.
Where do you want to go, Yasser?
Jordan and Wesley have been having a very
I think they're
even.
just traded their queens, and yes, it looks quite even.
Although even is one thing, Jordan has to be mindful of the two bishops, And if you ever get to play these bishop f4 to c1, you know, who's having the fun? Yeah, who's having fun? And is the stream for connoisseurs of handshakes? Because if we are, we probably should switch to Caruana. Giri. All right. Yes, we'd like to see.
Repeating 3 times.
Oh my goodness.
Peter.
Oh my goodness.
Anish, I think he's gonna.
History books.
Claim a draw. And we might have a second draw as well. I'll talk about it in a second.
Boy, as Anish, I would definitely charge my king to h4 first.
Just because?
Just because. You know, I was so close, but I couldn't break through.
It's officially a draw.
Bravo, Anish. I mean, it's not usual that I'm seeing Fabi getting outplayed in an opening and never having a chance, in fact, as white.
Indeed. Pragg went back to king f8, so Peter, what do you think? He's going to repeat it twice and then switch it up? Or
I'm not entirely sure. Honestly, the positions he's getting if he declines the draw for here, they don't look particularly exciting.
So in between Sindarov and Pragg, we're seeing a repetition despite the material advantage that Pragg is enjoying because of what Peter is saying. To avoid the repetition, some of the positions are double-edged. Although
he is a very, very ambitious young man, so he might still go for it, but
yeah,
I
remember.
The longer he thinks, less
once
likely,
again,
right?
yeah.
I remember Pragg playing for a win when he really burned a lot of clock, and he was down to just playing on his
Talking about
increment.
candidates in Canada?
It might have been Toronto,
Yeah.
and we were expecting, okay, now they're going to make a draw because he's really behind on the clock. And no.
No.
So you're right. He's definitely burning
just
ambition.
Generally, this generation of players does not like leaving the games unfinished.
Yeah.
Which is
a great thing.
Yeah, it's fantastic for us. Yeah.
Yeah. It was in Dusseldorf, and I was interviewing Nordebek after his game. And it was just a very, very well-played game, a contentious game, ended in a draw. And I said, well, you could have also played this other variation, which makes a draw. And he says, yeah, but I don't do that. I just don't do that. And that left an impression on me, obviously. Repetition between Sindarov and Pragg.
Not yet. If he goes king f8 here, the game is over. If he goes king d8, the game continues.
We might see a handshake in case of king f8. How about you, Nasi? I mean, you're a piece up. You got to play king d8 just to be truthful to yourself, right?
I mean, draw is not going anywhere, right?
Right.
Well.
I mean, I did
There
lose
it
when I
is,
played
the moment
A5.
of truth.
There you go, no draw.
See, you got to be, and it's strictly queen g8.
It's strictly queen g8. Yeah, queen g5 97. You are busted. There's still some play, but you will lose.
And he's going for it. Yeah.
Queen g8. Bravo, Sindarov.
Yeah, and this is also actually an important fork in the road because you have this queen ending after king d7 here if you want it.
Right.
King d7, rook h7, knight e7 forces that position that we were discussing earlier. And
because of the threat of checkmate and one, everything that white does has to come with check.
Pretty much, yeah.
So that is why we've been looking at rook h7. We've dropped back with the knight. And again, because of the mate threat on b2, we're looking at rook takes. And normally speaking, after queen takes a8, we might say, yeah, the game is about to be a draw, 4 versus 4 in a major piece ending. But there is this little back rank issue.
I mean, from afar, you might even think this is lost for white.
Exactly. And that was when Peter was saying, the chess engine is saying, yeah, you're in a queen ending and you're a pawn down, but you're not worried as white because you get to go queen g8 and g5.
Also, maybe even queen takes a7 is a draw, frankly. Although the engine does prefer queen g8.
So after, I don't know, There's a check on d5, b5.
I think the way it plays it, because here queen d4, I think we're completely safe,
queen
right?
d4. So
I think the way it plays it is it gives a check from d5, then
begin?
it gives a check from d1,
okay,
taking away the a4 square. And then it goes b6 probably.
Gotcha.
And that actually wins the g4 pawn.
Because
g5,
right?
Because we can't protect it.
g5 is met by queen d5 check. And the players are playing, let me refresh
He
my
played
board.
rook e8 instead, yeah.
And he didn't go for the queen
I think
ending.
he's going for the knight e7 line.
Yeah, I think he will play it. Now he will probably play knight e7.
Yeah. And this is the one where it's a positional sacrifice of a piece, a whole piece for initiative.
Yeah, and
It's working.
This is where we were playing rook c1, but even rook h7 is probably objectively okay, shockingly.
This is crazy, Peter.
Yeah.
Rook h7 and just
allowing queen e5, allowing all kinds of things you probably don't want to be allowing, but
you know, I thought there was alien intelligence when it was the Alpha Zero stockfish match with Queen H1, and you know, if Alpha Zero is playing the white side of this and kept showing zeros, I mean, I would be seriously tasered. You know,
Disturbed,
like,
right?
Yeah, very disturbed that this could actually be
rook
true.
h7 by far the best move is queen f2, which is I don't think very intuitive, but we need to take away the e1 square from the other rook, which is much more important than everything else.
By the way, I want to say I'm with you, Nasi. I would be anxious to play a5 and rook a6. But queen f2, yes,
Queen
of
F2,
course,
and
every day.
You actually are still better, but not as much as you would suspect. But rook c1 is just a lot cleaner. Why would you subject yourself to any of this when rook c1 exists?
And here too, I would feel as black, I've done a great job about bringing my king towards shelter. Oh my gosh.
Maybe we should quickly jump to Vincent's
Please.
game because Deac is down to 35 seconds at the moment in a position where still most of the pieces are on the board.
I knew we could count on Deac for providing us with some thrills.
But what move are they on? 26. Wow, he has 14 moves to go with just a minute on the clock. I mean, he's used to this. It's not a big deal for him.
Yeah, and he's been shuffling. He's found some short moves to make, and he's making them basically like his last two moves were bishop e7, d6, and then bishop d6, e7 back.
Yeah, the Yugoslav players would play move closest to the clock. b6 and queen a7, shorten the distance to the chess clock. Why did he play bishop d6 and e7? Couldn't he have improved his queenside a bit by playing the move b6, Peter?
I don't know if b6 is an improvement, honestly.
Well, you protect the pawn and you stop c5.
Yeah, but it maybe softens the c6 pawn a little bit. Maybe then I switch to some sort of knight e5, queen into f3, or.
Okay.
I think he just doesn't want to think. He thinks this setup is very stable. He's not worried about bishop c3. He's not worried about c5. So he is removing as much thought as possible from the game because he is down on very low on the clock.
So seizing the defensive, he's got a minute for moves. Alireza versus Maxime, it looks like.
He didn't play rook e2 and now he's busted actually.
Oh my goodness, let's pick up.
What?
Let's pick up this game. So I switched to the game between Alireza and MVL, and we saw the position after knight b3, bishop h6, and we were looking at rook e2 and queen h4. Alireza played
and
rook
I
d4.
thought I knew why he's lost here, but I actually didn't. I thought queen takes g2 and rook h4, bishop g7 is very strong. But if you do that, white has queen d2 and white is actually colored.
What's the winning move here for MVL?
Bishop g5 in the current position.
Just
and we
defend the
actually,
pawn?
we just win the pawn on g2.
Oh yeah, I can go back to d2.
Yeah.
That's a very good idea.
Queen d7, rook d8, importantly. And after you put the rook on d8, we have everything protected. And yes, white can start running the a-pawn down the board, but the h-pawn is actually faster. It's -3.
Wow, -3, that's saying a lot.
For one extra pawn?
Oh, it's queen.
Oh, it's going to be... It's
winning. But it's also like the safer king too.
Yeah.
You know, like you're putting your pawn on
well,
A8.
maybe -3 is an overstatement. -2.
You're putting your pawn on A8, and there's like a check on the A file, and you're busted.
Bishop G5 is not easy, I think.
It does come to mind as a candidate move, but you don't know it's -3.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but I think once you consider it and you realize just how little options White can even name in response, I think you are going to be very attracted by it.
Right.
I mean,
time is ticking down, 8 minutes. So, is he going to play it? Yes, he's reaching for it. He's found it. MPO. -3, but next 5 moves are going to be critical because it's before the time control, and he has to find rook d8, put all the pieces on the safe squares, and then start pushing the extra pawn.
Yeah. But I think the hard work is mainly done because your play is going to be extremely natural. Like you want to take on g2, you want to play h3, h2. If something is hanging, you protect it.
Chess can be so simple. After queen b7, rook d8, White just starts pushing the a pawn.
We take on g2. We can
keep
let's have a race. Queen b7, give me your rook. Rook says, you can't have me. Rook to d8, queen takes g2, and we have a race. But before we get involved with our analysis,
let's go over to Cristian, who is with Fabi.
Thank you, guys. Fabi, first of all, welcome back to the show. You traveled from Poland, now in Romania. Tell us a bit about the first couple of days here in Romania. A bit slow in terms of result, but the games were quite exciting. Even this one, I would say.
Yeah, well, yesterday was relatively balanced. I mean, at some point I thought I was pressing, but it wasn't very much. It was always kind of within the realm of equality. And today is just a stupid game.
Did you get surprised in the opening? It felt like that from the sidelines.
I mean, okay, he played the Marshal. He doesn't usually play the Marshal, but he decided to play it today. So, I don't know, I kind of decided over the board to start freestyling, which you saw the result. It's basically like a tempo down of a similar line because I played rook e1 in a position where White should be more direct, you know. So like there's a position with the rook on f1, and then White can try some knight h4 stuff and so on. But here, just the rook on e1 is kind of a waste of half a tempo. So
you felt like he already equalized at this point?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if he goes for this, then of course it's an equal position, but I'm happy to play it. I mean, it's this kind of stuff which is, you know, it's equal, but yeah, you can kind of play it. Of course, c4 is a critical move. I think he was surprised by b4, but like this type of position didn't appeal to me too much. Yeah, and knight d5, bishop e7, I thought he gets like f5 very quickly, and I thought it's just like a dream version of any sort of knight orf. So I went for this concrete stuff. He could have played rook c8, but what he did b4 also makes sense because my...
Did you feel in danger at any point in this game, or you felt secure in your ability to pretty much simplify the position?
No, not real danger. I thought I was on the slightly worse side of it after I decided to play b4. I mean, clearly I can't be better like this, but I shouldn't be much worse either. I mean, when I played d4, I think I surprised him because I provoked this bishop g4. I could have maybe played bishop e1 first and then gone for this position like this. But yeah, he's not obligated to take on the pawn on b4 at any moment. So yeah, this is probably also equal. Like I was kind of also expecting that he might go for this, but yeah, it's always an equal position. And here he had a choice, which is probably the only interesting moment in the game, is that he could have played knight e5, and I have many moves here. And one thing that he mentioned was this queen sack.
Did you consider this one, or
he asked me if I considered it?
Was he the only one that was considering this one?
I told him I wasn't so desperate yet to sack my queen for 2 pieces. I mean, I think he saw a scenario where, yeah, like I get my knight to d5, I get my bishop to c4, and so on and so forth. But you know, I don't coordinate in time. But I was probably going to play bishop f4 here, which is just provoking him to capture on f3, or he can include rook c8, rook c1 first, and then capture on f3. Either with knight or bishop, and it's a very complicated position where for sure black is not worse, but maybe he's not much better. So that was the most interesting moment of the game. After he took, we just trade all the pieces, and He said he thought he would be a bit better here, but it's, to be honest, it's just a draw.
Since I have you here, Fabi, and obviously this game, as you mentioned, that was a critical moment, I do have to gauge your reaction to this position. Yasser is completely befuddled by the fact that black is just simply a piece up, but apparently the position objectively is very close to equality.
Yeah, black is a bit pinned, but he wants to play king d7 and then knight d5, and if he gets those two moves, or maybe not knight d5 because there's rook d1 ideas, but king d7 and then maybe knight goes to, well, it's going to go somewhere, I guess. I don't know where. So, yeah, he has to stop king d7, basically. Or he has to do something in the meantime. Okay, so the engine shows f4, king d7, and queen g7. This is how you
keep him tied like this, right?
You stop black from freeing, from breaking the pin. This is probably an important move, because if f5, yeah, now knight d5 is winning. So you have to play queen g7. And
but would you assess this position with a naked eye as just very close to equal, or how would you look
without
at it?
calculation, I would maybe assume that black was winning. But of course, the players have been calculating all game, and they got to this position with calculation, so they probably have a decent idea that it's not simple for black. And f4, the point is just that queen g6, there's rook takes e7, so now the queen is defended, so you can play fg5 here. And even this endgame, you would be scared with white, because
you go king d7.
Yeah, if black gets rook g8, then it's just winning probably. So, yeah, white has to get the pawn to g7, I guess. I don't know, you can't go to g7. Rook h6, that's how you wait. And then if king d5, rook h5, rook h7, and so on. So it's very borderline.
Still not very easy to go for, right?
Well, you just have
I guess it's easy to go for black. To just try to simplify the position.
I don't think it's easy for black, because you might think that you have something better here. Like, you can't evaluate that endgame 100%, but you don't see how to win. And the thing is, the next move is very important. I think he should play f4. Like, I'm curious about this move rook h6, because that move looks very logical to me. King d7, yeah? And now this rook e6 doesn't work at all, because you can just move the knight to d5 again. And if queen g7, now king c6 probably is winning, because now there's back rank. So it's very, and if a3, this queen g6 is winning, for example, I think.
So f4 to defend that queen on g5
f4 is an only move.
Stop queen g6.
He should play f4 here.
Your prediction right now, off the cuff,
I think
in terms of chances of this game being decisive.
It's the next move, yeah. So you're asking me if he'll play f4 or not.
But even if he does find f4, the position
I
doesn't
think if he plays f4, he'll hold it, yeah.
You think so?
I think so, yeah.
Cool. That's one game. I also have this one that completely flipped this game between Alireza and MVL. Alireza, supposedly objectively, was winning at one point with this crazy move, if I might go back a few moves. B4, apparently this was...
I was thinking about this move, but it's a bit difficult to...
It's difficult, yes.
But you know, the king on b3, it doesn't look like it's in huge danger, so you could come up with it.
He played queen b5, and then everything just collapses after bishop g5.
You know, I actually thought rook d4 was a natural move, but he probably just missed bishop g5. Of course, he missed bishop h6 for sure. It's actually a very unusual move, because you think the bishop's on the long diagonal and it's defending the king, and suddenly it's all about, you know, the rook on the second has to deal with this. And yeah, I was actually looking at this position, but I don't think Alireza was ready for this endgame. I mean, he wasn't ready to accept just a worse endgame when he probably, I mean, fresh in his mind that he was winning. So yeah, it just flipped very quickly. And now I don't think there's any hope. I mean, the play is just plays itself. Queen g2 and 8 push to h-pawn, and to be honest, white's a-pawn is just way too slow. I mean, I guess you got to calculate this, but actually white's a-pawn is not too slow, but just it doesn't help white in the end. Rook d1, this is a critical line. I think bishop f6 is crushing, yeah?
Yeah.
Actually, among other moves. Probably also like h1 queen is winning, yeah. It's just winning because the bishop is dominating the knight in these positions.
And this f-pawn is just going to be so
strong.
Yeah,
it's everything is white's king is weaker than black's. Black's king is totally safe, so yeah, this one I think Maxime will win it. It's a nice turnaround.
Alireza, obviously, yesterday was winning, extremely disappointed not to win that one. And now this game, what's happening with him from your perspective?
You know, maybe a bit out of practice, actually. He took a really long break. I think he played the Speed Chess Championship, but that was in like, I forget, it was like in February or late January, maybe even early January, I can't quite remember. And since then, he hadn't played anything until Warsaw, so it was a long break. Maybe he's still a bit rusty from that.
That makes perfect sense. Thank you very much, Fabi, for giving us your thoughts and your ideas about Alireza and all the games. And we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian, and thank you, Fabi, for sharing your insights, especially on the game between Sindarov and Pragg, because every time I think Sindarov has a force move like f4, it's exactly in those moments that he's been thinking and thinking and thinking.
It's all the way down to 6 minutes now, Yasser.
Peter, is it one of those situations if without f4, the advantage is too great?
Well, it's very non-intuitive. Like somehow, specifically, Queen G5, G7 doesn't lose. Everything else straight up loses, I think. Queen G7, Queen takes F3, and then some sort of Rook HF1 and then A2, A3 appears to be the kind of an advantage which is probably objectively a draw. But yeah, nobody plays Queen G7. I don't think you can just leave the pawn on F3 unprees without creating a threat.
For sure.
I think you probably play F4 just out of desperation because nothing else works. And as Fabi just gave, like he gave all the lines. And he gave the reasoning for F4, which is specifically you need to protect the queen on G5 so that after queen takes G6, instead of resigning, you have rook takes E7.
Exactly.
This is the critical point. And honestly, having watched him play the candidates, I thought he would play this faster because his calculation, even in very difficult, very kind of calculation-heavy spots, was flawless in Cyprus. But I still feel like he'll play it. And if he does play it, his play becomes a lot more intuitive. And we should have shown the King D7, Queen G7 line faster as well, but Fabi has already provided us with this info. It's very, very important to keep the knight on E7 pinned, because if black actually manages to activate that knight and get the rook on E8 into play, it's not shocking that black is immediately winning after that, because black is a full piece up here. Let's not forget. But if he finds F4, his choices, I think, will become a lot more streamlined. But he hasn't yet. He has to make 5 moves. He is down to 4 minutes, and still looking for a solution.
Thank you, Peter. And I don't know now. See, I've never seen Sindarov in this situation before, where we're so down on the clock, and actually
we'll see
in somewhat
how he does in time trouble.
Yeah, I've never seen him having to play in time trouble. And Peter, this rook and pawn endgame that Fabi also mentioned, it's not intuitive. Why isn't this lost for white?
Because you drive the, let's show this to our viewers on my, okay, it's your board now. I guess we can switch to my board as well.
Yeah, but you can get it.
Yeah, Queen G6, Rook E7, Queen G5, takes.
All fours.
Importantly, you have to go towards D7 and C6 because you would be winning if you had King G6 here, but you are starting to give up stuff on the queen side,
which
so it's a draw. So you have to run towards the other side. And then after Rook H7, King C6, let's say G6, Rook G8, Rook H6. The problem is you can't really win leaving the pawn on G6 alive for too long. And once you start running towards it, the rook will go back to H7 and start collecting the pawns on the other side of the board.
So continue with the move B5 if you don't mind. Just
B5, let's say King B1.
A5.
A5, King C2.
And now can we start running King to D5?
King D5, I have Rook H5 check. It's not the only move, but I have Rook H5 check, kind of asking you to go back, frankly. It's very difficult to arrange the run. I guess if you wanted to run, maybe you go like B6, King B1, A5, King C2, King D5, so that B5 isn't hanging. Okay. But the problem is we can go King D3 here, let's say King E5, King E3, wait for you to play King F6.
And at last?
And yeah, this is not obvious. Like, shockingly, this is a draw.
What?
Just this is a draw.
What?
Because of how active the white pieces are.
Wow.
I have 2 extra pawns on the queen side.
I know.
And he hasn't played a 4. Okay,
and
now he is in trouble.
F4, and he did it with 2 minutes and a half.
He's in trouble because of what move?
Queen G6, yeah. No, Queen G6 is now unpinning everything. Yeah, this is a
Maybe he wants to go queen b5 after
He
queen
does
d6.
want to play queen b5, and but then after rook b8, you just find it much, much harder for white to generate threats. I guess maybe he wants to go rook h e1 and claim this is also an absolutely perpetual pin, but after a7, a6, black eventually unpins themselves, like queen a4, we can play b7, b5. If you take on a6, I finally get to play king d7. And once you get to play king d7, now we're threatening knight c6 or knight d5 or really any of those moves, and
great relief.
This is not good.
Yeah, yeah.
This is genuinely maybe the first proper mistake I've seen Sindarov. I mean, bishop c2 is a mistake, but bishop c2 maybe he mixed something up. But this is the first calculation mistake I've seen him commit in quite some time, frankly.
Wow. We've been seeing the TPR graphs of the last 50 games that all the players have played, and Sindarov has been playing at a 2,800 clip. And this move, rook e3, forcing the desirable queen g6.
Nothing else wins, but also nothing else makes any sense. Like you're never not playing queen g6 here.
Exactly.
Allowing rook h1 would be very, very strange.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So queen g6, queen b5. Okay, rook
Here
b8.
is rook b8 forced. Could we just play b6 instead?
b6 is also good. Rook b8 is a bit cleaner, but b6 is also good. b6, if rook he1, we once again go a6, b5, and we get to unpin ourselves eventually. And if you play b6, queen a6, we can play king d7, and once again we will come out of the corner eventually.
Yes, we do have queen g6 on the board. We have queen b5, as you've predicted, Peter. But yeah, again, this was one of those where I'm just saying, I'm a piece up,
And then finally you're feeling it.
Yeah, I'm mentally
I
chalking
have an
the
extra piece.
game. Yeah.
As an illustration of how poor this suddenly is for white, even let's say queen f7, queen takes b7, rook c8, preparing to play king d7 is basically winning, although there's no reason to do that.
Right.
Yes, and as you can see, they're on move 37, still 3 moves for Sindarov, 4 moves for Pragg to reach the time control. Maybe time is not a real problem anymore in this game.
It's the position.
No, it's just the position,
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just the position.
But the time did play the role, I believe, in the last mistake that Sindarov made. Maybe if he had more time, he would have figured out f4 is better. So currently we have 2 games where black is close to winning. We don't see that often here in classical chess.
Exactly.
Second day running as well. Yesterday black was also doing really, really well.
What's up with that, Peter?
What's going on?
I think
Alireza,
I mean,
the
the correct answer, of course, is that it's variance. But the more interesting answer is that this generation of players plays for sharp, unclear positions with black much more than the previous generations. And this creates situations where black win just becomes a lot more possible if you're not playing for quote-unquote correct, precise equality and you're playing for messes. It opens up all 3 results much more than it used to.
It's a great change, and I think that began with Magnus. And now the new generation absolutely does that all the time.
Exactly. They're picking up the mantle from Magnus, playing at maximum chess. I'm looking at the game between Alireza and MVL. For a long time, Alireza was enjoying an advantage on the clock. That is no longer true. He is underneath 4 minutes. It's MVL who has 8 minutes, and the problem is that Alireza is struggling to find a move. The desirable a5, a6, a7, a8 is met by queen takes, g2, and a race on the other side of the board. And if both players end up giving up their rooks, then the knight on b3 gets dominated by a very good dark square
it's a very
bishop.
strong bishop. Since MVL played e4 very, very early on in the game, that bishop has been a monster on the board.
True that. So, as you can see from his body posture, Alireza doesn't look like a man, inflamed with great passion that his position is good. In fact, he's coming to the realization.
He's shaking his head.
Like,
how do you stop that h pawn?
Exactly. I mean, he almost pointed at it. Like, what are you doing on h4?
Get rid of this pawn.
And it was the move rook d4 in particular that has caused him such distress. And you can see he's actually really suffering over his decision right now. Peter, according to your calculations, what's the best that Alireza can do?
Well, I mean, there are no good recipes anymore. The engine just really hates it.
No joy in Mudville?
He's pushed
no,
A5.
I think like maybe in human terms, something like Queen A7, Queen takes G2, Rook D1, trying to play Rook G1 here is the best choice. And honestly, considering that it probably forces Black to play F6, I am picking this, yeah. Because if the best and maybe the only clean win involves you playing F7, F6,
then
I want to
there's
at least
something.
to force you to make those moves because they are not comfortable moves to make.
Exactly.
Because you can sort of in your nightmares you imagine the knight coming from B3 to E6 and you get mated. But D5 is hanging, H4, H3, H2 comes very quickly. And he's played A5. I think, yeah, in a practical game you play A5, A6, A7, but the problem is you lose.
Small problem.
Yeah. Queen takes G2, A6, H3, A7, H2, A8, and there's even a choice. Rook takes A8 is completely fine, but you can also play the 4-queen position.
I'm in favor of the 4 queens.
Yeah, we like the 4-queen positions, right? Because I think we are going to be the side attacking here. Like if you white can create a mating threat for one move, but then we go Rook G8 F8, everything is covered. We're threatening Bishop F6. We're threatening some kind of Queen H2 but mainly just Bishop F6, which is very difficult to stop.
Ouch.
And this is just bad. The knight on B3 is just so much worse than this bishop, which will be on F6 in a moment.
Yeah.
And if you don't want to bother, as Fabi was showing when he was in the studio, this is also just completely winning H1 and takes. You can play knight D4 for one move, but then it gets kicked by Queen E4 and this is just a bust, yeah.
Yeah, an awesomely powerful move. That move you just showed, Queen E4 there.
And they're progressing very quickly towards this. The pawns are already on A6 and H3. And, I mean, MVL knows he's in control here.
It's a rarity.
By the way, yeah, reminder that MVL has finished second a lot of times in Grand Chess Tour and come very close to win it, but never won it outright.
I thought he won a Sinquefield Cup. That's amazing.
But not the entire tour.
Not the tour, yeah.
Not the entire tour, sorry.
But he came close at least twice that Upton commentary.
Yeah, I remember him getting to London and getting past Magnus, but losing the finals. There used to have those elimination matches. But yeah, he's always a formidable tour player. In fact, while his rating doesn't reflect how good he is, he actually qualified for the tour by simply making it to the finals last year, or the playoffs, if you will. And that got him qualified. And maybe by rating he wouldn't have qualified.
I think for the past few tours he would have been out, but he consistently finishes in the top 3 to ensure his participation in the next season. So he's been a stalwart. And
what's harder, to maintain high rating or finish in top 3 in Grand Chess Tour every single year for 10 years?
Consistency.
That's a tough one. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah,
I genuinely don't know.
Yeah.
Both are very difficult.
And did we have A8 equal?
Yeah, and this is move 40, so it's a kind of a nice little puzzler for MVL to consider on 8 minutes.
I'm playing H1 equals queen.
Just for funds, yeah.
Absolutely. Because of I mean, it's so rare. It happens often enough, but 4 queens on the board, you know.
But they don't often stay there for more than a move.
Yeah, but in this case, they could.
They could actually. You can play H1 right now.
Yes. Do
you want to play this with 4 queens?
I would play queen.
But you're taking a bigger risk, right?
No.
You take a bit of a risk, but it really doesn't look like you're risking that much because, like you realize Rook F8 is just solid.
Well, it's super solid, and the crazy part is Black's queens actually defend the G file and defend the H file. So it's like you can't give me a check either and the bishop, once it lands on F6, you really are playing a piece down.
Yeah.
This knight on B3 is actually
I think
terrible.
The abundance of caution argument probably prompts him to take on A8, but yeah, we are in favor of H1 queen here.
Absolutely.
It will be a lot more fun for us, but...
Yeah. And by the way, because I saw Alireza's clock go to 32, I'm assuming that's the time control.
He just made move 40, yes.
Exactly. And because Maxime gets a chance to think, and he'll really think it over. The more I'm looking at h1 equals queen, the more I really like more and more. I'm like 100% in favor of it. If you don't mind, I'm going to go back to the Sindarov versus Pragg game, because we did see the move rook b8 by Pragg, and how close are they to the time control?
They're about 2 moves away, and position-wise, Pragg is now totally winning, right? A6, b5. Finally, we can start pushing those queenside pawns.
You feel like I'm liberated
And
at
white
last.
pawns are not moving that easily as they could have before.
Absolutely. In fact, they kind of appear frozen.
Yeah, you go a6, you ask the queen where it wants to go. I think that's always a very good beginning here.
Yeah.
Because you, like, once you get king d7, you're just winning. So you want to organize a position where you can play king d7 safely.
Do you have that expression in Russian? We said it in English, putting the question to the bishop, a7, a6, you know, putting the question to the queen. Where would you like to go?
Yeah. And yeah, there's not even a lot you can try anymore for Sindarov.
If he triples up, Peter, queen e2, I'm assuming you have to play queen f7?
Yeah, queen f7, king d7.
And unfortunately, knight d5 is coming just in the nick of time, yeah?
King d7 first. 5 and knight d5, yeah.
f5, knight d5. I wanted to plant my rook on e6 until I noticed a small issue.
Yep.
Ouch. Ouch. That hurts.
It does indeed.
Ouch.
Of course, Sindarov can feel it now that he missed some opportunity earlier, and now his pieces are moving backwards while Pragg's pieces are coming out of their pinned selves.
Exactly. They're unpinning with force. Yeah.
What an interesting game, though. Sindarov sacrificing a piece and then equalizing, even though he was worse for most of the game.
You pegged it much earlier when you said, forcefully reminded you of the game between Sindarov and Gukash, where Gukash provoked a bishop sacrifice by Sindarov and then defended it beautifully well to win the point as black. And now this is like, Pragg, his countrymen said, "Oh, well, so that's how you beat this guy." I'll play like Gukash.
Down to 30 seconds.
30 seconds for
two moves.
Sindarov. 2 moves to be played, but the problem is the position, not just the clock. Pragg is looking to play king d7, untangle his pieces by moving his knight, and just winning the game by being a piece ahead.
Right. It's still not going to be super easy. It's still technical, and it's so easy to blunder and make mistakes. But
and there you have
the worst is definitely over for Pragg.
Yeah, queen a4 understandably still denying the d7 square, but now you can go b5, queen a6, king d7 as we were showing, and we don't really care. We lose one as long as we actually connect rooks and start preparing for the knight to come out.
I care.
You do. Oh, that looks nice.
King d7.
Yeah, I guess you play a3 here, and you try to at least, if there is no back rank mate threatened, you at least win the other one on b5 as well if black plays knight c6. But I'm assuming this is lost, right? Takes, take with the queen, queen takes b5, and then some sort of a precise move. These positions,
this should be easy.
These positions don't hold.
Yeah. I mean, I can see this holding. If a
not really, no. I think like queen e1 check, king a2, queen e5 probably is what I would play, something like that.
Black king is just very well placed in the center.
Yeah, it's just very safe on d7.
Yeah.
Strangely it is, huh? Maybe even just putting the king back, and isn't it time just to...
Yeah, or just create a passer and queen it, frankly, because we have more pieces on the board.
That would be a quick way to do it.
Just
and maybe king d6 just to get out of whatever as well. The king side pawns aren't going anywhere, and black is just very, very fast. So looks like Prague in prime position.
The engine is actually very much in your camp. The engine also cares about not giving up on b5, and instead of knight c6, if you can go back a few moves. Yeah, in this position, just go rook b6 first.
Rook b6?
Yeah, just drive the queen to a square where you can attack it with knight c6.
Oh, that's clever.
And then go knight c6. And we're not giving up anything. Yeah, that's
Nice.
cleaner, right?
Yeah.
It's a little bit cleaner.
By the way, we're going
Where's my AI when I need it?
to stay with this game until they reach time control, but
Absolutely.
to your disappointment, Yasser, we are not going to see 4 queens.
No, I
Trade in
can't
one
believe
pair.
it.
He did take a lot of time, went all the way down to 2 minutes before he made that decision.
Wow, I mean,
Just
when
avoiding risk.
but there's so little risk with the queen. The black queens actually cover the king better than the white queens cover their king. That was a cute point, by the way. b5, queen a6, king d7, followed by rook b6. Really enjoyed that.
Just to keep that extra pawn.
Exactly.
Prague is also down to a minute and a bit, but should be.
The last 2 moves, right? Left
Yeah, should be okay.
for the time control. Besides b5, what else could he do?
Precisely. I
Any
was
shuffle
thinking.
move maybe with the queen.
Well, it's really a rotten idea. I hate myself for considering it. Rook a8.
No.
So you
no.
could play b5, king d7.
I refuse that.
No.
Me too.
I
Me
don't
too.
think so.
I'm definitely about b5 here.
Well, he's played b5.
He's played b5. Queen takes a6.
You can
king
play
d7.
queen a5 here with a kind of a telegraphed trap of king e7, rook e7, but that is, well, many things solve that problem. Queen f7, the most prominent of them.
Yep, 5 on the board, 18 seconds for Sindarov. Last move before time control. He's going to take, right? What else is there?
No, I mean, this is actually a trappy
the A-file closed.
blitz player would play.
Oh, he did. You're right, yes.
Yeah. Because in blitz, you know the guy's going to pre-move king d7.
Yeah. That's just
So
evil.
Yeah.
Not here, though.
That is a steal.
So yeah, one final decision for Prague to make before the time control and the complete clarity.
Queen f7?
Yeah, queen f7 is very, very solid.
Yeah, feels good. Queen f7. Rook.
Basically, any move that avoids rook e7
Yes.
tactic, right?
Exactly.
So queen g8 does the same because it defends the b8 rook.
It does.
It does.
Yeah, right.
It's kind of awkward to do
yeah,
it that way,
like
but
very,
you can.
Right. No, I think
Very inhuman, though. I don't know. I don't know why you would.
A call for a wand check. And by the way, because victories are scant at the moment, and it does play into our bonus money.
Yes, at the moment it seems like Prague and MVL will be splitting that 125,000.
Along with the commentators who
Sure, of course, we get our
supported
thoughts.
them throughout. Yeah. But you know, there used to be an argument in favor of awarding those brilliancy prizes, that the idea was to split them, because you could not play the brilliancy on your own. You needed
Your
the
opponent's help,
cooperation
right?
of your opponent. And since you got the point, you got the great placement in the tournament as well, and we do have queen f7, the most human.
And they have reached the time control as well. No one's in time trouble anymore.
Yeah. But as far as I'm aware, nobody who ever won a brilliancy prize shared it with their opponent. Said, you're so deserving. Here, let me share the prize. Queen f7.
Or at least buy a dinner.
Or you buy. I think they were pretty okay with the dinners. King d7 and knight c6 on Prague's agenda. Or if you move your rook to try to go after the c-file, c7 pawn, pardon me, then knight d5 is actually a very good response. They're just defending the pawn on c7 since there's no longer a pin. And I think Sindarov's moves are numbered, if you will. Let's just take a quick gander at the other games. Where would you like to go?
Let's go to Jorden and Wesley, because that game
is
will
in
finish
danger.
very
Ooh,
quickly.
that's in danger of a handshake.
It is indeed. I think caught it perfectly. They just
They did shake hands, in fact.
But
Well
they
done.
didn't do it through repetition, so I believe they'll be forced now to make it through repetition.
Yeah.
Well, I think maybe we're slightly behind somehow, yeah, because it looks like they're indicating a move. Yeah.
Okay, we're getting an updated to the moves. The players understand.
Now they're showing, yeah.
Yeah, the players understand that they could not offer a draw, and instead they've been making some moves while we weren't
Paying attention.
paying attention. So three.
There we go. That's officially a draw.
No, pardon me. 2 games have been drawn.
2 games have ended in a draw. Other 3 go in. We do expect 2 decisive results, maybe 3.
And the third game is Vincent and Bogdan, and they've made time control too, by the way.
Deac just made move 40. Let's go over that to that game and see if Vincent has increased his advantage.
Well, he has an advantage now. There was no advantage for
Before?
quite some time, but he sort of successfully bluffed Bogdan-Daniel by kind of a ghost of an attack on the king's side and provoked some weaknesses and is now pressing.
Well, he threw h4 and g4 at Daniel, and Daniel, wait.
Where did that come from?
Hey, what are you doing?
I mean, it's because Black's queen is on a8, so
What
you're not
is
afraid
the
of
queen
weakening your own king side.
Yeah, what is the queen doing on a8, I might ask?
Not
chilling.
Was it
Chilling.
protecting c6, I'm guessing, and a4 at the time?
I guess so. But now it feels like Vincent is definitely for choice, and you always have to be cognizant of d4, d5, especially if I can somehow maneuver my knight.
Oh, it's very
not
easy.
so
You can do it now.
not so gently towards the f6 square, right?
Yeah, let's take a look at the results so far. 2 games have ended. Both games were drawn. First one was between Fabiano Caruana and Anish Giri. It was Anish who didn't have any issues in that game. And second game just finished between Jorden van Foreest and Wesley. So it was a very interesting Petrov that we saw earlier. Some brilliant move available for Jorden, bishop h6 at one moment.
Yeah, that was nice. I'm just looking at this game of Daniel. If Daniel plays queen a6, a very reasonable looking move. I'm looking at knight e4. I'm just throwing down a very bad idea, so forgive me. Probably it doesn't work. d5. This is what I want to achieve, but
Yes, that's the dream.
this is the dream. I guess at some point you have some way of blocking the diagonal, although e5 is not the way to do it. This is what Vincent is dreaming about, that he wants to play knight e4, drop a knight in on, play d5, drop a knight in on f6 and force an exchange sacrifice on b2 or something of that nature. So, oh yeah, so I could do it that way, right?
Yes,
so
to
if I
start.
go queen a6 here, right, can I take
Back.
take d5?
d5. Leave the rook hanging, but I can distract you with c1 queen, Yasser.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, I was just dreaming once again. You know, basically, I'm in fantasy land here. You have e5 as well, but c1 definitely clears the cobwebs very nicely, and that's it. Long before I get to give you a checkmate on
So
h8.
but this would work if your king was on g2, right?
Yeah.
Well, yes, definitely.
Or e5. There are things. I understand the concept. I've got to get the move down right. And Peter, what has caught your attention as the players have made time control?
Well, this game, I was following it in time travel. We had more exciting things to talk about during the very last minutes of the first time control, so I didn't want to distract you. But it was very noticeable that Vincent basically waited until the very last moment, and against the constant 30 seconds on Bogdan's clock, he at some point began doing things which aren't objectively all that great, but which were aimed specifically at shaking Bogdan and maybe making him make mistakes. And g6 was completely unnecessary, and now he is firmly in control. And just as I was saying all of those things, Maxime apparently made a move which looks natural but is somehow not best and creates some drawing chances for Alireza. If we can go back to the position after Queen f6, it's actually quite instructive just how little the engine here cares about the d6 pawn. One of the ways the engine suggests you play is you take on e4, and then you just start pushing the f pawn. And the combination of the ideas of f3, f2, f1, plus the very unmoored knight on d2, which you can continue chasing because you have all these checks from various squares, results in positions where black is not even a pawn up anymore, but you are basically promoting the f-pawn, even if you offer queen trades in some cases, because the f-pawn is just completely unstoppable and white loses.
Wow.
Instead, MVL played bishop f4, which I think is a very human decision. You want to preserve the pawn on d6. Why would you give white a passer? But now, after specifically the move knight a5, trying to get it over to the c4 square, what you've done by playing bishop g5 f4 is you've also severely slowed down your own progress, because the f-pawn is no longer running. And of course you're still better, you're a pawn up, you have a bishop against knight. But if Alireza finds knight a5, this is no longer trivial. Yeah, it should still be winning, but it is really no longer obvious.
Wow. And you're absolutely right. I mean, you sit there as black and you're saying to yourself, what I need to do is I need to go f4, f3, f2 equals queen. I know I'll put my bishop on e5 first because I'm clever.
Yeah, and it's specifically knight a5. Everything else probably still loses quite easily for white, because otherwise you get to play queen e4, bishop e5, and then the f-pawn will start once again running quite quickly. But
once it crosses your mind that you centralize your queen, you put your queen on e4, then you play. It's really actually the bishop is wonderful.
Even the immediate f4 is winning with the same idea as queen takes g6. You can go queen e4, you can go queen g2, and just run with the f-pawn towards the winning square.
And the bishop is actually beautiful on g5 because when you do play f3, you don't even get to play knight to d2.
No chance to sack the knight.
No. Exactly. And
that knight on b3 has been out of play for so long.
True that.
And interestingly, of the moves which protect the pawn on d6, queen h2 is much stronger than bishop f4 for some reason. If knight a5 here, we can start pushing with f4, queen takes d6, and queen e2. And once again, we've taken away the queen e5 check from white, and the f-pawn just queens very, very quickly. So bishop f4 is just in the way.
Yes.
Even if you don't want to give up on d6, you had a better choice.
Yes, agreed, wholeheartedly. And again, you know, it's so sad that in the clear light of day, it's so obvious to ourselves. We're sitting here in the studio, nice AC chess engine city over here, and you say, gosh, but at the board, the desire to keep the pawn, to improve the bishop is so strong that you just, and then after the game you say to yourself, well, why didn't I just go queen e4 and f4?
Oh, in hindsight, it's always so clear.
It's so very, very clear. Normally speaking, we might be taking a break, but we want to hang around and see some handshakes, actually. I mean,
someone has to.
Somebody has to win, and it might be Prague.
Prague and MVL, Prague probably sooner.
By the way, just to remind everybody, Prague was my pick.
Oh, really? Very proud of that.
Well,
about to be.
If you got it, flaunt it, you know, right? But we are expecting, after this move, queen f7 by Prague, Sindarov really is, well, frankly, the material is so great a deficit that resignation isn't out of the question. Queen takes a6, king d7.
I mean, this is not just a loss in the event. This is going to be a first loss for him in classical chess since last year, September.
That's a big
You're not
streak.
Used to, you know, it's, you forget what it feels like.
Right, yeah.
I mean, exactly. I don't know what's that like. Peter, what was your longest streak?
Not very long.
No.
I used to be solid, but nowhere near as solid as the proper type. I mean, probably maybe a couple of dozen somewhere, but
right. I
think
yes? maybe 30-ish. But the reality is, again, I was raised in American Swisses, And I would often win a tournament 8-1. But it wasn't because I made 2 draws. It was because, you know, I lost a game. And so, you know, losses were just, you know, an everyday, well, not every day, but an occurrence that didn't upset me because I knew I had to play these really high-risk tournament. By the way, the difference between playing in Europe and playing in America was like night and day experiences because, again, a lot of those European events, +2 and beautiful playing conditions.
I thought you were going to say that also 2 games a day here, right?
Right.
Well, in Europe, you play 1 game a day.
Bring your own chess sets, too. Play 2 games a day, bring your own chess sets. And by the way, hotel on you, you know.
Yeah.
Maybe entry fee, maybe you got a free entry fee. Not always. You know, they might sneak it out of your prize fund.
Was that bad?
It was that bad, trust me.
I remember my first ever New York Open.
Yeah, Jose
and,
Gucci.
a very close friend of my parents apparently was so insistent to bill Goichberg that I got the room.
You got a
room.
And
I told that somebody years later, and even years later, people refused to believe me.
Yeah,
that I got a room out of Bill Goichberg. It wasn't me though. It was like I for this one tournament, I had a proper manager. That guy, he ran like at some point he brought Jethro Tull to St. Petersburg. He was like a proper manager of rock tours and things. And he was actually kind of above Goichberg somehow in the argument stakes. But
you gotta.
I instantly became legend in some circles because
I'm bowing down, right? I mean, yeah. No, my actually wonderful favorite story, and a big shout out to Bill Goichberg, by the way. I made norms in his events. I think it was the Liberty Bell Open in Philadelphia that I made an IM norm. A big shout out to Bill. I forgot what I was going to say. That it was. Yes, it was Joel Benjamin. It was the World Open, and Bill had. I am not kidding. Like there's like 3, 4, 5 different schedules you could play. You know, 3 days of play, 5 days of play, 7 days of play, and even Joel had this idea of playing literally 5 games of rapid, and then the last 4 you would play 1 game a day. But Joel's idea was to play 1 day. Yeah. He would play and go 5-0, and then take 4 consecutive buys, which he was allowed to do, of a half a point each. So he would start 5-0, and then draw his way out and leave the tournament. And everybody who wants to beat him to catch up with him couldn't. It was a genius play. And after it was tried, Bill ripped it off and said, "You can't do that anymore."
Change the rules. Right?
Change the rules. It was brilliant. No moves yet from Sindarov?
But some moves in the French game.
Okay, I'm going to switch.
The 2 French players. And Alireza did not find knight a5, and he's back to being lost, even though...
I see a black queen on e4, and that's a very powerful...
The way it is lost is maybe not... Like, how sure would you be that queen b4, queen c3 check is completely lost for white?
Queen... Sorry.
b4. Queen b4 is best here.
No, it doesn't even look 100% winning.
Queen.
Bishop against knight. I think you probably suspect it's winning.
But it's double pawns. If it gets blocked, then you're not winning.
Yeah.
So you have to calculate.
Yeah. There are other ways to play, but the engine likes queen b4 a great deal. I think MVL wants to play bishop b5, but then no, bishop b5 knight takes d6 works. So you can't actually play bishop b5.
Bishop, yeah, I mean, you... sorry, I'm kind of a little bit lost here. If I go queen a4 check...
Knight a3.
Knight a3, sorry.
Yes.
I was expecting you to play king b1. See, what I wanted you to do was play king b1 so I could play bishop b5.
Yeah.
And then I've got the dream.
Yeah, that is lost, yeah.
But your knight a3, that one was a surprise.
I want to go knight a3 and then back to b5, or maybe even back to c4, because we actually like the c4 square a lot better than we like the b5 square.
Okay, that's a surprise.
I didn't even realize knight a3 is a tempo move. Queen on a4 hanging.
Good morning, St. Louis.
Yeah.
Right, okay. So that was why you were suggesting queen b4.
Yeah. Sort of regrettably for Alireza, queen e7 wins.
Regrettably,
but it probably
queen
is
e7
winning because after knight d4, I guess the machine... no, there's queen a7 check. Yeah, okay.
Oh, that's geometry.
Yeah.
Knight d4, give me your pawn, give me your knight. Check. Oh, that's nasty. Nasty. And I finally got there. Okay, so queen e7 is
queen e7
a solid choice.
Yeah, but queen d4 is very direct because if you can convince yourself this endgame is winning,
you play it.
White really has nothing better. You can't allow bishop e5.
Bishop
so
e5
you pretty much need to play queen c3 check. Everything else will lose faster and more obviously.
I'm assuming we're taking with the knight.
With the knight, and then black goes king f6.
Yeah, I was going to ask that. Maybe we take c has a better chance. No.
Not really.
No.
King comes to e5, and then everything kind of gels together.
And then the bishop.
Yeah, if you start running with the b pawn, yeah, look at the MVL is one of the best players in the world.
By the way, Sindarov has been on now 17-minute think, and it's possible that he'll think and just resign because his position is completely lost.
Once you invest 17 minutes, you got to make a move. You can't invest 30 minutes and resign. It's like.
I've done that. It's because I was accepting the fact that I lost.
Oh, you were internalizing.
I was trying not to cry.
Okay.
It took about that long, yeah. But no, I think he's just trying to find some chances for himself.
Exactly.
Just his position is not allowing for any of that.
Exactly.
Maybe he's going to start pushing the pawns, g5.
I'm seeing king d7 and knight c6, and I'm just, as you said, crying. There's just no answers.
Yeah. As I said, I think maybe he's going to start, and I thought maybe crying is the next one.
No. That's it. That's it. Still one of the greatest lines of all time was Magnus Carlsen being at a press conference in Norway, and all the journalists are happily asking him about his games, and the young boy in the audience asked Magnus, "When did you learn to stop crying after a loss?" And Magnus looked at the young boy and said, "What makes you think I ever stopped crying?" And I thought that was just the sweetest, the sweetest answer I've ever heard. That was just so on point.
Sweet and true.
Sweet and true. Yeah.
Well, some games really hurt.
Yo, do they ever?
Yeah.
Oh, boy, jet streams of profanity after the game.
Yeah, not all losses are the same.
No, that is for sure. That is for sure. And we have a move by Sindarov, and he's played rook c1. And I said, regrettably, that the problem with such a move was that it allowed the immediate knight d5,
just knight d5,
which simply protects the pawn on c7, does so with the tempo, and frankly, it untangles the mess that Black's pieces were a bit discombobulated.
Yeah, I guess he wants to play rook d3 here, but Black just goes rook b6, and everything is coming together. And
yeah, that's a beautiful move. That just stops the aggression on c7. It defends a6, and well, it starts to look. It's strange, wasn't it? Like a dozen moves ago that the rook came to e2, so you could threaten checkmate.
It feels like a different game.
Yeah, it was like
100 moves ago, but yes, and it's going to come back, isn't it?
Right.
This time it can stay.
And that's going to be a huge difference. So we're looking at knight d5 for Prague, and remarkably for us, Sindarov, the Iron Man, if you will, undefeated in many, many games, is on the precipice. First loss, did you say, since September?
Yeah, since September, yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
I mean, it's still not completely over, but unless Prague makes a huge mistake.
He should win this game. And Alireza versus MVL. MVL played the move that you prescribed, Peter, which is unexpectedly, queen b4, simply defending the pawn on d6. The moment you play bishop e5, then it's a marvelous escort. The f-pawn just runs up the board, and b2 is a checkmate as well. So can we just see knight a3 for a moment?
Knight a3, this is what I wanted to show
Please.
you, so we can do it on your board.
Please.
Here, regrettably, I guess, for black, you kind of play bishop b5, knight c4, king f6. And that queen ending is, I think, quite comfortably winning, but it's still a queen ending.
Right.
King takes e5, you go queen e8 check, I go king d4, queen f7, queen a5, queen takes d5. And the difference in king activity is just such that...
Overwhelming.
Yeah, I think you actually win this. It's one of those where not only is it objectively winning, I think you actually do win it. Because I think it's quite easy to play for black as well.
Exactly,
but,
the king is so
But
beautiful.
no queen and queen endings are ever entirely over
Right.
until they're over.
You know, I've commentated enough queen endings to realize that I don't make the statements like you said at the start of our broadcast. There will be a decisive game, and my life depends on it. And
No, I think we were both on there. We kind of, together as a joint effort, me and you, Yasser, we created something that I still quote, and this is, you know, how do you play the queen endings? You just don't. Yeah, this is the best way to play the queen endings is just not to play them, because you will be making mistakes on every move, basically, it's compared to perfect play.
It's almost a tragic comedy. Yeah.
I actually have something to show you. There's
Oh,
a tweet
please.
by one of the players, Anish Giri. He apparently went to a local restaurant in Bucharest and was challenged to a chess game by a waiter. Let's see if the game actually happened.
I hope he got a cappuccino out of the deal.
Went to an Indian restaurant in Bucharest. Waiter
India.
saw me with the Lichess app, said he's very good at this game and can for sure beat me. Claims to have 2,000 rating.
Wow. What do I do?
Well, you challenge for money?
You know, the dinner.
For dinner?
Yeah, double or nothing on the dinner bit, on the
Hey,
tab.
you know, if I had 2,000 rating as a waiter, I would be very confident. You beat
100%.
99% of the players in the world. So.
Higher.
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
Just unlucky waiter that the only play he asked was Anish.
Yeah, I actually played a game against, I don't know if he's hustling even. There's a guy there next to the library on the corner,
Yes,
just next
yeah,
to
Euclid,
the chess club. And there was a guy there who was challenging people to a game of chess and/or a chess lesson. And he just finished the previous one, and I was walking past with some stuff in my hand. And I stopped because, like, you constitutionally are incapable of not stopping in front of the chessboard, right?
Of course.
You know what I'm talking about.
Exactly.
And he realized from how I looked, I guess, that I was borderline interested. He said, you want a lesson? And I said, yeah, sure. I mean, now that I'm here.
Right.
And I was actually kind of slightly worse after 10 moves because I did something stupid. Because he played something so completely nonsensical that I was thrown by to such a degree that I was a bit worse. But then the game still kind of resumed its normal course.
So there was some lesson in there for you.
There was a lesson in there, and the lesson is not to stop, obviously. The lesson is actually, you know, overcome yourself and continue on your way. And then, but the pieces are large but light. And there was like a gust of wind, and they were starting getting blown off the board. And I said, okay, draw. I mean, the wind is telling us the game is over. And I shook his hand and...
Well, the story would have been so much better if you had said after 10 moves, my goodness, I believe you have an advantage. And if he said, yes, I studied a book by a man called Peter Svidler. And that would have been great. Yeah. Was it Koningsday, King's Day in Holland? And I was walking with my nephew, and there was a guy, much like your story, had a chessboard, and it said 100 euros. Play for 100 euros. And Yuri stopped me and said, yes, sir, yes, sir. Win for me 100 euros. I said, no, Yuri. The man doesn't realize that death just walked right past him. I did take the 100 euros, but it would have been a gimme.
Right.
Let's jump back to Alireza for a moment. Do we have some moves?
He didn't play queen c3.
He
so
did not.
Now he is just much worse. MVL managed to put the queen and bishop on beautiful squares, and now he's going to start pushing his extra pawn.
I'm going to update my board. Apologies, everybody, as I do this very quickly. Oh, this was the position we were talking about, wasn't it?
But after queen b4, Alireza went knight a3 instead of queen c3, and yeah, this position we looked at.
No, sorry, apologies, Nasi. We were just looking at knight c4, king f6. This
right,
was
and
the...
it's winning, but it's still a queen endgame.
That was what we were saying, yeah. And I think this is where Alireza is hoping that he can find enough, well, tricks if he can.
This is his best chance. You know,
his
in
best
queen
chance.
games, there's always hope.
Exactly. And he has just played, I believe,
Played queen c2.
Queen c2. Okay. No queen and pawn ending, but queen c2.
Do we just push f4?
F4
looks good. Even queen d4 looks good. You can go after the d5 pawn.
I love queen e4. I think there's so many good moves here. I don't even see a bad move, actually. But queen e4, queen f5, f4, the move you like. I love
queen
that.
Queen d4 also looks nice.
Queen d4.
Everything is winning.
Push him, baby.
Right. There's no bad move
F4
here
and
for
F3.
black, really.
There's no bad move. Yeah, it's all worked. Aces. Well, I don't think we're
going to have a resignation anytime soon
on this one. And we did see knight d5 by Prague. Knight d5, rook d3, one last gasp. I guess we're threatening to play, Sindarov is threatening to play rook takes d5, so rook b6 covers everything, protects c7.
Yeah, but Prague has a lot of time to make sure he's not missing anything, and he's converting this winning position.
Exactly. Moments where you just like on the precipice of victory, you just make a move that is the howler. But rook b6, amongst others.
Yeah, looks completely winning.
Yeah.
And Vincent is also putting pressure on Bogdan, so we might have last 3 games all decisive.
Wow.
But we'll keep an eye on this. We're going to take a little break, and let's hear insights from Irene Sukandar.
Oh, wonderful.
Thank you, Nazi and Yasser, and hello everyone. Welcome back to the break segment. And while we had 2 games that ended with a draw, we are anticipating another 2 games to end in a decisive result. But before we come back to the Sindarov and Praggnanandhaa's game, I would like to walk you back to the moment where Jorden van Foreest versus Wesley played. So they played this variation, which is very interesting. It was the open Roulopes, and after knight takes e4, rook e1, knight d6. So, and after here, okay, Jorden chose a more close and positional approach in this open Roulopes. But there is a moment in the game that after they finished their opening and then they just had their middle game started, after this bishop d4, c3 here, and then, okay, all of the moves, they're very natural. You would just like to get your pieces out and try to prepare for the attack to each other's kings. So as we can see here, after rook e8, bishop e3, knight g4. So this is already some sort of a signal to your opponent that, hey, I'm going to attack your king. So, but this doesn't deter Jorden at all, because then after queen d3, you're actually attacking h7. And what do you do here? Do you protect the pawn, or do you do something else? And in this position, Wesley made another counter attack by playing queen h4, protecting the h7 pawn, and at the same time attacking the h2 pawn. in this position, it was very interesting because after some thought, Jorden decided to play a very safe move h3, and this would be like probably the most natural move there is, especially if you play online blitz or if you didn't have so much time on the clock, you just naturally play h3 because your h2 pawn is under attack. But turns out there is a better move in this position that is kind of a shocking move, bishop h6. It looks like it comes out of nowhere because, well, you don't do anything with bishop h6. It looks like it because h6 is an empty square. But what it does is actually, next move, if white could play again, okay, of course the rook e8 is hanging, but also the h7 pawn is hanging. But what I like about this move is just the nuance of it. It's very, very unusual. You are allowing the queen to take h2, but that's pretty much it. After king f1, the king is actually safe. And now it is white who is attacking black. And let's say, okay, you have to take this one because the rook is under attack. Oh, this one is actually losing right away because now your pawn on h7 and then the rook on e8, it's going to be like killing. So in this position, the next move that I'm going to show you, rook e4, is like kind of the forcing move that black has to take. And again, it is making the rook on e4 and free by the knight, but don't worry because the king is very exposed here. So you, when you're taking this, and after this, and the knight has to go to a very good square. So the knight can only go to c5 in this position. And I know white is an exchange up, it is in this position, but black has a compensation for it. So in order to meet rook e8, you can play king f8 here, or you can also play g6, but probably king f8 is a little bit more accurate. But this is just a very nice nuance of the game. So I can see that one of the most important game is concluded, and it is Sindarov versus Praggnanandhaa. And as Nazi mentioned it earlier, Sindarov was just waiting to resign the game, and this actually happened on the board. So what we just saw, the two players just walk past the stage, and I think we saw the position after queen a5 and after queen f7, rook c1, knight d5, rook d3, and then rook b6. And yeah, in this position, white resigned because there's nothing else to play for the white pieces. So Nazi, Yasser, and Peter Svidler will be back to you while doing all of this analysis because this is kind of like a very important moment also for the standing of the tournament. So stay tuned and we'll be back soon.
Welcome back, everybody, to the end of round two, and we have Praggnanandhaa with us. Prag, a huge victory for you against the challenger for a World Championship match. You lost 2 games at the canvas against him. You were seeking revenge in this one, weren't you?
Yeah, no, I mean, of course, beating him is certainly a good thing. I mean, seeing his form, it's. I think he's losing after I don't know how many
games. Yes, you're the first one to break the spell in maybe 60+ games.
Yeah, maybe like the previous game also was against me or something, or I don't know if there was one in between. Yeah, he has been in a terrifying form. So yeah, I thought I played quite decently today. I don't know what was happening at some point.
Oh, you certainly did. Let's take a look through it. Were you surprised, and how well did you know this variation, if at all?
Yeah, no, I mean, we were discussing with my second last night, and I thought Italian is like the least possible option. Like it will not happen. I mean, least likely. So I basically didn't look at any of those today, And yeah, certainly this line comes. I mean, when you are faced with such a line as a surprise, it's not good. So I took my time to recollect, but I actually couldn't properly recollect what to do after Rook H4. I think this is like the main line, like take King H8. I was just not sure. Yeah, I mean, I was kind of somewhere here, and I wasn't sure, 100% sure. But I thought, okay, I'll figure out once I get there. And only line I could actually properly remember was this Knight H4, and it was, I mean, it was.
So you did remember this Knight H4?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, I looked at it like, I don't know, 3 years back when this line was starting to become trending. And I wanted to play with white, but then too many people played, so I kind of left it. And I remember this Queen D7 Rook E8, and I kind of remember this line. Okay, I wasn't. Okay, it was proper, yeah. Yeah, some random line, which probably is equal.
At some point, Peter had a line where your king was going all the way to f3. I have no idea how he got to that one, but he had some wild stuff on the board.
Yeah, I mean, all these lines is possible in this variation. Yeah, this I thought was good for me. Yeah, I thought Bishop H5 was accurate because if I go Bishop D7, I wasn't sure about all these positions. Like even like Rook D1, I wasn't sure. I mean, how much it is. But I thought once I started calculating Bishop H5 and this Queen C5 was important, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Queen
okay,
C5.
Queen okay, I thought Queen C4, King B1. Now I can't take Knight D5 because of Bishop B3, but there is A5.
I think if you let the engine think for a little bit, Queen C5 becomes the better move. Yes.
Yeah, A5 I can't understand. Yeah, I thought this is very good for me. I mean, from afar I missed Rook C1, but by this point I saw it that I have Queen D3, Queen D4. Yeah, I thought we were playing well somewhere here, but this started to become tricky because
it is tricky indeed.
Yeah, Queen F6 I didn't like it because I thought takes and Rook C7. I wasn't sure how much is that. Like Rook E7, there is Rook H8 and Rook G8. So
just to show it too.
Yeah, I don't know how much is that. Like Rook H8, Knight G8, Rook G8. Yeah, so yeah, it says +1, but can also just hold, yeah, in a practical game. And I was very happy to find this Rook E2, but I of course blended at some point. Like from afar, I thought I can go King D8, Queen G8, King D7, and Rook H7, Knight E7. I miss Rook E7 is there.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. We're just gonna have to speed through this one because we do have another result coming up. Did you see the move F4, and perhaps we can see Alireza's game?
I thought King D7.
Well. King to D7 and Queen to G7 seems to have been holding for white. But again, F4 was the only move, just with the idea that Queen G6 no longer works.
Okay, just one thing, yeah? Does Rook H7 hold here?
Yes.
Queen F2, yeah? Yeah, this is what he said after the game, because we both assumed that Queen E5 is there, but there is Queen H4, so I'm proud. I should have probably found. Okay, this game is more interesting.
I think this was a crucial victory for you, Pragg. Congratulations, and we'll see you tomorrow. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian, and congratulations to Pragg. Let's take a quick look at our standings thus far.
Still after the first win of the event. Congratulations to Pragg, our pick, yes. But no, that was an impressive game. Congratulations. Praggnanandhaa defeating Javokhir Sindarov with the black pieces. The other 2 games were drawn, and we still have 2 games going on.
Yeah, maybe Alireza might be losing in his game against MBL, but this was a very, very big victory for Pragg as the challenger. Sindarov loses his first game since September, and Pragg was saying that he might have been the one who beat him before he started the streak.
I remembered that, but if it's September in Grand Swiss, then it's Chaparinov. So I was going off what our production team told us.
Yeah, and here's the end of the game as Knight D5 and stopping of the clock there.
It was a very exciting game.
It was great.
Thanks to both of them for giving us such an entertaining game.
Absolutely. And again, it's this generation of players exemplified by these 2 gentlemen where, they're maximalists. They really, really play hard for the win.
They play aggressive openings. They don't like to make quick draws. And we're all very grateful.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And let's turn our attention to two of the remaining games, Nasi.
Yes, Alireza against MVL. We expect MVL to win shortly, which also has been a very nice game by MVL.
Absolutely. And when we left it, we'd seen the move Queen C2, and basically, Maxime has just been playing a terrific, powerful bishop versus knight, and now you can see it's even better for Maxime as the pawns on f5, f7 provide great coverage, and actually the f5 pawn is the one that's the dangerous.
Yes, but
pusher.
are we even playing for that? I feel like White's king is so bad.
Yeah, it might be a checkmate as well. Like we
Maybe,
should be hunting bigger game.
You
Peter,
can do both, right?
This is completely over. Yeah,
Completely.
there's no counterplay. You can give one check from h6 if you really want to, but then the checks run out and the f pawn will start running. Combined, as Yasser correctly said, or Nasi actually, yeah, that you can combine the push of the f pawn with the mating attack, and Alireza is still thinking, but there's really not very much to debate. This is a very, very clearly winning position for.
For me, I was really surprised when we showed their head-to-head in classical chess that it was only 1-1 in terms of scores and 10 draws. When I'm thinking of their rapid and blitz, they go at each other and they just take big bites out of one another.
Even in classical, I think there was, I think last year, I'm not sure which event it was, maybe it was actually this very event where MVL somewhat unexpectedly took a repetition in a completely winning
Yeah, it was
position.
-2, I remember.
Yeah, and he was winning for most of that game, and then seemingly kind of randomly just decided to stop playing. So it's not the first time he outplays Alireza with the black pieces. Yeah, Alireza goes Queen C2 here, but you can push. I think there's nothing wrong with f4, Queen C8, check, King E7. The king is safe on pretty much any square. And
yeah, the bishop on e5 does a great job at just blocking all the checks, as does the queen on b6. And black's king is perfectly safe, even in these positions where you don't necessarily get checkmated, but the knight goes to c7, you get a queen on e8 check, you get 1-2 checks.
1-2 checks, yes. I mean,
Black
Black king can go
all
all the way
to
to
e4.
C4, even come all the way over.
And you start
checkmate with the
crying.
king,
Yeah. There's no fortresses either. There's not a setup that you could say as white that I could even aspire to.
yeah, this one is nearing its conclusion. And also, Vincent is now much, much better. So the people are snapping up the bonus dollars for decisive games.
Exactly. For those of you who don't know, there's a pool of money, $125,000, and everybody who gets a win will get a share, an equal share of the $125,000. Thus, if there's 10 wins, each win will be worth $12,500 to the winner. Now, the question for Ben, our statistician, is how many victories can we expect? We have had one thus far. Will we have two? Will we have... Well, what's our over and under expectation for victories?
For today?
No,
In
for
general?
the tournament. 5 rounds a day, 9 rounds, 45 games. Will 20% of the games be victory? Will 40%?
I would say less.
Less than 20?
No. I think it's gonna go above 20 in this field. I think over under should be around 12, 13 games.
12 or 13.
Somewhere there, yeah. I would be setting a line at maybe 12 and a half.
Spoken like a true professional. I wanted to get Peter, catch us up to date. I noticed that once again, Daniel has dropped on the clock.
And his last move is not great, although it's sort of understandable he wants to distract the white pieces. He should have still played g6, g5 here. The position after takes. And importantly, you actually leave this pawn b for a while. The engine plays rook c4 here. Very noticeably, if you take on b3 and allow black to play rook b8 and then, let's say, queen f3, queen a4, there's instantly enough play for the pawn. But if you play rook c4, and then after rook b8, you play knight e4, and then, let's say, king g2, and then eventually you combine threats of knight d6, as Yasser was pointing out. In some positions, d5, knight f6 will start working. This the engine prefers for white. But instead, Bogdan took on h5, And now the problem is pretty much every single move is good. The strongest is to take on b3 and now lift the rook to c3. And this the engine really, really hates for black, because we are now genuinely in danger on the king side and also losing the pawn on b3 in pretty short order. But even simply knight takes h5, rook e to b8, and let's say bishop c1 is also quite good for white. And maybe there are even more forcing solutions here, like g4, g5 here appears to be maybe working. So yeah, Bogdan is in trouble, in particular because he is on 4 minutes, and problems will only start and will continue increasing from here.
I do believe Vincent captured on b3
and rook c3.
The top move.
He did find the correct approach here. I think Vincent now is favored to convert this.
Yeah, that's huge. When you just mentally look at it and say, please do me a solid favor, play h5, takes g4. Develop my queen to the king, towards the king's position, right?
I guess to play h4, but that move knight h5 is actually quite strong.
Yeah, h4, knight h5, bishop e7 is the engine's suggestion, but apparently d4, d5 is even working here. Okay. And if e takes d5, we play queen f5, and then rook e3 or rook f3. Rook f3, I guess, is the strongest.
Let's take a look. So h4,
Peter is showing us on the board.
Oh, good.
Yeah, and this is just crushing. And if you take with the c pawn, you run into c6, and then with the combined threats of knight f6, and there is just too much going on. Black is collapsing on the spot here after d4, d5. So,
wow, sweet.
I think it's kind of logical and findable as well.
Currently, Prague is a sole leader. Will MVL be able to catch him? And Vincent. Yeah, Vincent can also
Vincent
win.
as well. Let's just jump back to the Alireza versus MVL game, because we've just seen the queen went to, queen went to g5 check.
Alireza is hoping to find some perpetual check.
Yeah, if you're careless, if you play a 4 f3 in the current position, you do actually create drawn chances for white, because queen d8, queen g5 is a problem. But if you throw in queen c2 check first, the easiest is just to go queen c2 check here.
Yep.
King goes somewhere, a5, I guess. You
Yep.
play f3. And the difference is I will have queen g6.
So after queen d8 check, hoping for a perpetual. No perpetual for you.
No
not
perpetual
today.
for you at all. Yeah, king g7, and then we've given ourselves the move queen g6, which is...
And that was why you played queen c2 initially.
Reminds me of Prague's queen d3, queen d4 earlier today to cover on g7.
Nice, nice.
Same pattern, yeah.
This is very
that is
obviously
just
lost,
yeah, that is just a dream. And you
He's played queen c2 check.
Queen c2, very accurate play by Maxime.
Yeah, Maxime's accuracy today has been impressive. Once he got the chance, when we had that position where we said it's a 3-result game, Maxime felt the initiative and completely outplayed Alireza.
Yeah. It was a strange game, strange game, wonderful game actually by Prague, and it was strange graphic that we showed where Prague's accuracy was being questioned by the because queen d7, and we were like, no, man, that was all good. That was all part of his prep.
Yeah.
A very well-played game by Prague, as he became the first winner in this Bucharest Super Classic.
He is about to be joined by MVL, and very likely
probably
by
joined
Vincent as well.
by a posse.
Well, they looked at each other and were like, we can't let Prague take all the bonus money. We gotta start winning.
Some money has to return to France.
Well, as you can see from the body language, Alireza knows this game is over. It's really sad, because yesterday he was so close to winning his game, and today with white, of course, he didn't expect to lose.
He was genuinely close to winning at one point. Only 1 point specifically, because MVL actually played quite nicely once. He wasn't kind of punished straight out of the opening. But yeah, there was that b2, b4 move, which probably ends up winning him the game if he finds it.
Exactly.
Yeah. And he loves Grantchester. He's won it twice, and he said in the interview how he always looks forward to coming back.
Yep.
It's a bad start, but there's still a lot of Grantchester events.
I remember very, very young Alireza coming to St. Louis for the first time, explaining to everybody in his interviews what, as a young boy, he was watching the Grand Chess Tour. It had been his dream to come to the club and play in the Sinquefield Cup. So he came, he played in the Rapid and Blitz, he won, he won the Sinquefield Cup. He won the Grand Chess Tour. It was like $500,000 richer when he leaves St. Louis, and he says, you know, I really like St. Louis. It's a really nice place. Yeah,
and then he repeated it again in 2
yeah,
years.
exactly.
And then did the exact same thing again, which is really remarkable. You know.
It's truly impressive. King A5, and we're now expecting F3, and the F-pawn can trundle gently, and even not so gently up the board, and that will win the game for Maxime. Alireza looking away from the board, he doesn't want to see it. Don't reach for the F-pawn.
Yeah, once you know you're completely lost, it's hard to look at your position.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And by the way, that bishop on E5 is dominating White's knight.
Has been the entire game, really.
Truly.
This is a good example of good bishop versus, and it wasn't always a bad knight, but it became eventually on B3 and never managed to improve itself.
I think for some reason it feels like we've been showing more examples recently of a good knight over a bad bishop, and today we get to see
the opposite.
Yeah, the bishop actually strutting its stuff for a change of pace. King A5. Did we see?
Yeah, he did play F3.
F3.
He did play F3
as expected.
Yeah, this one is as good as over, and in the other one, although we are probably waiting for a handshake here, Vincent actually kind of has to play that very spectacular move, d4, d5, putting his pawn under all kinds of attacks. Because if he doesn't, I suspect Black is maybe even objectively not doing that poorly.
Strange thing, in the game of Maxime, it's the long diagonal. It's the bishops, Black's bishops control the long diagonal. Maybe in Vincent's game, after the move d4, d5, it's the control of the long diagonal, this time for a bishop on b2.
Reviving that bishop on b2, which has been kind of
dormant,
very dormant for a pretty long time,
No.
Alireza not willing to resign just yet, but...
I'm not finished with you yet.
Is he going to take on... No, you can't take on d6.
You can't even take, no.
You can, but the result will be the same. Yeah, there you go. He takes on d6 with some hope.
I guess the cleanest is queen c5 check, knight b5.
And then
bishop c7 check, yeah?
Sorry, the cleanest is what?
Oh, Peter's cruel. Look at the line he just said, knight d6.
Yes.
Queen c5 check.
Give me the knight, give me the knight.
You have to cover it?
Yes.
Bishop c7.
Bishop c7 check is my suggestion here.
Forcing the win of a bishop. Or something like that.
I mean, you have to trade queens.
Yes, exactly.
And then I get one more and you don't.
Yes. I get one before you get one. And F2. And
many other things win as well, so you absolutely don't have to do this if you don't want to do this.
Yeah.
You can certainly choose many other things.
Yeah, but no, actually it's the cleanest, for sure. And I think in Puzzle Rush, you'd get a bonus point for bishop.
Yeah, if you don't do it that way, you will deduct some points.
Strike, you lose. So again,
Vincent is completely winning now, by the way. We shouldn't switch. This will be over in a moment, but Vincent is now completely winning.
Vincent is winning. Did he play the d5 move?
He did, yeah. And Bogdan did not find the way to continue the game there. There were some ways to continue being sort of afloat, but he didn't find them.
Yeah, where see that queen f5 and rooks f3. It's going to be lights out. Boy, I was about to say that after the 5 draws, I was a little bit concerned that, you know, we wouldn't be seeing that many decisive games, but hey, look, you know.
They were just warming up.
They were warming up, that's exactly right.
I think it's me betting my life on it.
Yeah, I think that was what encouraged them. The world would not be a beautiful place without you, Peter. You know, we couldn't let you go.
Can you do it every day, please?
Ooh, don't tempt the fates.
Maybe.
You know, has he played Queen C5? No, he was reaching. Was Maxime
reaching for something? Yeah.
But he did not play Queen C5 check yet.
He's
taking the knight
on D6.
Okay, that's a surprise.
If queen takes g6, he wants to play queen c3 check and then f2.
And then f2, and white doesn't even have checks.
Which is pretty cute, yeah.
But I liked your line better with bishop c7. But this just shows such good technique.
Yeah, this is also very nice geometry, actually.
Yep. And then white king cannot hide, right? After f2, black will always have some first rank check or something. Queen c3 check is on the board, and yep.
And
next f pawn push, and no checks for white.
And then the queen dominating, or
oh yeah, you can even go queen f6.
Protecting.
There will be a check, either from the f1 a6 diagonal or from a1. There will be a check.
Oh, and
wonderful,
will be
great
very happy.
fight. Yeah,
he
wonderful,
survived
great
yesterday because he was in trouble against Anish with white pieces.
Yes, he was. And Anish, as he said, he wasn't confident of his advantage, which was a confusing comment. It's sort of like, you know you have an advantage, but you don't think it's enough, so you acquiesce to a draw. But he definitely could have pushed. So just throwing something out there, king b5, f2.
Now I will even have queen d3 check next, if you go queen f4, for example.
Ooh, that hurt. But I couldn't avoid a light square.
No, you can't. Or
actually, I can.
You can. You can go king b6.
Yeah,
there we go. We have a resignation. Huge congratulations to Maxime for defeating Alireza with the black pieces. Very impressive one.
Absolutely.
And black currently 2 for 2, but there will be, I'm pretty sure, a white win in the final game of the round. Vincent is still thinking. The only thing that wins here is rook f3, but also...
we should jump there because it's a critical moment.
Yeah.
Tell us, Peter, how is white winning here?
Well, first move is very, very obvious. You do need to push the rook away from e8 and create... This is the most a-tempo move you have, so you should be making it. You begin by playing rook f3, a black has to play rook f8, and here you start having choices, but the simplest and the most direct is to play rook e3, and basically the intention is against bishop g5 or rook e8, you have this very beautiful move, rook e6. Adding the rook to the mix of the attacking pieces you have, and black completely collapses. You should probably play bishop g5 here. We have rook g6 check. The way not to get mated straight away is king e7, but then bishop g7 check, king e7, and rook takes g5. And we are picking up material while also continuing to attack. So.
Do you mate with knight f4 at the end if I go king e6?
hg, queen takes g5, and if you go forward, there's a very beautiful mate with knight h5 f4.
That's picturesque, yes.
Yeah. You also win by knight g7. If you don't want a brilliancy prize, you can go knight g7 and just collect a lot of material. But
yeah, and also Vincent still has plenty of time, 9 minutes against Deac's 1 minute.
And with the rook on f8, regrettably for the purists who prefer for there to only be one solution, even rook takes b3 is so dominant that black cannot really do anything. But I think you would much rather just win on the spot. And if you want to win on the, rook e3, there we go.
Rook e3 on the board. That is the winning move.
Introducing the threat of rook e6 against pretty much everything, like queen d8. Or
rook e6 is so nice.
Yeah.
Queen d8, rook e6.
Adding one more attacking piece too.
Yeah, white only has 4 pieces and all of them are participating in this attack. And
yeah, we are currently 2 pawns down, but it's just completely irrelevant. Yeah.
I care.
Of course you do.
But this would make Father Bill Lombardi proud because you know, his solution to whether or not an attack wins, you know, count the pieces. Just there's too many attacking. Yeah, I mean, there's too many.
Queen d8 played, and Vincent about to deliver a killer move, rook
e6,
which will end the game.
Yeah. And the threat of rook e6 is so strong. You can go king f1, and it cannot be stopped anyway.
Wow.
Wow.
Or king g2, but like, why not play it straight away if you have it?
This bishop is just sizzling along this diagonal. Yeah, more and more that move G takes G6, pardon me, takes H5 by Daniel. That's just really.
And even earlier, you could have kept it on G7. He did not need to touch
need to
it
play
at all.
G6. Yeah.
Problems began when he.
And it's on the board.
Rook E6.
Vincent finds the winning move.
Really a picturesque.
Absolutely. Winning in style.
Mate in 9.
Yeah.
My screen says 8, Peter.
Wait a minute.
Your screen is stronger.
Let me split the difference. 8.5.
Mate in 8.5 weeks.
Yeah.
And I think Bogdan just resigned.
And there it was.
Congrats to the newcomer to the tour, Vincent Keymer, for his first win.
Absolutely, something to remember. These victories in these classical events are not easy to come by, and wow, winning in style too. It's like all of these interviews with our top players, they all say, "I want to play good chess." And you know, you're happy when you win, but you're not happy when you win by luck. This was just a good game by Vincent.
It was really good, but let's jump to Bucharest. Cristian is with MVL.
Thank you, Nazi. Maxime, first of all, congratulations. That was a huge victory, especially coming with the black pieces and also coming against your compatriot, Alireza. You know him so well. You've played with him. You've trained probably with him as well. How much does this game mean to you and this victory?
Absolutely. And Alireza has been trying for a few times now this line into Najdorf.
He's trying to catch you in the Najdorf.
Yeah. And probably did. I looked obviously at this. Very late into my preparation. About the sound of 3:45, so 15 minutes before the game. But still, I couldn't remember the exact details. I thought A5 is played. I honestly don't know. It looked very dangerous to me during the game. I didn't know if I should exchange queens or play like I did, but it felt dodgy, let's say. And even queen G3 felt also I was considering some moves like this, but after queen A3, knight F5, maybe I missed something because I thought this was queen B6 I missed. Okay.
As it often happens in the Najdorf, there's always something, right?
No. The good thing is my position is probably quite bad, but I got counterplay, and here it's difficult actually to play rook F1. I was considering rook D1, but then I thought I can take on F4. Rook F1, knight C5. I thought I should be more or less, F5 next, but okay, I see H3 G4 is coming. Yeah. But
not easy to understand.
Bishop D3 was tempting, but it felt a bit weird.
The bigger chance came a little bit later.
Yeah. So I did get a bit lucky because at first I thought knight A5 was not possible after rook A8. So I saw before, but
you considered this move.
Yes. Yeah. I saw before, but I didn't think so highly of it. I wanted rook E8. No, at first I wanted rook E8. Then I realized he consolidates. So then I thought I'd just take and king B3.
And I guess his idea is to just
this is
maybe go knight C6, A5,
nice.
and
this is nice, yeah. No,
hide the king.
I played rook A8 maybe a bit too fast. Maybe I should have considered rook E1, but at the same time, knight B3, A5, A6, I thought it was coming quickly. So I played rook A8, and so then left the queen. Here I was happy, because of course the point was knight C6, H3 take.
Yes. You think he missed this, right?
Yeah, I
Perhaps.
think so.
Because after queen B4, H4, he started
to a draw, and I thought F5 was already kind of dubious, and this missed bishop G5, and then I didn't expect that this would be over, but it is, and so here I was considering whether I should promote, but I was not sure because there's no queen C2. I do have bishop E3 that I missed, but okay.
With 4 queens on the board, anything can happen.
I thought this is more technical, but queen E4 is what I wanted originally, and then after queen C5 I couldn't be sure. So like here, f3, knight d4. Obviously not.
f2, yeah.
Yeah, f2. Bishop h4, because king e5, d6 was bothering me a bit. Like it should be winning, but I was not sure. And this, okay, yeah, and now
King f3.
Yeah, and king g2 and I win. Okay, fair enough. But yeah, it was bothering me, so I thought I'll play more technically, like after some long thought. But I knew it was kind of, at least.
To be honest, only knight a5 was giving him some hopes, which is...
Yeah, but it was logical because in the game he
you
tried
want to put the knight on c4,
like
right?
he did this. So...
Lost a lot of tempis.
Yeah.
In the process, yeah.
Should still be winning technically, but yeah, here... I don't know if I made it the easiest for myself, but okay, it looks good enough, I must say, with 2 pawns up and one promoting right here.
Maxime, you're coming off of a difficult time in Poland, not your best result in that one, but we know how consistent you are at the Grand Chess Tour. You're starting the classical portion with a bang. How important it is for you to do well in this event, given the whole Grand Chess Tour scheme?
Absolutely. It will be huge. I must say in Poland, not only was I not playing well, but also the result, mathematically speaking, shouldn't have been that bad, like with a total of -3. I didn't think I would be scoring so few points, but here's another story, and I must say I was not the most confident coming into the classical portion, but I wanted to fight, and compared to last year, maybe make the most out of my chances, and so far I'm doing so.
Well, you certainly got a fight in this one, and you showed your class. Congratulations on this victory, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Cristian.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian, and congratulations, Maxime, as we take a look at our standings, Nasi.
Absolutely. We have 3 co-leaders. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Praggnanandhaa, and Vincent Keymer win their games today and take a lead. Then there are 4 players at 50% and 3 players at -1.
Should we take a peek ahead and see our pairings for round 3 and who our leaders might be up against?
Absolutely. I'm very curious to see. So Praggnanandhaa against Vincent Keymer. Perfect
the
matchup.
Script writer's dream as two of our co-leaders.
Each other. Then the third leader, MVL, is facing Javokhir Sindarov, who had a tough loss today.
Exactly.
Then 2 Americans, Wesley against Fabi, Anish against Alireza, and Deac against Jorden.
All right. That looks like great matchups, especially the Prague versus Vincent game. Again, the youths, Peter, they're doing very, very, very well.
But let's go back to Cristian. He is with Vincent Keymer.
Congratulations. We got you in the studio yesterday as well after a draw, but a very complex battle. This one as well, another very complex battle, but you obviously came in with the idea to win this one, right?
Yeah, everyone is strong here, but still, if you trust the rating, he's the kind of underdog here. So, of course, having the white pieces, I was hoping to get the chance. But, of course, I also have seen him playing here the last 2 years, so I know that he's both very solid and also just a good player.
Were you surprised when he got down to his last minute and yet he was playing very, very good moves and hanging on in the game?
I know that from him already. I had one of those experiences. I played him in Prague in some round robin, and I had a very good position, and I was clearly up on time. And actually, in time trouble, he saved his position. So yeah, that can happen.
He does that a lot, actually. Let's go through the game and give us the critical ideas behind it.
Yeah, I don't know. It was like, I don't know why he played bishop c5. I was kind of hoping to force him to not play bishop e7 because he has to calculate e4, but that was mostly a bluff. I didn't feel like that was anything. Okay, anyway, it's just...
But this was some sort of a prep, right? Like small prep to avoid bishop e7.
No, it wasn't prep. I just because I didn't expect him to play bishop e5. I think he played pretty much everything except for bishop f5. I just felt like over the board, okay, let's try this. In the worst case, I will just get the same position, so it can't hurt.
Got it.
But yeah, what you did was very reasonable. Unfortunately. It looks a bit weird, but it has its sense. And of course, some people might be tempted to go to a7 to leave the e7 square for that, but of course, he understands that the knight needs to go back to d7. And yeah, I wasn't very happy here. Yeah, I mean, at least once I got knight c3, I felt I will get a game. Here, also, I was considering c5, which didn't seem that stupid. Knight e4, of course, it's also there, but I wasn't too worried. And d, yeah, not bishop takes e4.
Yeah.
But okay, it's a very hard to assess that structure. So I understand that he went for c6, but yeah, I mean, I would have, like, if I was back, I probably would have played c5 just to get some activity, because, I mean, this is not so bad, but it is quite passive. Oh,
You must have been quite
bishop f6.
Quite happy with the position so far, yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, you get that slight plus and you get the grind.
Yeah, okay, that's an idea I missed. I didn't want to play c5, but yeah, then I missed some chance. I mean, rook e3 is a solid move, but it's not more than that. So here, of course, if knight f6, bishop f6, c5 works, that would have been a nice option. Yeah. I mean, I was thinking about whether he should play bishop g5 and f4, bishop f6, trying to put with c5. That was an idea. But of course, I mean, you could see it's already like really down on the clock, 10 minutes only. And yeah, I mean, that was very natural. But I mean, the position should be slightly better for me.
I guess the natural instinct for him is to try to exchange some pieces, right? Play it forcefully.
No, I mean, once he trades the knights, I think he's completely fine.
If he can,
So,
yes.
I mean, right now, my only issue is that I do not have a clear plan. Like, and also he always has some, it's like c5, b5, a4. I mean, there are all kinds of ideas. Yeah, I mean, right now I always have this. Yeah, I mean, a4 is a move you don't really like to make. No, it's
right.
Yeah, I mean,
giving away.
It has some sense to stop this b5 because it is an important idea, but still, yeah, he just went back.
And b5 is also a huge decision for him to
yeah,
play
but he
that, right?
Always c5. You know, I somehow was all completely different. I mean, I felt that I was trying to suffocate him more than, and of course c5 gives him this d5 square, which, I mean, it did feel like it could be important, but apparently not so much. Yeah, and I mean, he kind of was smart that he delayed his decision until he had a little more time. I mean, not more, but like we were getting closer to move 40, because again, I do not have a clear plan. Yeah, and this h3 move was a bit soft. Yeah, b5, he just, I don't know. I mean, rook c1 was stupid, I realized. Yeah, this would have been smart. Bishop c3, forcing rook a8, and then going a4. And yeah, I mean, at least I can try.
Yeah.
Still, it's just such a solid structure, and I mean, I would love to get d5 in, but it's just covered too well. So yeah, rook c1.
I think rook c1 is a very natural move as well.
Yeah, but I kind of needed that rook on this file to do something, because actually, I mean, of course, at the moment I would have taken rook c4, but now already I cannot really do that. So. No, here I really felt like my only hope is to play that, you know, his time is quite low. Yeah, even showing minus, yeah, that this happens in this game. It's just kind of crazy because, yeah, I mean, he really kind of, you know, the good part from his game was when he had 0 time. After time control also he started playing worse again. But when he was like, had absolutely no time on the clock, he started playing really well.
He does that a lot, yes.
Yeah, bishop f8. Rook b3 here. Okay, I mean, g4 was, of course, also like a bit using that momentum that he's very low on the clock and he has to make some decision quickly.
Yeah. I think it's a very good practical
And
decision.
I think c5 was quite nice. Yeah, and of course, g6 is a bad move. Yeah, this was move 40, curse of move 40. Yeah, then here. Yeah, here I'm not sure whether h5 was the smartest, but I mean, my point was that I was trying to make this work all the time, but here I thought maybe e5. And yeah, I was not sure about that. So that's why I tried to include h5, g5, because then obviously e5 is not as good anymore because this is f5 squares.
Yeah.
I think gh is just, he cannot afford this. I mean, this king it's too weak, and yeah, I think then, I hope I didn't make any final mistakes.
I don't think you did. After that, it was.
Yeah, I mean, this is
clean
always
cut.
the idea. It's like rook e6 and then, yeah, it's just crushing.
Vincent, big victory for you, obviously, a much-needed victory for you. How are you feeling about the first couple of days so far?
Yeah, they've been interesting and also went well for me. Of course, yesterday there were missed chances, but also for him. So I think that was a kind of deserved hard-fought draw. And today again, big fight, and in the end I managed to kind of trick him. So yeah, I'm happy so far and looking forward to the game against Pragg tomorrow.
This is your first year as a full Grand Chess Tour participant. Also, I was chatting with your coach, Peter Leko, during the opening ceremony. He was saying that this is the first time he attends a Grand Chess Tour event. How are you guys enjoying the atmosphere in Bucharest? I guess you guys are having some walks around the city. How are you enjoying the experience so far?
Yeah, I mean, being part of the Grand Chess Tour is really something special for a chess player, and you know, being here, also the playing venue is absolutely fantastic, and you know, being on that stage together with all the players, and that's something special. And of course, even if I start so well, that's also a good sign.
Thank you very much for joining us, and enjoy the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian, and big shout out. Nicely done, Vincent. That was a really, really impressive victory. And again, to remind everybody standings,
yes.
and we have a three-way tie for first.
We had 3 decisive games today, which means we have 3 co-leaders. I don't think we have the graph ready yet.
Oh, no.
Maybe Peter, share your final thoughts.
Oh, and there is the graphic.
So Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Praggnanandhaa, and Vincent Keymer are so far leading the event. 4 players at 50%.
All wins, yeah.
Over to you now, Peter.
Absolutely. What can I say? Second very exciting game of chess, but today people took their chances. Conversion rate was much higher than yesterday, and 3 out of 5 decisive games. So far, incredibly enjoyable event, and the new players on the tour are doing quite well. We just saw Vincent win a very kind of a practical game of chess against somebody who is on 30 seconds from move 20 onwards, and that's what you need to do, and that's what he did. Very much looking forward to the rest of it, frankly. It's just fantastic to watch.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Peter, and I think we're going to hear from Cristian and Anastasiya, their final thoughts from today.
Well, yesterday it was just simply an anomaly having all games drawn. It just felt like when the dam is going to burst, something is going to happen. And this is exactly what we're seeing in today's round. 3 decisive results, and I have to say, a lot of very fighting chess.
Exactly, and this is what we have predicted from the beginning. Remember, Cristian, while we were talking about especially the game between Javokhir and Pragg, we were mentioning that we're expecting big fight. And you asked me also, like, do you think it's going to be a draw or something? Like, I don't know, I felt like there was such a tension at the playing venue. And I don't know if we have this picture, but Leonard made really lots of photos before the start of the GCT event, and actually Pragg is holding knight here, and I made this funny poster that today actually he captured the knight of Javokhir and managed to win this battle.
Well, he's been capturing a lot of Javokhir's knights, and sometimes it doesn't go as well, but obviously today it was all Praggnanandhaa, and it was somewhat shocking to me the fact that he actually knew the opening. He was just trying to recollect his thoughts and try to remember what he analyzed 3 years ago. So that's just impressive that these players know absolutely everything.
Great memory. And actually, I don't know if you mentioned during the broadcast, but he finished the winning streak, I mean, not losing streak of Javokhir, 53 games. I mean, how impressive it was by Sindarov. And Pragg managed to bounce back, and after the 2 losses in the candidates, he finally managed to win against Javokhir.
Well, there you have it. Now you have the actual number of games that Sindarov didn't win. I was predicting something along the lines of 60, but yeah, you get it right now. It's 53 games since the last time he got defeated. Just an impressive streak comes to an end, but the tournament is open. The tournament is open. Anybody can win it. It's still early. Round 2, we cannot wait for round 3 here in Bucharest, which will come tomorrow. For the moment, good night from Bucharest, Romania.
Thank you, Cristian. Thank you, Anastasiya. Let's take a look at our predictions.
Yeah, because I got this one right.
You and me both, yes, sir. This is what we picked today. Pragg won, and nobody picked Vincent.
At MVL?
Oh, MVL. Good job, Anastasiya, as well.
Look, Anastasiya. Very, very, very impressive. Well, there you have it.
Forward.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. We had some exciting games. Don't forget to join us again tomorrow for round 3. Good night from San Luis.
Good night, everyone.
See you tomorrow.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.